In the next 10 hours, we are going to build a fully functional mobile application which has real-time messages, typing indicators, online and offline status, authentication, and a very well done UI design. On top of this mobile app, we are going to build the web version of it so that our users can also use this app from their browser. Now that means with this one single course, you will use both React and React Native, which is going to allow you to see the similarities and differences between these technologies by building an actual project. This is a full stack course, which means we are going to build an entire API that powers our application. And to build this API, we are going to be using Bun, Express, MongoDB, and TypeScript. Within this API, we are going to build our own socket server from scratch. So we are not going to use any third-party services for the real-time features. You are going to learn how to build these features from absolute beginning. And both of our mobile and web application will consume the same API. And as usual, we are going to deploy our API as well as our web application so that you can get that live link on your resume. For authentication, we are going to be using Clerk, which is one of the best and easiest solutions out there. It literally takes less than 5 minutes to set up, and in this course I'll show you how to use their React, React Native, and Express SDKs. For the deployment platform, we are going to be using Sevalla, and they are kind enough to provide you $50 worth of credits. So it's going to be completely free, and I will leave the link in the description. We are going to set up error monitoring in our mobile application using Sentry, so that whenever your users face some errors, you would get an email and immediately jump into your codebase and fix the issues. While building this application, you will also learn a real-world Git and GitHub workflow, where we create new branches, pull requests, commits, and merge those requests. And while doing all these, CodeRabbit will always review our codebase and give us some suggestions so that we can follow the best practices and remove any vulnerabilities in our codebase. Now, before we start building our project, let me give you a quick demo of the end result so that you know what we are building in this course. And you know what, just before I show you the end result, I'll just sit here and wait until you like and subscribe. Thanks, now let's get into it. Alright, so first off, let me give you a quick demo of the mobile application, and then we're gonna take a look at the web version of it. So as you can tell, if you want to visit this application, first off, you have to be authenticated, and we have two different options. So in this case, I'll try to log in with Google, and before I do so, let me open up my camera and show you that I am running this application on my physical device, okay? So later in the video, I'll show you how you can do it as well. You don't need a simulator. With your phone, you can get the exact same end result. Now, let's try to log in. In this case, I'll be using the Google account. Let's say continue. So I already have an account, okay, so this account will just sign in, but if you didn't, it would create it from scratch. And as you can tell, we have a bunch of different chats. Now this user is online, and now from my physical device, I will log in with this account. And as soon as I log in, this is going to become online. So let me open up my camera before I log in. Okay, so my phone is right here. I'll just try to log in with this account. Let me just say continue. And I will select this Google account, as you can tell. I will say continue. Notice how as soon as I log in, UI is going to update. So I think my mouse is right here, but it became online, right? And now from this account, you know, from my phone, let me type this out. I'll just send a message. Now I'll start typing. So I'll say, hey, notice how it says typing immediately. So let's put them side by side. And after I stop typing, after 2 seconds, it is gone. So once again, let me say, hey there, it says typing. Now I stop for 2 seconds and then it is gone. I'll send the message. As you can tell, it is working in real time. We got the hey there, and this is indicated as unread message. If I click that, we will be redirected to the chat page. These are all the previous messages, and this is the latest one. Now let me say, what's up, right? As soon as I type, notice how from my mobile app, it says typing. So just take a look at this online status. Okay, so I'll just start typing from, from the simulator, and it says typing. I stopped. Now it says online after 2 seconds, right? Let's send the message. Like, it is working in real time. I think you are convinced, but once I send, notice how UI will update. So this is probably one of the most important feature in this application, which is working in real time. So the online offline status works. We have typing indicators as well as real-time messages are working. And now let's take a look at it. From here, if you want to create a new chat, you would click to it, and notice how we got a model. It's going to fetch all the users in the database, and we can see the online users. But let's say we'd like to have a conversation with, let's say, Benjamin. If I click to it, it's going to first off close the model and then open up this new screen, and we can send messages, right? So here I'll just put something random. As you can tell, now this user would be in our chat screen. Okay, so this is one of the features that I got from WhatsApp, where when you click to it, first off model closes, right? So it's going to shrink, and then the other screen will slide in. This is literally how WhatsApp implements, and you will see how to do it in this course. Now let's go back. Under the profile screen, we have the user information. This user is online because it is us. We are authenticated, right? Now, I'll be honest, they don't really do anything. These are just for styling purposes, but after completing this course, you can implement some of these features. Now, I'll just say logout, and before I do so, I would like to show you my phone. So it is this account, right? And he is online, as you can tell. Now, I'll just say logout. As soon as I log out, it becomes offline, right? As you can tell. So everything is working in real time. That's the mobile application. Let me show you the end result of the web app. Alright, so this is the web version. As you can tell, we are going to deploy this application later in the course, so I'll teach you how to do it from scratch. Now we have two different options where we can sign in or sign up with the same providers. Now in this case, I have already logged in with this account, okay? So here we have a bunch of different chats. And initially, let's just visit the chat screen. So initially, this is what you're going to see. But if you click to some of them, you will see that it's going to fetch all the messages from database, right? And if you wanted to, you can sign out or manage your account. Then you can also create new chats. So it's going to fetch all the users from the database. Let's say something like once you start typing, then you can see the users. And let's say we would like to create a conversation with this user. And I think we already have it. So if you click to it, it's going to take you to that screen, as you can tell. But if you don't have, let's find someone. I think we don't have a conversation with Sophia. So I'll click to it. It should take us to that screen in 2 seconds. Now let's test out the real-time features. From my second tab, here I have another account. Let me put them side by side. Okay, so it is right here. Let's try to send a message from this account to this user. So I'll just start typing. As you can tell, typing indicator updates. And once I stop, after 2 seconds, it shows the latest message. Now I'll try to send a message. Here we can tell UI has been updated. And if you are here, you will still see the typing indicator right here. And once you send the message, it should be here in real time. And from here, let's send something. I'll just say, hey, send the message. It should be right here. And one last example that I can give, it works from mobile to web version as well. So here, if I type something in, as you can tell in the web, it says this user is typing. Then we can send the message. Hopefully in real time, it should update the UI. Okay, so that's the entire application. This is what we're going to build. And here is the source code of this project. Basically, we have 3 different separate folders. So we have the backend where we implement the REST API as well as the socket server. So here you can take a look at the source code. Basically, we are implementing everything from scratch. So the user online, offline status, sending messages, and even typing indicators. So here you can tell the logic will be here in the source code. Then we have authentication, error handling, database connections, controllers, you name it, we have it all. Then we have the mobile application where we set this up with React Native and Expo. We have custom hooks to keep our code base clean. We have the tabs navigator, the auth screen, everything that you can name. Then we are using TypeScript, so we have some types as well. And finally, under the web, we have the web version of it. So once again, we are creating some custom hooks, pages, and components. And to be able to deploy this, we also have some Docker file configuration using Bun. Now I can easily talk about this code base for the next 20 minutes, but I'll just keep this intro short and maybe get started with the course so that you can see everything from scratch, step by step. And also the source code of this project will be free in the description. Just give it a star and feel free to use it however you wish. And here I'll do a quick shout out to my Udemy course. It has around 130 hours of content. Some of the projects here are not on YouTube. Things like full stack Twitter clone or Tinder clone. And if you're interested, you can enroll to this course. I'll leave a discount link in the description, and it has some really good reviews, as you can take a look at it from here. So with this, thanks for watching, and let's get into the course. Alright, so as usual, we are gonna start with an empty folder. So in my case, I have created one called Whisper. You can call this anything. Just go ahead and open this up in VS Code. Now we are going to need 3 different folders, one for the mobile application, the other one is for the web version, and finally our API, which will be under the backend folder. So here we will have real-time features, as well as, interacting with our database, creating users, authentication, so on and so forth. Now, before we try to create any files, I'd like to mention that instead of using Node.js, we are going to use Bun, which is a replacement for it, and it is a lot faster if you compare them. So here's an example with Express, Postgres and WebSockets. Bun is always a lot faster than, Node.js and Dino. And it is very easy to install. If you are on Linux or Mac, you would get the script, paste it to your terminal, and if you're in Windows, you would just paste this to your PowerShell. So I have already done it. Let's double check. Once you have done this, open up a terminal and then just say bun -- version. And you should get some kind of a version. If you get an error, that means it has not been installed. So please go ahead and install Bun. Like, you can still follow this with using Node.js, but probably you will get some errors that I don't get. Okay, so Bun will come with TypeScript out of the box, so we don't really need to set up TypeScript. But if you were to use Node.js, I think you had to do the configuration by yourself. So this is what I'm expecting you to have. Bun is installed in your machine. And one more thing, in this course, I want you to forget about npm, which is the Node.js package manager. Instead, we are using Bun. It is already a package manager as well. So whenever you say something like npm init-y, just forget about it completely. Instead, we'll use Bun init-y. So these parts are almost the same, but there are some differences. So for install, we would say add and then the package name. We have bun run dev. It's the same thing, but forget about npm. And for npx, it is called bunx. So I'll try to walk you through them every single time we do it, but just keep this in mind. Don't try to run these accidentally, okay? Now let's jump into VS Code. Let's say you already have Bun installed. Let's clear this up and get started with the API. And by the way, here is the order that we will follow. First off, we're gonna build our API in this course. Then once we are done with it, we're gonna build our mobile application. And once we are done with it, finally, we're gonna build the web version. So if you're not interested in the web version, you don't have to watch that part. Let's say maybe you're only interested in building API as well as seeing the mobile application. That's completely fine. That's why we are going to make this to be optional and build it at the very end. But if you're interested in all of them, you can watch this from start until the end. Okay, and if you're only interested in mobile, I will leave the timestamps in the description so you can skip the backend part if you're not interested. Maybe you're just here for the React Native experience. That's also completely fine. Okay, now let's try to cd into the backend, and we will say bun init-y. So this will come up with TypeScript. Let's take a look at it. It got all the files and folders that we would need. It is very simple. It just has TypeScript configuration done, and we have index.ts. Notice how we don't have package log JSON. Instead, we have bun.log because we are using bun, right? And we can run this just by saying bun run index.ts. I'll clear this up so you can see it clearly. Let's say index.ts. And as you can tell, it is running it without any issues. Okay, now we are not using cursor and we have this folder. So if you are using cursor, you can leave it, but since we are not using it, I'll just delete that. Alright, so that was the backend setup. Now let's try to set them up as well. I will delete my terminal, open this up again. By the way, the shortcut is Command J or Control J, and to shrink the left hand side, it is Command B or Control B. Okay, let's cd into the web. We will say bun create vid, and I'll put dot at the end, which means initialize it under the current folder. Now we'll select React, and I will go with JavaScript just to keep it simple, but if you are confident enough with TypeScript, you can go with it. You know, under the backend and mobile, we will use TypeScript, but on the web, I'll just keep it simple and use JavaScript. Okay, and let's press enter 2 times. This will get all the files and folders, and it'll start the React application, which is a boilerplate code base. And later in the video, we'll get into it. For now, let's kill the terminal. Let's go one up. Let's say cd one up. And now let's say cd into the mobile folder. Now to set up a React Native application, we're going to be using Expo, which is the best React Native framework, and it is completely free to get started with. So let's say read the documentation. Later in the video, I'll get into the details, like how can we build an app with it, so on and so forth. But for now, let's just only try to initialize it. So we would say npx create expo app at latest. Since we are using bun, we will replace this with bunx, right? Instead of npx. And like, I don't know if you have realized, but it is a lot faster than npm. So here I'll say bunx create -expo -app at latest, and we're gonna put dot at the end so that it can initialize it under the current folder. So like, it is super fast, as you can tell. It is done in matter of seconds. Okay, now there is too much boilerplate code here. I absolutely agree with it. But later in the video, we are going to delete most of them and start from scratch and even talk about, about the basics of Expo and React Native. But for now, we are just trying to set up our code base. And in the first section, we're going to build the API part. Okay, so let's try to clear our terminal and even kill this. Let's open up a new one. We will get into it. First off, let's try to create some folders under the backend. So I'll say source, and we're gonna put the entire API logic under here. And let's say we're gonna have a folder, or let's just say file called app.ts, and you still want to keep the index.ts. You're gonna see why later in the video. Then we're gonna have a folder under the source called config, and within this we will have a file called database.ts. So from here we will connect to our database. Then we're gonna have a middleware folder, and within this folder we will have 2 different files. So we're gonna have auth.ts, and we will have error handler.ts. So these are the middlewares that we will get into. For now, we are just setting them up. We can leave the content empty. Then we are gonna have routes. So we will have like auth routes.ts file. We're gonna have, let's say, I think user routes.ts. Let's say message routes. And finally, chat routes.ts file. And then after the routes, we're gonna have controllers folder. And we'll do a similar thing. We'll have auth controller.ts. Let's try to fix it, not trust, but it should be ts. I'll copy it, paste it again. This time it'll be, let's say, user controller. Let's do it again. message controller this time, and finally chat controller. Now we're gonna have another folder called scripts, and here we will have what we call the seed file. Let's say seed.ts. Again, this is something that I'll explain later in the video. For now, we can leave them as it is. Finally, I think we can create like a utils folder. And I think I have a typo. Let me fix this. We're going to have utils. And within this, we are going to set up socket.ts file. And this will allow us to have real-time features like real-time messages and online status. And finally, one more folder, let's say models. And we're going to have our user model. This is one of the conventions. You would make the first letter uppercase and then whatever the name is. So user.ts, we're going to have chat.ts, and then we're going to have the message.ts. So these are the three different models that we will create. So we're going to see them in action later in the video. Don't worry at all. This is just the setup. Okay, so with this, now we can actually end this section. But just before we do so, let's try to take this code and push it to GitHub. And before we do so, I'd like to show you something. When you initialize a mobile application with Expo, they already initialize Git. And you can double check this by creating a file, like it could be anything. And notice how here you will get one change in Git, because this already comes with Git initialized. But I'd like to delete the Git from here, instead have it in the root, so that I can, push all of them to GitHub at the same time. And to be able to make this work, let's first off delete this file. We don't need it. We will go into our terminal. Let's cd into the mobile. If you want to delete a Git repo, there is a folder called Git, which is this one, and you would just delete it. Once you delete this folder, Git would be deleted, okay? So we're gonna say rm, which means remove, and we'll say -rf, which means recursively, and the folder name, which is .git. Once you're run, this folder will be deleted from mobile, and now we can create a file. Again, it could be anything. And now you are not going to have any Git changes because Git doesn't exist anymore under the mobile, okay? So this is one of the things that you should already know. If not, you just learned it. Now we can delete this file. Let's try to delete it from here. And we are going to go into root. So I'll say cd one up. We are right here, and we will say git init. Now we have git in the root. And every single folder has git ignore, so we are ignoring the node modules. As you can tell, it's all ignored. And now we can say something like clear git add everything, git commit -m. For the message, I'll just say initial commit. Okay, now we would like to take this local repository and push it to GitHub. Let's head over to github.com. So once you log in, just say create a new repository. Then for the name, this is what I'll be using, called Whisper. You can zoom in. And I'll leave the description empty. Now, while you're watching this video, this will be public, but for now, since I'm recording, I'll just make it private until this video goes live. If you wanted to, you can leave it as public, but I'll just go with the private option for now. And let's say create the repository. Now I'll just zoom out a bit. Okay, so here we would like to copy the script which says push an existing repository from the command line. So copy this. In your case, this could be main. It's completely fine, like it's the same thing, just ignore that. And come here, we have an existing repository, right? We'll just paste this to terminal. So it'll take our local code, right? Our local code base and push it to GitHub. Now, if you refresh, you're gonna see all the files and folders that we have locally in our code base, right? In our laptop. So we have mobile, web, as well as the backend folders. Now, just before we end this section, one more thing. If you have realized, we just pushed our code to the master branch. This is fine for the initial commit, but from here on out, whenever we have some new changes, we will create a new branch and then send a pull request to the master branch. And then we are going to merge that pull request. If you don't know this workflow, I'll explain it later in the video. But basically, this is what you'll be using when you join to a company, right? Or if you have some teammates, basically every one of you will have a new branch, a separate branch, and you will be working on that. So let's say we are 3 different teammates on this project. This is, let's say this is my job to build the API, this is your job to build the mobile, and this is the other friend's job to build the web app. We all would have 3 different, we all would have a separate branch, right? And we would commit our changes to that branch, and once we are done with it, we would merge this to the master, so the final result would be here, right? So this is the logic behind it. Now, whenever we send a pull request, we want someone to review our code base. And for this, we are going to be using CodeRabbit, which is what NVIDIA uses as well. This is something that they have, mentioned 2 days ago. They said we are using CodeRabbit all over NVIDIA. Whenever they have some new changes, they basically let CodeRabbit to review their code, which is like a senior teammate that sits right next to you. And I will leave a link in the description, which will give you free access. So head over to that link and log in. It's completely free to get started with. Log in with your GitHub account and then give access to your repositories. This is what I have done. Don't worry, it is completely secure. It is not going to steal your GitHub account or anything. It'll just get access to the source code so that it can give you some code suggestions. Now, this is really important because especially as a beginner, you don't really know all the best practices, right? You will write some code, but you don't know if it is safe, if you have some issues, if it is following the best practices or not. And CodeRabbit will tell you, hey, probably you should fix this part or that part. And we will see this in the incoming sections. Now, if you don't install it, I think this tutorial will be a little bit annoying for you because I will get code suggestions and time to time we might copy and paste. So yeah, if you would like to have the exact same workflow as I do, head over to CodeRabbit and get this extension, give access to your repositories. So yeah, we'll be using it. Long story short, that's the entire section. We have 3 different applications that is set it up, and in the next section we're going to get started with our backend folder. So with this, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. So this is where we left. Now in this section, we are going to create our database and connect to it. Then we are going to build our models under here, and then maybe we can add our routes. So let's go first create an account in mongodb.com. I already have an account, which is completely free to get started with. Under the all projects, just say create a new one. For the name, I'll just say Whisper, and let's say next. Then I'll say create a project, where we need to select a cluster. So let's say create, and I will select the free plan because we don't really need to pay anything. This is already pretty generous. And I'll say create the deployment. Then after a couple of seconds, it'll take you to this screen. Let's say copy, create the database user, and choose a connection method. Now we're going to be connecting from our application. So we're going to say drivers, and let's select this connection string. So it includes the password as well. This is your username, and this is the password. So copy the entire script or the connection string, go under the backend and create a .env file. And I will say MongoDB _ URI and paste this in. So by using this connection string, we can connect to our database. I'll just zoom out a little bit. Here you can see there is a question mark. And just before to it, we can put our database name. For now, I'll just say chat _ db. If you don't put anything, it is going to be called as test. But in this case, I'll have it as chatdb. You can call this anything that you wish. Okay, so that's the connection string. Now let's get a port for our API. I'll be using 3000. And for the node env, which is the environment that we are in, since we are still building this application locally, this will be equal to development. And we can even delete the codes, we don't really need it. Okay, so for now, these are all the environment variables that we have. I'll just try to zoom in. And now let's try to install a couple of different packages. I will open up my terminal. So this is what we had from the previous section. Let's kill this and go under the backend. So I'll say cd backend, and we will install a couple of different packages. Now here, how we can do it, we will say bun, add, and then the package name. So let's say express. But now I'd like to give you some specific versions so that if you're watching this video in the future, it still works out as expected. So I'll just paste this in. You can find this script from the description of this video. Basically, we are installing Express with this specific version. Then we are installing Course with this version, Mongoose, SocketIO, and we have Clerk Express. I'll just try to zoom out so you can see it clearly in one single line. Okay, so these are all the packages that we are going to need. Let's try to run it, and it is done. Okay, now I'll just try to zoom in once and twice. Let's go under the source config database.ts file, and we're gonna write one simple function. Let's first import Mongoose, then we will say export const connect db. Let's say this will be an async function. Within this, we will have a try and catch block. And all we need to say is this. We're going to say await mongoose.connect, and we're going to pass our MongoDB URI, right? So we'll say process.env.mongodb_URI. Now here it says this could be undefined, but let's just say, don't worry, this will always be under the .env file. You can do either this, or you can just say as string to typecast this. And here, let's say console log something like MongoDB connected successfully. And in the error case, we're going to just say process.exit with the status code of 1, which means failure, right? So I'll say exit with failure. And I'll just leave a comment. Let's say status code 1 means failure, and I'll duplicate it. 0 means success. So just to keep this in mind. And also I'll have a console.log to see why we failed. We're just going to show the error itself. Okay, so this is the method. We are going to be using it in a couple of minutes, but that's literally it. Now, since we are using bun, we don't really need to install the .env package. With bun, you can already access to .env file, without having the .env package. Okay, so that was one more thing. Now let's go under the app.ts file. We're going to import Express from the Express package. Let's say create an Express app. Here it says, okay, now we're going to be using it, don't worry. Call the Express package. Okay, what it says. So it says you don't really have the types for Express. That's true. Let's try to run this. We'll say bun add -- save dev and this part. So I'll open up my terminal under the backend. I'll say bun add -- save dev because it is for development. Paste this in, and hopefully we should be good to go. So for some reason my Wi-Fi disconnected, so I killed it and run it again. Now it's installed. As we can tell, we got rid of the error. Now we'll just say app.listen on a port, and let's try to get that port from the .env file. So I'll say port process.env.port. That was equal to 3000, but let's say just in case if we forgot to set this up, we will have this value as the fallback. Now let's say listen on this port. Then we can say run this part. So I will say something like console log server is up and running. Okay, now let's try to run this file. I'll say under the backend, let's say bun run, let's go under the source, and from here we will run the app.ts. But now this is something that we don't really want to do. Instead, we have the index.ts file, right? This is where we would like to start the application. Here we will set this up, and here we will start it. Now let's just say export default the app instance. Let's save, and then we'll go under the index.ts. Let's delete this console log, and here we will import the connectDB method. Then we will also import the app instance, right? And here we'll say connectDB. Once this is done, let's say .then run this part, where we would like to basically say app.listen. If I can type correctly. Okay, app.listen on the port, which is process.env.port. And once this is done, we can run this method. And we can say something like server is running. And I will actually make this to be a variable, so I'll cut it. And again, let's add the fallback value. I'll say port, and let's say server is running on port, and let's use this variable. Okay, so with this, now our code base is a lot more cleaner. We'll go under the package.json and create a script. So under the, let's say under the private, I'll just say scripts, and let's go here. Let's say we're gonna have a dev script, and we would like to run run index.ts file. Let's try to open up our terminal. Maybe I'll just zoom out a little bit. Let's say clear this up. Under the backend, we will say run dev. It is going to run the index.ts file. As you can tell, it took a couple of seconds until we connect to MongoDB, because it is on the cloud, right? It'll take a bit of time to be able to connect. And once it is done, we see this thing. And here is how we set that up. Once we connect to database, only then we can see this part. Again, I'll clear this up. Let's run it. It takes a couple of seconds. Once it is done, only then we can see this part. Now, what happens if we want to update something? So I'll say, server is up and running. Now, if I save, you're going to see that it does not refresh. So we need to kill this and restart it again. But this is not really convenient in development. So there is a solution for it. We'll go under the package.json. Under the script, we will just add the watch flag. So bun, we will say --watch. And we can even delete the run from here. So it'll just listen for the index.ts file, okay? Let's say clear this up. If we have any changes here, I'll say bun run dev. Now if I try to update this part, as soon as I save, you can see it's going to restart with the latest changes. And while we are here, let's just try to build the start command as well. So this is what we'll use in development, and this is what we'll use in production when we deploy our API, which is going to be bun index.ts. So it is going to start this file without listening for the changes. And we will also have the build script. Let's say this will be just bun install. Okay, let's try to save all of them, and let's try to delete the node modules, because this is what we'll have in production, right? And we'll just say bun run build. It is going to run this. As you can tell, we got the node modules, and then we can do something like bun start. It is going to run the index.ts file in production, right? But for now, we'll just say bun run dev, because we are in development. Okay, so we don't have any issues, no errors at all. Let's go under the app.ts and we can set up our routes. So we're gonna have, I think, 4 different routes for the authentication, for the chats, messages, and users. And you're gonna see what every single one of them does. First off, I will just get a test route for the health. Let's say /health. We can check if our API is up and running, right? I'll have request and response. And here we'll say something like res.json. We will return a JSON message. Let's say status is equal to something like okay. And for the message, we can say server is running. And let's actually test this out on the browser. Say 3000/health. It cannot be reached. Why this is the case? So it is running. Let's try to test this out once again. Okay, now it is working. I don't know why initially it did not work, but as you can tell, it is up and running. Status is equal to okay. Now we'll have a couple of different routes, as I said. So we'll say app.use. We'll have /API/auth, and we're going to mount the auth routes. So we're going to duplicate it 2 more times. We're going to have API chats. We're going to have API messages, and we're going to have API users. Let's say user routes, which is something we will create. We'll have message routes, and finally chat routes. And they will be imported from the routes files, right? So let's go under the auth route and create a simple route file. So we're going to import the router from Express, say const router, which is equal to this. And finally, we'll say export default the router. Okay, let's save, copy this, and we're gonna paste it here. This is super simple Express route setup. We'll do the similar thing here and here. Now later in the video, let's say if we want to have a route for the users, we could add something like router.get method or post, delete, patch, whatever that is. Let's say just get, let's say / test, and then we would write our controller. So we would get the request, response, next, so on and so forth. Now let's close all of these files and we are going to import them one by one. I'll say import auth routes from, let's go under the routes and get this file. I'll duplicate it 3 more times. Let's say we're gonna get the chat routes, message routes, and user routes. Okay, so do we have a typo? This should be user routes. I have a typo, I just fixed it. Delete this, bring this back, and we should be good to go. Now we are not using this port variable, so we can delete it from here. Instead, we are using it under the index.ts file. I will have a middleware, let's say app.use, and we're gonna call the express.json middleware. And here, you already know what this does, but I'll just have a comment. So this is going to parse the incoming JSON request bodies, and it'll make them available under the request.body in our route handlers. So if user wants to send us some data, like the message, let's say they want to create a post, they would send the title, the image, etc., and we could get it from request.body, and we can get those values by doing this. So this is something that you already know, but just in case, I'll have the comment. Okay, so with this, let's try to go into the models folder and try to build our models one by one. So under the user.ts, we're gonna have one model for the users. And for this, first off, we're gonna import a couple of different things from Mongoose. So head over and get the Mongoose as the import. Then we're going to get the schema, and we are also importing the document. Now, since this is a type, you don't really have to put the type in front of it, but if you put, it's better. Okay, so this is one of the best practices as well, and it is good for the performance because there is something what we call tree shaking happening. Okay, so let's say tree shaking TypeScript, and you can see what this does. I think AI will, let me zoom in. AI will give us an overview. It says tree shaking is an optimization technique that eliminates unused code from your final application bundle. So here it's better to add the type if you're using a type. This is what we are doing. And then we'll say const user schema, and this will be equal to new schema. Now, if you were to use in JavaScript, you would just put all the fields without doing anything else. But since we are in TypeScript, we would like to make this completely type safe. So for that reason, I will add a generic here and I'll say it is going to be iUser, which stands for user interface. And let's try to create it. So I'll say export interface, and we will call it as iUser, and let me type this correctly, and we will say this will extend the document. Now this document is the type coming from Mongoose, which has like the default types, let's say _ID or anything that is related to MongoDB, but on top of it we're gonna have more fields like the name. So every user will have a name which will be type of string. Then they will have an email. Let's do the same thing. Then they're gonna have, let's say, an avatar, just a profile image, and let's say this could be optional. So I'll just put a question mark. Then they will have the created at date. Let's say this is type of date. Duplicate it. Then let's say updated at, which is type of date as well. Now on top of everything, I would like to store an extra field called Clerk ID. This is what we will have for the authentication. So we would like to know which user corresponds to which Clerk user. This is something that I'll explain later in the video in detail, but these are all the fields that a user will have. So let's save. Now let's go here, and now we can create all these fields. So I'll say Clerk ID, and as you can tell, it is already type safe. So it knows you are going to get all these fields under the user. So let's say this is type of string, and I'll just try to copy and paste line by line so that we don't waste too much time. Let's say it'll be required. Let's say true, and it should be unique because it is an ID. And then we'll do a similar thing for the name. So head over to here, have the name that is type of string, it is required, and we are going to trim this down. Basically, it'll get rid of the leading spaces. So let's say if a user has a name like John, and if they have multiple spaces, this will basically delete all these and put it in a formatted way. Okay, now let's do a similar thing for the email. Again, this should be unique, required, type of string. We will lowercase it. So if it is something like, john@gmail.com, it is going to take these uppercase and convert them to be completely lowercase, and then trim this down as well. Finally, we're going to have an avatar that is type of string, and by default this could be an empty string. Now how do we get these fields that are called created at and updated at? Here I have a typo, by the way. Let's fix it. So for this, after the first object, you would put another object and you would say timestamps of true. And with this, MongoDB will include these fields for you automatically. And then at the very end, we'll say export const user, which is the user model, and we'll say mongoose.model, and this will be called as user, and we're gonna have the user schema. So this basically says create a model in our database called user. Now this is singular and uppercase, but it'll be called as users in the database. Okay, so this is the convention. You would have it as singular and capitalized. So if it was the animals, you would call it as animal here. Okay, and then we're gonna say take a look at the user schema. Basically every user should have a Clerk ID, name, email, and avatar, and also the timestamps of true so that we can get these fields. Okay, so that was the user model. Now we will go ahead and get started with the message and chat models, right? So first off, I'll have the chat model. It's going to be very similar. Once again, I'll get my import and I will create an interface. I would like to paste this in and walk you through it. So every chat will have some participants, right? Our chat application is 101, meaning that in a chat, we are going to have two participants. So let's say we have John and we have Jane, but we don't really store them as their name. Instead, we're going to have their IDs. So let's say this is the ID of John and this is the ID of chain. This is what we say. This is going to be an array, which is a type of object ID. So this is the ID, but for the Mongoose, okay, for the MongoDB type. Now, what does that mean? MongoDB gives you some unique IDs. Let's say they all have the same length. I think it was 16. So the length would always be 16 in a in a specified format, and that's what we call the object ID. So long story short, this says participants will be an array of IDs, okay? And last message will also be an ID. So let's say in a chat, we have a last message, right? And I'd like to show you this. Let's go here. In this chat, the last message is equal to hey there, right? And we would like to store the ID of this message, not the message itself. So we say last message, which is the ID of that message. And we also have a date so that we can display when this message sent. But, a chat might not have a last message. So this is optional. Then we have the created at and updated at fields. Okay, now let's try to create our chat schema. It'll be a similar thing that we have done here, right? So I would like to paste this in. We are going to call the new schema, has our interface, and then we're going to have our fields under the object and call this as chat schema. So participants, let's type this out. This is going to be an array, which will be type of schema dot types dot object ID, which is basically a MongoDB ID. And every single participant will be a user. So we'll say reference to the user model, and then we will say this should be required. So we'll say required of true. That's the participants array. Now we're going to have a similar thing for the last message. So it is just going to be, not an array, just an object. We'll say type of object ID, and it'll be a reference. Like it'll have a reference to the message model, and by default it could be null. Then we'll do the similar thing for the last message at type of date, and default would be date.now, like this. So once again, pretty quickly, this will be an array of IDs. This will be just one ID, right? The last message will have just an ID, whatever that is. And then we are going to have the date for the time so that we can display it. That is 4 days, 5 days, just now, 1 hour ago, so on and so forth. And at the very end, for the chat itself, we can add the timestamps. Let's say it'll be equal to true. Okay, so with this, we can do the exact same thing that we have done here. I'll copy it, paste this in. We'll say chat. Model name will be chat as well. And we're going to get the chat schema that we have up here. Okay, so that's the entire file. Now at the very end, let's try to create the message.ts file. So as usual, I'll get the imports from Mongoose. Let's try to create our interface. I will say iMessage. Let's say this will extend the document. And every single message will be a part of a chat. So we'll say chat, and again, mongoose.types, let's say object ID, and then every message will have a sender, right? So we're going to say again, it'll be an ID. Every message will have a text, let's say type of string, and it'll have the created at as well as the updated at fields. So I'll paste this in. Now in a similar way, we'll say const message schema, which is equal to new schema, and let's put the type, which is iMessage. Now we can add the fields. So here we'll say chat. This will be a reference to the chat model, and we'll say the type is equal to, let's say, schema dot types dot object ID, just like what we have done right here. And for the reference, this will be to the chat model. And then finally, we will say required of true. Okay, now let's try to duplicate this. We're gonna have the sender. Again, it is a type of object, but this time it'll reference to the user model because a sender will be a user, and again, it'll be required. Now let's do a similar thing for the text. Type will be, let's say, string. Reference, wait, why do we have an error? Yes, string, that's true. Okay, so this should be uppercase. It's not gonna have any reference, it is just a string, so we can delete this part. We'll say it'll be required. A message should have a text. And finally, I'll just say trim of true. Again, if you have a message like that says hello, but if it has like multiple spaces, we will basically get rid of that. Or if it has at the beginning, this will just delete that. Okay, at the very end, I'll say the timestamps should be equal to true as well, so that we can get these fields. Okay, once again, let's copy this line, paste this right here at the bottom. We will get the message model. Let's say that's the name, and pass the message schema. Alright, so these are all the models that we have created. Now, if we wanted to add some indexes, we can do so. And indexes are for faster queries. I'll just say indexes for faster queries. And let's try to see how we can add it. So basically, you would say message schema dot index, and here it'll get an object so that you can add the fields. So we're gonna say chat of 1, and we'll say created at of 1. So this is going to be in the ascending order. Now what does that mean? We would like to see the messages, so the oldest one first. Let's take a look at the end result. Whenever you fetch the messages, let's see if we have an example. Yes, we have. So first off, you fetch the oldest messages first, and then the newest one would be at the very end. So that's why we say, created at will be 1. If you wanted to have it in the other way, you would say -1. Okay, so I'll say, maybe add a comment. 1 is in the ascending order. Okay, and let's say -1 is in the descending order. Alright, this is one of the examples for indexes. I'll just have only one. If you wanted to, you can add more. So with this, I think we can commit our changes. I'll close everything. Now instead of publishing on the master branch, we will create a separate branch. And here I'd like to show you the workflow. Let's go right here. So let's say this is our master branch that we have, right? We created an initial commit. Let's say we have more commits, and now we would like to create a separate branch. But in our case, we only have one commit, right? Which is initial commit, as you can tell. Now, what we'll be doing is this. For every single new section, we will create a separate branch. We will add a new feature. So in our case, we have added our models as well as the routes. And then we are going to commit it. Then on this branch, once we are done with it, we will say, hey, master branch, we would like to send this request to you so that you can merge it. So this is what we call the pull request, PR, right? And if master branch wants to accept it, we would say, merge it. So this is basically the idea. And as I said, if you join to a company, this is the workflow that you will have. Or if you're working with a teammate, even if you're working with yourself, this is the optimal workflow. Because let's say you add a new feature, you have like a lot of more different commits, but at the end, you just didn't like it. So you can delete the branch, everything is gone, right? And the application is still working as expected. But here, if something is broken and you merge this, it is going to break your application in production as well. Okay, so that's the general idea. Now let's try to create this separate branch because we don't have it. I will press Command-Shift-P or Control-Shift-P and then say toggle status bar visibility so that I can see this. And here I will say create a new branch. For the name, you can say anything. I think I'll just say DB setup. create this. Now we will go here and stage everything. First off, shrink this. So here, head over to this button and say stage all changes. And we are going to say, add a commit message. I will generate this with AI. So I'll press that button and wait a couple of seconds. So as you can tell, it's a very clean message. I'll say commit. And then we would like to publish this branch. Now with this, we can go to source code and we will see that there is a new pull request, right? And we can say compare and create the pull request. Leave it everything as it is. As you can tell, it says the base is master and the one that you would like to push is the compare, right? I mean, not compare, but the DB setup. So we have created the DB setup branch and we would like to send a request to the master. This is exactly what it says from here to this one. I'll say create the pull request. Now, since I have CodeRabbit set it up, it'll take a couple of seconds, then it'll start reading my code. It'll take a look at the commit. So it'll take a look at my commit, which is around 500 lines of code, and it'll give me some code suggestions. If you don't have it, as I said, you will find the link in the description. Go ahead, set that up with your GitHub account. It's pretty easy. Then we're gonna get some suggestions. So it'll take a couple of minutes for it to review our code. Once it is done, we'll just be right back. So after about 5 minutes, we got a quick summary by CodeRabbit. It tells all the new features that we have introduced in this section, but we are mostly interested in the problems. Also, there is a walkthrough if you're interested. Like it says what file you updated with the summary itself, but I'll just scroll to the bottom. And one more thing, we have a sequence diagram, which is very, very convenient that you can take a look at it. From index.ts, we call the connectDB method. It goes through the, MongoDB, creates a connection, and once it is done successfully, we start running the application. Now let's try to find the problems and try to fix them. So as a beginner, you will forget to add the catch block, right? So let's go under the backend. Under the index.ts, we forgot to add the catch block, right? Even a senior engineer could easily forget about it, right? And then CodeRabbit will suggest a fix. So here it says you're forgetting this line. I'll copy it and add the catch at the end. So right here, we'll say dot catch. Let's actually try to delete the plus signs. We don't really need them. Okay, in the catch, we say failed to start the server and exit this with the status code of 1, which means failure. So that was one of the fixes. Let's see what else we are missing. Here it says you can update the package versions, which is completely fine. So it is a minor issue. We can skip this. Don't do this part. Instead, have all these versions that I have. And at the moment, they are the latest versions. Okay, so we're going to skip this. Then here it says before you call this part, I think it says just add an if check. Let's try to do so. I will copy this entire thing. Let's go under the database file. So I'll paste this in. And these plus signs are a bit annoying, but let's try to delete them. So it basically says before you use this part, just check, if it is undefined, throw in error. And here I will say, instead of this, use the Mongo URI that we have up here. Okay, so we are getting this value from the .env file. If it is undefined, we are going to throw an error. We'll say you don't have this environment variable. It is not defined. But if we have it, we are going to then call this line so that we can connect to our database. So this is another nice check that we could add, right? One more optimization. Let's scroll to the bottom. It says you can add a validator so that you can have at least 2 users. But I think this is fine. Like, we don't have to add it. If you want to do so, you can do it. I'll just skip that. Let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says on the avatar, you're saying optional, but you have a default value. Well, that's true. Let's try to fix it. We will go under the user model. Let's scroll to the top. Now we said this could be optional, but we always give a default value. So it'll never be undefined, right? So this is unnecessary. This is true. That was my bad. I apologize. Okay, I take the responsibility. Now let's save. And this should be good to go, right? This is a better code base in this case. Like, you will have some stupid issues like this that you will not even realize, and you have a senior teammate right next to you and it gives you the fixes. So it is crazy actually. Before we say merge the pull request, we have new changes, right? We need to add one more commit. So before we do so, I'd like to visualize it. So we had the DB setup as the branch. Let me shrink this a bit. So we have our new branch, right? We added one commit, but now we sent a pull request, but we didn't like it. So we'd like to add some more optimizations with a second commit, and then we are going to merge this, right? Now we will do this part. Once again, I'd like to visualize it. We had the master branch with the initial commit. Let me change the color. We created a second branch that is called DB setup, and we tried to merge it, but we didn't like it, right? We have new changes. So we are going to commit this once again, like this, and then we are going to merge it. Okay, so let's try to see how we can do it. We will still be under this branch. We'll go here, stage everything, and then let's create a commit message with AI. Let's say commit, sync this up. So it'll push this to GitHub. Once it is done, just scroll to the very top. So we had initially one commit. Now we are going to see we will have two commits, okay, with the latest changes. Let's scroll to the bottom and just say merge this pull request. Confirm it. Once it is done successfully, we can go here and switch to the master branch. Let's try to shrink these. Now we are in the master branch and we need to sync this up with the latest changes. Okay, so once you say get this from GitHub, you will see that it'll update your code base with the latest changes. Okay, so that was it for this entire section. There is the extension for CodeRabbit on VS Code. It is also completely free to get started with, so you can take a look at it, and it is very popular at this point. Alright, so with this, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, we are going to get started with the routes and specifically with the authentication route. Now, before we jump into the backend code, I'd like to set up the authentication on the front end and specifically in the web so that we can see the entire workflow from front end all the way up to backend. Now for the authentication, we are going to be using Clerk, and I will leave the link in the description. It'll be completely free to get started with, and it is such a great service, and one of the best companies are already using it. So basically, it's going to give us components like sign up, we have sign in, we have a user button where users can manage their account, sign out, things like that. So we'll go ahead and sign in. I already have an account, so it'll just try to log me in. Let me use my Google account, but you can also use the GitHub account. And from here, we can create a project. Okay, so this is I think the previous project that I had, one of the tutorials. Just ignore this. Let's say create a new application. And I just realized these are like one of you guys or some of you guys who is trying to use this application. I just realized this. Maybe I can delete this. Okay, now anyways, let's go here and say create an application. Then you can give it a name. Here I'll just say Whisper. And for the sign-in options, I will just have only Google and Apple. Okay, now let's say create application. And it's going to show us a bunch of different SDKs that they have. So in this course, we are going to be using the React SDK, Expo SDK, as well as the Express SDK. So first off, let's try to set this up in the front end. So we already have an application that is created with Vite. So we're going to skip the first step, but let's go here, get the second step. And since we are using Bun, I will just copy it and go into my terminal. This is the backend. Let me zoom out so that we can see this part, and let's say cd into the web, and I'll just paste this in. So this is going to get the Clerk React SDK, and then we are going to get the environment variable, and put it under the .env file. Okay, so I'll paste this in. Now we would like to go under the git ignore immediately and find, just put it somewhere, which is .env, so that we don't accidentally push this code to GitHub, right? Okay, so we got the third step. Now let's try to wrap our application with the provider. First off, I'll copy this part. Let's go into main.jsx. I'm just going to paste this in, and here you can tell we are basically grabbing the environment variable from the .env file. In Vite, you don't say process.env, instead you say import.meta.env. And if this is undefined, we will throw an error, but else we are going to wrap our application with the Clerk provider. So it is this step. I'll try to copy this entire thing, wrap my app with it, and let's try to close this off. And we need to import this now. Let's go here, copy the import as well. Okay, so basically we are passing the publishable key to the Clerk provider so that it can connect our application to this project that we just created that is called Whisper. Now let's scroll to the bottom. We are ready to use it actually. I'll copy this entire thing and I will explain how this works. Let's go here under the app.jsx. I'll just delete everything we have here. I'll put h1, say hello world, and paste this part. So we're gonna import the sign up button. Sorry, let me get all of them. Let's delete these. From the Clerk React, we are going to import signed in, signed out, sign in button, and user button. Let's delete the use state. We don't really need it. Okay, so I just give some spaces so that it is formatted. Now let's try to run this application. I'll say bun run dev, and you will see how this works. But just before we actually visit this, let me walk you through it. So we basically say if user is signed out, show them a sign in button. If user is signed in, show them the user button, right? So currently we are signed out, so we're gonna see this part which says sign in, right? And we can click to it. It'll take us to Clerk login page. It says welcome to Whisper or sign into Whisper. We can even sign up. And here are the options. Now instead of having this as a separate page, we can have this as a model. I'll say mode should be equal to model. By default, it is equal to redirect. Okay, with this now, if you click, this will open as a model. I'll try to log in with my Google account. Once we log in, we will be able to see the user right here. Currently, we don't have any users. Let's say continue. Okay, so this will sign us in, and as we can tell, now we have the user button. We can manage accounts, update profile image, connect more accounts, and even delete our account if we wanted to. Then we can also sign out. And now if you take a look at it here, you will see that we are going to have a user. So this all took around maybe 4 minutes, 5 minutes, I don't know. That's how easy it is to implement Clerk. And if I wasn't explaining this, it would take only 2 minutes. Okay, so that was the front-end design, and I mean the front-end implementation. But now we need to set this up on the backend side, right? On the API side. Now, whenever we want to send a request, let me open this up to show you an example. Once you signed in, you would like to fetch your chats, right? You would like to get the chats that you have, or you would like to be able to search through different chats. And to be able to make that work, you will send a token to API. So here I'll try to draw it. So we have our front-end application, right? And we have our API. So we are going to send a request. We'll say, hey, I'd like to fetch all the chats that I have. So API will say, okay, that's fine, but do you have a token, right? So they'll say, do you have an auth token? So that means we have to send the token within the request. So when you send the request, you should include a token, and then it's going to check if it is valid or not, right? If it is valid, it's going to fetch the chats from database. So here I'll just put DB. And it's going to return you as a response, right? So under the response, you are going to get your chats. But if token is invalid, or if you didn't even provide it, it's going to send you a response, but this time it's going to be, something like you're unauthenticated. So it is looking like a mess, but the idea is simple. When you send the request from the front end, you would like to send a token, right? Okay, now we are going to go into the backend folder, and we are going to have the logic. And later in the video, once we send a request from the front end, that could be mobile app or front end. I mean, it could be the web app or the mobile app. It's the same thing. You would like to include a token within the request, right? With the request. Okay, now let's try to jump into the backend folder and try to set this up. So again, you have the .env file, and first off, let's visit Clerk, Express, and just type quick start. We are going to follow the documentation. So we already have the package. Now we are going to select the project, which was Whisper, right? And we are going to get the environment variables. And I'll just put it under the .env file. So we got the Clerk publishable key, as well as the secret key. Now we don't really need to install the .env because we are using Bun. It is already coming up with it. Here we will go ahead and import the Clerk middleware and put it under the app.ts. So right after this import, I will have Clerk middleware, and we can call it right here. So you would say app.use, and then you would call the Clerk middleware and call this as well. Now I will leave a comment, which is this one. Okay, so if you're wondering what this middleware does, just hover over it and you can see it. So this is a middleware that integrates Clerk authentication into your Express application. It checks the request cookies and headers for a session JSON web token. And this is that token that I just mentioned. And if it is found, it attaches the auth object to the request object under the auth key. Now, what does that mean? If user is authenticated from the request, you can do something like request.auth, right? And you can get the authenticated user. Okay, so we're going to do similar thing. And this is what they do in the documentation. And here is the exact same thing that I just explained. Let's scroll to the bottom. There is also a method called require auth. And like we are going to see what this does as well. This will basically check again if user is authenticated or not. If not, it's going to redirect the user to the sign-in page. And finally, since we're using TypeScript, we would like to create this file and folder. So copy this name and go under the backend and just create new file. Okay, not folder, just a file, and put this in. Since we had two different things, it's going to first create the folder and then the file. So this is a pro tip if you didn't know already. Then we're going to get the file content, paste this in, and we should be good to go. Okay, now let's go under the middleware. We have the auth.ts file, right? We are going to build a middleware here, and you will see why. Later in the video, we are going to be using it under the routes. So here, let's say we have messages routes. Here we say something like router.get, something like all messages, okay? Here, before we give our controller, it would be something like get my messages. This is just an example, by the way. So before we call this method, we will say, just check if this user is authenticated or not, right? So we're going to say protect this route. If user is authenticated, only then call this next method. Okay, so this is what we are doing. Like, this is what we're going to be doing in the incoming minutes. For now, let's jump into the auth.ts file and get started with it. So first off, I will import my types. Let me zoom in. I will get my types from Express, and since they are all types, go ahead and put the type right here. Import type, request, response, and next function. Then we are going to get auth method from Clerk as well. Again, this is coming from the documentation. Just notice how we are using the exact same thing what they have in the docs. And then I'll say import the user model. Let's get it from here. And then I'll get the require auth method from Clerk Express. Okay, so with this now we can jump into our protect route middleware. I'll say const protect route, and this will be an array. You will see why. So first off, we are going to call the require auth method that is coming from Clerk. And if you hover over it, as you can tell, this is a middleware to require authentication for user requests. If users are unauthenticated, it's going to redirect them to the sign-in URL. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now we're going to have our own middleware as well. Okay, so just another function because we will do something. So I will say async, we will have the request, we're going to have, let's say, response, and we're going to have the next method. So this should be comma, by the way, and we'll have an arrow function. Now here it says the type is equal to any, so let's say that's true. Let's put this type of request, this will be type of response, and this will be type of next function. Okay, now TypeScript is happy with us. Then we're gonna have try and catch block. Under the try, we would like to say get auth. So we're going to call this and pass the request. This will return us a user ID. So here you can destructure it. Now this user ID is what Clerk stores. So we just signed up with this account, right? You can say copy the user ID. So this user has an ID. If I paste it here, this is how Clerk stores the IDs. Okay, so I'm going to rename this as Clerk ID so that my code base is a little bit more clean. Because if you do it in this way, maybe this is the user ID that you have in the database, right? It is not really that clean. But here it's very clear that this is the Clerk ID that we store. And then we'll say if this is equal to undefined. So if there is no Clerk ID, in this case, I will say, you know, res status of 401 and message is equal to unauthorized. So it says invalid token. Okay, so you're just unauthorized. And we return out of this method because, you know, we shouldn't be able to run the rest of it. User is unauthorized. And now we can find the user from the database. So we're going to say const user, which is equal to user model dot find one, and we'll say here is the Clerk ID. Go ahead, find this user. Now if we don't have this in the database, again, let's add a check. I'll say return status code, sorry, response dot status code of 404, right? 404, and we'll say user not found. Let's say message user not found. But if this is not the case, that means user is authenticated and we have them in the database. So we'll just say request dot user ID, and we're going to say user dot underscore ID dot to string. Okay, so we are going to convert this user ID and pass it under the request because we are going to need it. And then finally, we'll just say call the next method. And in the catch, we can handle this. I'll just put a console.log for now. Let's say error in protect route middleware, and we can say something like internal server error, right? Now here TypeScript says under the request, we don't really have the user ID. So that's true. We're going to make this call as something like auth request, and we are going to create this now as a separate type. So I'll say export type. Now we are putting export because we are going to need it in different files. This is how we call it, and we are going to say it should have everything that the request has, but on top of it, we are going to add a field called user ID, and let's say this will be optional, and it'll be type of string. Now, as you can tell, under the request, we have the user ID as well, as you can tell, right? Okay, so this is what we have done. Once again, we took the request as it is and just added an extra field. So the request itself has things like request.body, request.params, request.ip, right? Headers. It just has millions of different things. We keep everything, but on top of it, add this field. So now that we have the protect route method, let's try to go under the auth routes and get started with the very first route. So we will say if user sends a get request to /me, we are going to return them the current user, right? I'll just say have a method called getMe. I will copy the name. Let's go under the auth controllers right here, and I will say this will be an async function. Here is the name called getMe. Let's export it, And for the params, this will get the request, let's say response, and the next method. But I think we don't really need it for now. It is just a controller. Let's try to import it now. Okay, now to be able to fetch your profile, you should be authenticated. So we're going to say protect this route first. If user is authenticated, right? If they can pass all these checks, only then we are going to call the next method, which is this one. Okay, so we are going to build this method, but please notice how this is under the auth routes, which means it is prefixed with this part. So user will send a request to, /API/auth/me with a get request, and then like these methods are going to run. Okay, so just notice how they are prefixed with the /me. Now let's go ahead under here and try to build this method. Let's put the type. So for the request, it's going to be auth request, and for the response, it'll just be the response type. And then we can get the next method. Let's actually get it. Maybe for now we can ignore this. Like we will be using it later in the video. I'll just say to do add the next later. So this is a comment for me so that I don't forget it, and I will explain why. For now, let's keep it simple. We get the type of auth request, and we are getting the type of response. This is coming from Express. I think you don't really need to import it like explicitly, but if you wanted to, you can do so. Now let's go here and say try and catch block. Under the try, I will get the user ID from request object, right? So here under the middleware, we put the user ID to the request. Now we can get this user ID field. So now we can say request.user ID, as you can tell. And I will call this as user ID. And I'll say const user, and we can find it now. I'll say await. So we will say await, and we are going to import the user model, and we will say find one, and then we're going to pass the user ID. And actually I'll say find by ID like this, and then we can pass the user ID. Okay, so this is going to get us the user itself, just in case if this is not defined. So I will have one more check. If no user, we'll say user not found, and we are going to throw 404, then return out of this method. But else we can just say res.json, successfully return the user back to the client. And if you want to make it specific, you can just say status code of 200. So this will make it explicit, but even if you don't add it, by default, it is equal to 200. Let's just have it here in this example. Under the catch, I will say res.status of 500. Now, every single time, we don't really want to come here and say JSON of, message, then internal server error, right? So instead of every single time doing this, we are going to say, just set the status and call the next method. And this is something that we will do later in the video. For now, I will comment this out, and let's say paste this part. Later in the video, we'll update it, okay? So this is the to-do, that's why I have it. Now, the other thing that I realized, instead of saying error, let's say message, because this is what we always say. We should be consistent. Sometimes message, sometimes error is not a good thing. And here under the auth middleware, again, we just say message. We don't really have the error field, right? So let's be consistent. This is something that I just realized. And let's replace it here with the message field itself. Okay, so that was the very first controller called getMe. Now we are gonna need one more route. Let's try to duplicate it. So this time it is going to be a post request, and make sure it is under the auth routes. Let me close these files so that it is not really confusing. And again, it's going to have the protect route. Let's say this time it's going to be callback, and we're gonna say something like auth callback. Now you might be asking, why do we have this endpoint in the first place? So before we jump into coding, let me try to walk you through it. So this is what we have at the moment, right? We have Clerk and we have MongoDB. When someone logs in or signs up, okay, so I'll just say when someone signs up with Clerk, it is stored under the Clerk dashboard. But if you take a look at the database, the user is not really here, right? I'll say browse the collections. So we have the chat database. Under the users, we don't really have any users at all, right? 0 documents. Now that's true because Clerk and MongoDB are two completely different products, right? So when you sign up with Clerk, we need to somehow send a request to our API so that it would take this user and save it to database as well, right? This is the authentication service. This has nothing to do with our database. So this is the endpoint that we will have. Once users sign up, they are going to send a request to our /callback endpoint. I'll just put /c for it. And from this endpoint, we are going to save the user to the database, okay? Now, we will go here and actually delete the protect route because this checks if user is in the database, but user is not because we are trying to save it. So here it is not going to be the protect route. Instead, we are going to check for the authentication within this method. So I'll copy the name. Let's go here. Let's say export async function. Give the name. As usual, we are going to get the request and response. But this time, this will be type of request, not the auth request. Okay, so within this, let's have a try and catch block. Under the try, I will first get the authentication. So I'll say get auth, pass the request, and this will give us the user ID. And again, just to make my code base more clean or cleaner, I will say this should be equal to clerk ID. And here I think it says you should get the type of request, then it should be happy with us. Okay. So just make the TypeScript happy by importing the type, otherwise it doesn't understand. So we have the clerk ID. Now I'll check if this is undefined. That means user is not really authenticated, right? Let's try to fix this typo. Here I'll say you are unauthorized, and let's try to return out of this method. Okay, then we'll go here and check if user already exists in the database or not. So I'll say let user that is equal to await user.find1, and we're going to pass the clerk ID. So this is going to give us the user, and I'll say if we don't have the user in the database, and this should be clerk ID by the way. Okay, so if user is not in the database, we would like to create it. So here I'll say get user info from clerk and save to database. And here's how we can get the clerk user. So we'll say clerk user equal to clerk client. So make sure to import it from the Clerk Express SDK. We'll go under the users. We'll say get user and then pass the clerk ID. So what this does is basically we'll go here, find our project, right? And it's going to get this user because we are passing its ID, right? It's going to give you the entire profile of this user. Let's scroll to the bottom. So this user has things like first name, last name, image, email addresses, so on and so forth. And we're going to take all these information and put it to our database. So we got the clerk user, and here's how we can create it. So we'll say user, it is equal to await user model dot create and pass the object. So we're going to say this user will have the clerk ID. Since they are the same thing, we can shorten it in this way. Then I will say the name. Now let's check if user has the first name or not. So I'll say clerk user dot first name. If this is provided, then we can go here, have the backticks. I'm going to copy and paste. It is just one line. Okay, so we're gonna put the first name, one space, and then the user last name. If this is undefined, we will just put an empty string and we're going to trim this down, okay? But if this is not defined, so we can get their email address. So let's say this is the email address they have, john@gmail.com. We are going to get this first part. So we can split it with the @ symbol, okay? And here's again, I will copy and paste it. I'll zoom out. So after this else, I'll paste this in. So we say from the email addresses, find the primary one and split it, then get the first part. So it's going to get you that John field. And just to have, I think we don't really need this because user will always have email. So I'm going to delete this part. But if you wanted to, you can leave it as the fallback value, but it is unnecessary. Okay, finally, we're gonna have the email field. Let's say clerk user email addresses. We're gonna get the first one, and from here we'll say get the email address. And finally, for the user avatar, we will say clerk user dot image URL. So these are all the fields that you can find from the Clerk documentation, but we don't really need anything else other than these. Okay, so this is how we can create the user in our database, and outside of the if check, we will just say res.json and pass the user. So we are going to send this back to the client. Now under the catch, let's say res.status of 500 and get the similar message for now, which is this one. Okay, so we just say internal server error. Now for some reason we have a warning here. I think we forgot to import it. So let's go ahead and import this from the auth controller file. Okay, so that's it for the entire auth routes section, but let's try to add one more thing, which is going to be the error handler. So under the backend, source, middleware, we have this file, right? So instead of repeating this logic every single time, we are going to create one error handler. It is going to do it for us. Here is how we can do it. First off, I'll get my imports, which is the type for request, response, and next function from Express. Then I'll say export const error handler. This is the name, and this is going to get 4 arguments. So the first one will be the error. Okay, so we're gonna put the type. We're gonna have the request. Let's put the request type. We're going to get the response. And finally, we're gonna have the next method. So even if you don't use the next, you should still have it because this is how Express understands that this is an error handler, okay? So we'll say this is equal to next function. Now, first off, I'll put a console log. I'll say we got an error, right? And here is the message. We'll just say error.message. Then we can get the status code from the, from the response. Here I'll say const status code. We'll say res.status code. If it is not equal to 200, then we'll just say res.status code. Okay, just keep it as it is. But if this is not the case, we'll say 500. Now, why this is the case? So here, if we hit the error handler, that means this is like an internal error, right? We have some kind of an error. It could be internal, it could be not found, so on and so forth, but if it is not equal to 200, that means we have some error, right? If it is still 200 and we still hit this error handler, then we'll just say, okay, this is probably an internal error, okay? So let me just add a comment. Okay, so let's try to read it out loud. If status code is equal to 200 and we still hit the error handler, that means it is an internal error, right? So that's why we are going to set the status code as 500. Now here, we'll go ahead and say res.status, whatever the status code is, right? And then we're going to send a JSON message. So it'll be equal to message. And let's say we're going to have error.message. Just in case if this is undefined, we can just say internal server error. Like this. And then if we are in development, we can show the stack trace so that we can debug this a little bit better, right? So I will say if process.env, I think we need to spread this. So first off, I'm going to have brackets, 3 dots in front of it. Then we'll say process.env.nodenv. If this is equal to development, let's type this out. In this case, we are going to return this object. So it'll be equal to stack, and we'll say error.stack. But in production, we are not going to return this part. It'll only have the message, okay? So that's the classic error handler. You can make this a lot more complicated, but not really necessary in this project. And here, one more thing, since we are not using the next method, you can add how do we call it, like underscore in front of it. This is one of the conventions. You just say to your code base that, okay, I know that this is a variable that I don't use, but it is intentional. Okay, if you don't add it, maybe ESLint will send you some warnings. It says you declare this but never use the value. So you can just put an underscore and you say, okay, I know that I'm not using it, but please do not warn me. Okay, you can do the same thing right here. Okay, so that's the error handler. Now we need to set this up under the app.ts, because if you think about it, we just created a function and we are never using it. So we will go right here. It should be coming right after all the endpoints, okay? So you shouldn't really put it right here. It should be at the very end. So we'll say app.use, and we are going to pass the error handler, just like this. And here I will even add a comment so that you can have it in the source code. So error handlers must come after all the routes and other middle layers so that they can catch errors passed with the next method. So we're going to see why. Let's go under the auth controller. We have a to do, right? Now we are going to fix it. So this is going to get the request, response, and it'll also get the next method, which will be type of next function. And here, instead of putting the JSON and message, we will just say call the next method. So we are passing the status code, which is equal to 500, right? So it's going to come here. It'll say, okay, it's not equal to 200. Let me just grab it as it is. And in our case, it is 500, right? And then it'll say, here is the error message. If this is undefined, it's going to show the internal server error as the message. And since we are in development, we are going to see the stack trace as well. Okay, now let's do the similar thing, and I will delete the to do because we just added. We are going to do a similar thing right here. Let's get the next method, which is type of next function, and we can scroll to the bottom. Instead of this part, we will just set the status code and call the next method with the error itself. Okay, so with this, I think we are completely done with our auth routes and controllers. So let's try to create a pull request and merge these changes. So I'll close everything, Command Shift P or Control Shift P. Let's go here. I'll create a new branch. Let's say auth routes, maybe, and controllers. So I'll just say auth routes and controllers, okay, separated with dash, create the branch, stage all the changes. So don't click one of them, okay, it stage them specifically, okay, one by one, but this stage everything at once. And let's check if we have, like, do we ignore all the .env files? We ignore this one. Under the mobile, we don't have it, and under the backend, we also ignore it, right? So here this already includes the .env. Okay, and this also includes, does it? Yes. Okay, so that's fine. We stage everything. Let's create a commit message with AI. Once it is done, we are going to commit and publish the branch. Okay, now let's go into our source code. We should be able to see a pull request. As usual, we will create it and I will wait the code rabbit so that we can get some code suggestions, fix anything that we are missing, and then move on with the next section. So after a couple of minutes, again, it's completely ready that you can pause the video and see the new features that we have introduced, but I'm mostly interested in the problems. You can also take a look at the walkthrough of every single file with the sequence diagram. Okay, so I'll just pause so that you can take a look at it, but I'm mostly interested in the problems. That's the actual part. So here we are missing the error in the auth controller.ts. So we are calling the next method, but we should pass the error, right? So we're gonna go here. This is something that I forgot. Let's go and find the auth controller file. Here we should pass the error, right? And let's say if we are passing it here. Okay, so we're already doing it, but under the getMe method, we should also do it. Now let's see what else we are missing. Here it says before you do split, maybe you should also add a question mark because, you know, it thinks that this could be undefined. Well, not really, because Clerk will always have the user email because we only have the option to sign in with, you know, either Google or Apple. I think in both of these cases, you have the email address, but just in case, let's make our code base a little bit more safe and let's make the code rabbit happy. So I'll put the question mark right here. Okay, now let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says this check is unnecessary because require auth will always make sure that you have the clerk ID. Let's go ahead and fix it under the auth.ts. So this is, like, as you can tell, unnecessary. If you delete it or comment this out, you don't really get any errors. Okay, so I'm going to leave it in the source code so that you can have it, but I'll just comment this out. And now let's go here. What else do we have? Under the auth.ts, it says put the next method. Okay, that's true because we have the error handler that already does this, right? So we can basically delete this part, paste this in, and also set the status code, which will be equal to 500. And we need to get the next method, and we already have it. And finally, I just added a comment so that you can have it in the source code because some people don't really watch the entire tutorial. They just take a look at the source code, and I just want them to see this comment. Okay, so let's go here. Do we have any other checks? Not really. By the way, if you cannot see them, you would just click to here and see the proposed fix. Okay, now before we merge the pull request, we need to commit these new changes. Let's go here, let's say stage everything and create a commit message. So it is trying to create. My internet connection is, I think, pretty slow. It should be a lot faster than this, but so now we got the message. I'll say commit, sync this up. And let's go here, just scroll to the top. Once you refresh, you should have 2 commits. And let's scroll to the bottom and merge this pull request. Now, CodeRabbit will try to even add another review to this request, but it is not really necessary. So we'll say confirm the merge. Once it is done, let's go back to the master branch. Okay, click here, find the master branch, and we'll just say sync this up, get the latest changes from GitHub. Okay, so with this, we can end this section. Hopefully, I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so this is where we left. Now in this section, we would like to go ahead and get started with the routes, or at least complete them. So we have already, we already done the auth routes. Now we would like to complete all of these. And I'll get started with the user routes because this is the simplest one. Here, basically, we will have one endpoint so that we can fetch the users. And we are going to display it once you click to this button. So there will be a model. And within this, we are going to display the users, okay? So one by one, and if you click to one of them, it's going to create the chat between you and that user. And if you already have the chat, you know, it is going to get the messages. Okay, so now we are going to have a get request. So let's say router.get. It'll be just slash, and please remember that this is also prefixed with /API/users. So this is basically a get request to this endpoint. Okay, in this case, we are going to say call the get users method. And just before we do so, we would like to add the protect route middleware so that we will check if user is authenticated or not. If they're authenticated, they can call this method. So we will go under the controllers, user controller, and create a function. Let's say export async function. Here's the name. For the params, we're going to get the request, let's say response, and the next method. Now I would like to get the, let's say, the types. So we're going to get the response type, the next function type, and for the request, we are going to get the auth request type that we created. Okay, let's say that's the type of response, and then the next function. So here we will have a try and catch block, and let's try to get the user ID from the request. So I'll say request.user ID, and then we're going to basically fetch all the users but not ourselves, right? Because I don't want to see myself within this model, right? It doesn't make any sense. So we're gonna say const users, and we will say await user.find, and we need to import this, by the way, from the models. Okay, we will say find, and here's our filter. So we will say underscore ID. Okay, I'll give a space, and I'll say it is not equal to the user ID. So this will basically fetch all the users but not the current user. Okay, and here I'll say select, so we can select the name of the user because this is what we are displaying, the name, email, as well as the avatar. Okay, so we're going to fetch all these fields. I'll say name space email space avatar. And I'd like to, if you want to add some limits, you can just say dot limit and put any value. In this case, I'll just put 50, but you can update this if you really wish. Okay, at the very end, I'll just say res.json, and let's say send the users back to client. And at the very end, I'll just say res.status of, let's say 500. And then we're going to call the next method with the error itself. So this is going to hit our error handler, right? Let's save and try to import this method, and we are good to go. That's the user controller file. Now let's go under the app.ts and build one of these routes, which is either chat or messages. Once again, let's get started with the easiest one. So between those, messages will be simpler. So I'll just click to it. Go into this file. We will have one endpoint. So let's say router.get, and here is what we will have, /chat / and then we will have colon chat ID. So we're going to pass a chat ID, and it's going to get the messages within that chat. And again, this will be protected. So I'll say protect route and call the method, which is called get messages. Now let's copy this name, go under the message controller and create a method. I'll say export async function, pass the name. As usual, let's put the request, response, and next function. I'll just have it maybe, I'll just get it from the source code, and I will get the types. Let's just go above, import them from Express as well as from the auth file, which is our middleware. Now I will get the message model as well as the chat model. Let's import them because we are going to need it. And then within the try block, first off, we can get the user ID. So this is something that we have done in the past. I'll just copy and paste line by line and walk you through it. Now we would like to get this chat ID from the params. So you can say const destructure something from request.params, and that something is equal to chat ID, right? Okay, so we're gonna get the chat ID, and let me save to get this formatting, and I will also import it here so that we don't have any errors. Okay, now let's go here. I will say const chat. We are going to fetch it by saying chat dot, oops, not chat ID, it should be chat using the chat model. We will say find one, and then we're gonna pass our filters, right? So we're gonna say where it has the ID of chat ID, and this participants array includes the user ID. Okay, so we're gonna get the chat. Just in case if this is not found, we are going to throw an error, which is 404, right? If there is no chat, return out of this method, and just before that, go ahead and send a message like a chat not found. But if we have the chat, then we can get the messages, right? So I will say await message, which is our model. We'll say find, and then we're gonna pass some filters. So we will say find all the messages, which is part of this chat. So we'll say chat and chat ID. And this is going to give us some messages. So I have just assigned this to the messages, And now you might be saying, okay, now we can just say res.json and send the messages back to client. Now this is okay, but it is missing something, and I'll try to explain. Let's go into the message model. Now if you realize we have a sender field, but it is just an ID, right? It includes the ID. It doesn't give you any other information about the user. So we don't have the email, we don't have the, first name or avatar, nothing. So I'll try to simulate this. Let's say we have an object. So imagine this is the chat object. It has a couple of different fields. Sorry, this is a message object, okay? So this is a message. It is going to have the chat. Let's say it is a part of this chat, which is an ID. And then it has the sender. Let's say it is Jane, but ID of Jane is this one, right? And then it has the message, which is text. Say it says, hey. And then what else do we have? So that's it. Then we have the created at and updated at date fields, but that's not really important. So here about the sender, we only have the ID, but we would like to display their, full name, their, let's say, the avatar, and maybe email, things like that, right? So for this, there is a method that we can use from Mongoose, which is populate. So it basically says, okay, we have this user ID, but please go into that model and grab me some fields, okay? So we have the ID now, but we would like to populate some fields. So I will go here, I'll say dot populate. You can also put it right here. It's the same thing. We'll say populate the sender field, which is a user. We would like to get their name, email, and avatar, right? You can, if you wanted to, you can only get one of them, but in my case, I'd like to get 3 of them. And then I also want to sort this. So I'll say dot sort, which is going to, not sorted. It'll be sort, okay, not this one, the sort method. Then we're going to pass an object which says created at, and we'll say 1. And what this does, I'll just add a comment. Okay, why do I have an error? Created at, which is equal to 1, that's true. So I realize I have 2 awaits, which is not necessary. Why do I have it in this way? Let's delete this part. Okay, so this is going to be created at of 1, which means in the oldest first direction, okay? So when we fetch the messages, we would like to see the oldest one first, and then the newest one at the very end. So it's going to order it in that way. The first message you send, and then the other message, so on and so forth. Okay, now let's go here. That's it. We are using the populate method. Once again, when you have a reference, which is an ID, and if you would like to grab some of the fields from that model, you would use populate. And under the error, we will do a similar thing. So we're gonna put the status code to 500, then call the next method. So that's it for the message routes and controllers. Let's go under the chat routes and try to build it. So here we will have 2 different endpoints. The first one will be a get request to just slash, and we'll say get chats. Then we will have another one, which will be a post method, and it's going to be slash with slash, and then the participant ID. And the method is going to be get or create chat. Okay, so basically we are going to call this method with a post request. It is going to either create the chat, or if we have it, it is going to return us, okay? So it is either get or create method in this case. Now we would like to add the protect route to both of them. So you would say protect route, call them, but just imagine if you have 15 different routes. Are you going to put all of them one by one? Isn't it repetitive? Yes, it is. So if you would like to put it all in once, you can delete it from here, and instead you can just say router.use, and then you can say protect route. So it's going to be implemented to all of them. It's the same thing. Okay, that was another pro tip. Now let's try to create these methods under the chat controller file. So that's the first one. We will get the request, response, and the next method, which will be type of next function. And let's say this will be response type. And this will be auth request. Let's try to duplicate this. And here is the name. And try to import them. Okay, now we can get into the logic. First, we are going to get started with the getChats controller. Now, this method will be used to be able to fetch our chats, right? So that we can display them on the sidebar. Let me clear this up, by the way. Okay, so we are going to call this endpoint so that we can fetch the chats that we have, right? So it is between current user and all the other users that we have. So we will have a try and catch block. First off, I'll get my user ID from request.user ID. So that's the current user ID, right? And then we would like to fetch the chats. So here I'll just paste this in, import the chat model. We are going to say find all the chats where the current user is one of the participants. And then we would like to populate some fields. Why this is the case? Let's visit the chat model. Here you can see the participants is just an array of IDs. Here I'd like to show you an example. So this is one of the chats object. Okay, so just imagine it is one of the chats. It's going to have the participants as the array. Let's say it is between John and Jane. It'll just have their ID. Okay, so let's say this is the ID of John and this is the ID of Jane. We would like to get information about these users. So we're going to populate the participant field. And then there is last message, right? Again, this is just an ID. So let me copy this. Last message will be some random ID, okay? It doesn't have the message content. So we would like to populate this field as well. Now with this in mind, let's jump here. I will go here, okay? Like right after to this line and then put dot. This is just to format it. Here I'll say populate the participants and we would like to get their name, we would like to get their email, and we would like to get their avatar. And you shouldn't really have any comma, but separate them with spaces. Okay, so for the participants, we're gonna get their avatar, their name, and I'm just getting the email in case you need it. If you don't need, you can delete that. Okay, now on top of it, we are gonna have one more populate method. You can chain them. So we will say we would like to populate the last message as well. And if you don't pass any fields, it's going to return you all of them. And this is what I will be doing. Okay, finally, I will say sort this with the created at date. Sorry, not created at, but the last message at. And we will put -1. And what this does, let me explain. Here we are seeing messages in some order, right? But basically you will see the latest message at the very top, okay? So the latest chat would be at the very top because it is sorted with the last message date. So this is just like, this is what we just got now. And these are like maybe yesterday or the other day. Okay, so we got the point. I don't know why I am over explaining it, but that's fine. Now, one more thing. Here, we would like to format the messages or format the chats. You might be asking why? Because when we fetch the chats, it includes both of the participants, which is us and then the other user, right? So one of them is you. We would like to get rid of it because here we only want to see the other user. We don't really want to see ourselves here on the, on the sidebar. So for that reason, we will go ahead and create a new array. So I will say chats.map. We will do something and it'll be equal to formatted chats. Okay, so basically we will get every single chat that we have and we are going to run a method. So here I will say, let's first find the other participant. And how can we find it? Well, basically, we are going to remove ourselves, okay? So we're going to filter out the current user. So we'll say chat.participant or the participants. We will say find. From this array, we would like to get every single participants and like eliminate ourselves. So we're going to say p._id dot to string, and we will say if this is not equal to the user ID, just grab that. Okay, so it's going to give you the other participant, and then we will say return an object. Here we have the _ID, that is chat_ID. Then we will have the participant, which is equal to this value. We're gonna have the last message at, and then the chat created at date. Okay, so we took the chats from database and formatted it. Basically, we removed ourselves, but only include the other participant. And at the very end, we'll just say res.json formatted chats. Okay, so that's it for this method. Let's try to handle the catch case, and we are good to go. Now let's scroll to the bottom and try to complete this controller as well. I'll have a try and catch block as usual, and I will get the user ID as well as the participant ID from the request operands. Okay, so I just pasted them. This is what we have, user ID and participant ID. Now let's first check if the chat already existed. Again, I will paste this in. It is very simple. We say await chat.find1. Here's our filter where the participants is both of these users. Okay, and then we would like to populate it just like above. So I'm going to scroll to the top, get the populate methods, and put it right here. And then I will add an if check. So I'll say if chat does not exist. In this case, we would like to create it, right? So here I would like to paste this in line by line. We will say new chat. Here are the participants, which is the current user as well as the participant ID. And then we will say now save this to the database. And finally, chat will be equal to new chat.populate. Okay, so we're going to populate the participants array with the name, email, and avatar. And again, we would like to get the other participant. So it is basically the same thing that we have done above, because we are going to return this. Let's go here and just say res.json. Again, we're gonna pass the chat ID. We're gonna pass the participant. Just in case if this is nullish, we're going to send this as null. Do we even need it? I think we don't even need that value. This could be undefined, so I'm going to leave it as null instead of undefined. And then we'll say chat.lastMessage, and both of these fields, which is last message at, and create that field. Okay, for the error, I think I'll copy it from here, paste this in, and we should be good to go, right? So these are all the methods that we would need for the chat routes, which is get chats and get or create chat method. Okay, so I hope this part isn't really confusing. This has nothing to do with Express or Bun or Node.js. It is just JavaScript where we are trying to run a filter, right? So we get rid of ourselves from this array and we only have the other participant. Okay. Because we don't really want to see ourselves here, right? We only want to see that user. So with this, I think we are completely done with the chat routes and even with all the routes that we would need. So with that, we can end this section by committing our changes. I'll press Command-Shift-P, toggle the status bar, and let's create a new branch. I'll say routes completed. I don't know if this is the best name for the branch, but I think it is fine. At least, we are not in a company. It doesn't have to be the best name. What can we say? Let's say routes completed. Yeah, that's the name that I'll be going with. Let's try to stage everything, create a commit message, and then we are going to publish the branch. as usual. Okay, that's the message. I'm happy with it. So I'll say commit. Let's publish it. Go into the source code. In a couple of seconds, we should see this button. And then we'll just say create the pull request. And before we do so, you can scroll through it and see everything that we have added in this pull request. And then just say create the pull request. As usual, I'll wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. And once we fix our code base, then we're going to merge the pull request. Alright, so here are all the new features that we have introduced in this section. We can see the walkthrough of the files as well as the sequence diagram. But we are mostly interested in the problems, right? So I'll scroll to the bottom and see what we are missing. It says under the chat controller, you should have this if check where the user ID, like in case it is undefined, you will say unauthorized. But we already know that user is authenticated because we are having the protect route method, right? So if we are able to call this method, that means we already have the request.user. So we can ignore this. Let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says you should add the null check under the chat controller. Let's try to do it. Here, just in case, we're going to add this part. And let's see what else we are missing. Again, similar to above, we are going to ignore this. But here it says check if you have the participant ID or not. So let's try to find it. It is this method. So we will say if there is no participant ID, let me delete these plus signs. Okay, in this case, we are going to throw an error, and this should be a message, by the way. We are going to say participant ID is required. Let's see what else we are missing. And also we are going to say you cannot create chat with yourself. So if the participant ID is equal to the user ID, we delete these plus signs, kind of annoying. Okay, so that's the error message that we're going to return. And then we'll just return out of this method so that we don't run this part if we have any errors. Let's see what else we are missing. Here, this is optional. Let's actually copy this as well. It says check if the participant ID is a MongoDB object ID, right? So we will go ahead, paste this after the line of 36. So maybe we can add it right here. We need to import the types from Mongoose, just like this. And we are completely done with this refactoring. Now I'll go here, stage my changes, add a commit message. Let's commit this, sync this up, and let's just double check. I'll scroll to the top, refresh. We should have 2 commits. Okay, now we can scroll to the bottom and merge this pull request. It is done successfully. Let's go here, switch to the master, and let's try to sync this up. Okay, so our code base is up to date now. With this, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so we are almost done with the entire API, but we are just missing one major feature, which is real-time messages, right? And for this, we are going to be using SocketIO. We already have the package, which is right here, right? So we installed it, but we are never using it. So in this section, we are going to implement this. Now, before we jump into coding, I think it's important to see where we are at. So currently, this is our application, right? So let's say we have an API, right, that is built with Bun and Express. Now, currently, we are able to accept HTTP requests, right? Let's take a look at the code base pretty quickly. So under the routes, we have things like a get method, post, and if you wanted to, you can add put, delete, patch, things like that, right? But how do we make this to work in real time, but still keep these HTTP methods work? Let's take a look at it. So currently, once again, we have, let me just draw this. We have a REST API, right? Now on top of this, we would like to add a socket server. So we will keep everything as it is, but on top of it, let's say this is our socket server and we will include it. Okay, so with this now we are able to both have the REST API and have real-time messages and online status work, right? So this is what we're going to call the socket server. And for this, we're going to be using SocketIO. I have some diagrams that I'll walk you through in a second, but first let's try to update our code base a little bit. So go under the backend, under the source, we have the index.ts file. Actually not under the source, but in the root. So here we are using the Express app, which is fine. But on top of this, we would like to include the socket server, right? So instead of just getting the app, in this way, we're going to do something else. So I will go right here at the top. I'll say import the import the create server. Let's type this out. We are going to get this from the HTTP module. This is built into Node. You don't need to install it. So we're going to be using this in a second. Let's actually do it now. I'll say const HTTP server, and this is going to call this method that we just imported, and we're going to pass the Express app into it. Okay, then here, instead of using the Express app, we will use the HTTP server. So we'll say HTTP server.listen on this port. So it's gonna run in the same way, but now we will initialize SocketIO server with this one. So here I will have a method. Let's say initialize socket. And here we will pass our HTTP server. So I know this might not make too much sense at the moment, but once we create this method, I think it'll be a little bit more cleaner. Basically, like, this is what we are doing. We are still keeping our Express app, okay, so that we can have our REST API. As you can tell, we still have it. But now on top of it, we are going to have the socket server, right? So that we can have real-time features. So for this method, we will go under the source, under the utils, we have socket.ts file, right? Here we will write around maybe 200 lines of code, but I'll just try to walk you through it step by step. So first off, let's import the socket as well as the server from socket.io. Now I would like to rename this as socket server so that our code is a little bit more clean, right? Like, this is not just a server, but it's a socket server because it is coming from this package. So I'll use this name instead of just plain server. And then here I will import, again, we will import the server from HTTP module. Again, this time I will rename this to be HTTP server, just like that. Then we would like to import one method from Clerk, which is called verify token. And basically we will have authentication even on the socket side, okay? On the socket layer, we will still check if user is authenticated or not. Then we will import the message model, chat model, as well as the user model. Okay. Now here we would like to create this method, what we call the initialize socket. So I'll say export const, let's make it to be an arrow function like this. And as you can tell, this is taking an argument, which is going to be HTTP server, right? And we can add the type. I'll say HTTP server, just like this. And then now we will have the actual logic within the method. But first, let's save it and go right here, import that so that we don't really have any warnings. Alright, just before jumping into coding, let's visit the diagrams that I have prepared, and I'd like to walk you through it, like what is SocketIO in the first place. So it is a powerful real-time communication library, right? So it is a library for real-time communication. It enables instant bidirectional communication between clients and servers, okay? So client is basically a front-end application, right? That could be a mobile app or a web app. So between them, we will have bidirectional instant communication, and it allows data to be pushed to clients in real time without the need for the client to request it. So I'd like to show you one of the examples. So let's say you're here and this user sent you a message, okay? So you don't really need to refresh the page. Since we are using SocketIO, you will immediately see it on the UI because it is going to push it in real time, okay? So you don't need to refresh it all the time, which would be very inefficient, right? Okay, so now that we know what is SocketIO in the first place, let's ask the question, why SocketIO, right? Couldn't we build our own implementation? Well, you could definitely build, but you would be wasting a ton of time and probably you wouldn't make it this good, right? Because this is a project that has been around for years and years. A ton of improvements have been done, so on and so forth. So with that in mind, it simplifies building a real-time application. It handles complex networking issues behind the scenes, and this allows developers to focus on building features rather than managing low-level communication protocols, right? So in our case, as the developer, we will just focus on building the features by writing some code that is coming from SocketIO package. We don't really need to implement all the complex topics. So here are some examples. You can build a real-time chat app. This is what we're going to be doing. You can build real-time dashboards, collaborative tools, and even real-time games, right? So anything that includes real-time, you can use SocketIO for it. Okay, now let's go right here. One more thing. There are two different packages for SocketIO. On the API side, on the server side, you can use SocketIO. Okay, this is what we have installed. And on the front end, you would get socket.io-client. So this is what we're going to install in React Native as well as the React version. Okay, so for web app and for mobile app, on the front end, we are going to get this method. Okay, since we are using bun, we will, like you would say bun add SocketIO, and if you were to use npm, then you would say npm install SocketIO. Okay, now here I have more nodes. Maybe we should get into it in a second. And this is the exact same thing that I have explained here. Basically, we want to have a REST API where we can accept all these methods, and this will be done with bun and express. But on top of it, we would like to have a socket server so that we can have features like real-time online users as well as the messages. And currently we actually set that up. As you can tell, we still have an HTTP server, and on top of it, now we will create a socket server by using this. Okay, so with this in mind, I will explain this in a couple of minutes. For now, let's jump into coding and get started with this method. So here we would say const io, this is the convention, it comes from SocketIO, and we will say new socket server. And we are going to pass our HTTP server as the first argument, as you can tell, and then we can add some options. So I will say here we would like to have the course. Let's say as the origin, we can add like our front end URL. In web, it's going to be HTTP localhost 5173. And there will be another one for the mobile application. Expo is going to run it on this port, which is 8081. So instead of writing this hard-coded, I'll give you a list of, allowed origins. Let's actually type this out. So this is going to be an array. First off, we are going to have our Expo mobile app. It is running on this URL. We're going to have our Vite, the front end URL, right? And then we can get the front end URL in production. So I'll paste this in as a, let's say, it is the environment variable, okay? So we're gonna say front end underscore URL. And this is what we'll have in production. For now, let's copy it, put it under the .env. So as the value, I'll just say test for now, but later in the video, we are going to put the actual front-end URL. And for now, I think we can put the development URL, let's say localhost 5173. If this doesn't make too much sense at the moment, just don't worry, later in the video, we're gonna see it. Okay, so this is the list of allowed origins, right? And let's say we will always have it by adding the, making the TypeScript happy, we can typecast this as a string. And then here we can say get the allowed origins, so that we don't really get coarse errors while sending the request from these URLs. Okay, now we would like to verify the socket connection. I'll add it as a comment here, actually grab it from my notes. So we would like to verify the socket connection. If the user is authenticated, we will store the user ID in the socket. Now, whenever I say socket, you can think of it like the user that will be connected, okay? So here I will say io.use, and this will take a callback method. Let's say it's going to be async, and it's going to get the socket as well as the next method as the argument. Okay, just like this. Then here within this, we would like to get the token. So this is the token that user will send from the front end, and we will implement it later in the video. So we will say socket.handshake.auth, and we'll say the token. So once again, this is what user will send from front end, okay, from client. We're gonna get the token, and first let's check if user passed it. If not, if there is no token, we'll just call the next method with the error. So we'll say authentication failed. But else we can run a try and catch block. Under the try, we will use the verify token that is coming from Clerk. So we will say here is the session, and we are going to verify this by passing the token as well as using our Clerk secret key. And then we'll say const Clerk ID. We can get this by saying session.sub. This will give you the Clerk ID. And then we can find the user from the database. So I will say user find one, and pass the Clerk ID as the filter. Now, if we don't have the user in the database, we'll say user not found, but else we can say socket is going to have the user ID field, and it'll be equal to user._id.toString. And then we will just call the next method. Okay, so this is very similar to our auth middleware. As you can tell, we have some validations, some checks, and then update the request object with the user ID, then call the next method, right? So this is the similar thing. We are trying to authenticate the socket connection. Now here this says user ID does not exist on the type of socket. That's true. Let's try to create our own type. Here I'll go ahead and say interface socket with, so I will fix it. Let's say socket with user ID, and I'll say it'll extend the socket type, but on top of it, we'll just have the user ID. And let's say this is type of string. Now we will copy this name. Let's say this socket should be typecasted as socket with user ID. Now TypeScript is happy with us. And under the catch block, I'll just call the next method with the error itself. So you can use it. In our case, you are not using it. Let's just pass the error, whatever that is, right? And the type is, TypeScript is not happy with us. Let's say type will be any. Now it's happy. Okay. So that was the very first thing, right? We have io.use, which is used to verify the socket connection. Let's save, and we'll go a little bit below. Okay, try to shrink this, and now we will have the actual events. Now socket is event based, and before we write any code, let's try to see how that will work. So let's say we have a user, right? And actually a couple of users, but this is the user that will log in, and they are already logged in. Okay, so I'll say already online, and this user will be online. Okay, let's say we have our socket server. Let me get the socket icon. So this is our socket server, okay? Once this user becomes online, it'll send an event like, hey, I just connected. And these users will immediately get a notification, like an event. It'll say, hey guys, this user just logged in, okay? Now he's online. So this is what we call the event base. Now, as you can tell, server is listening for events, and client is also listening for events. Okay, so you can listen for events. I'll type this out. You can listen to events from both client and server. Okay, now one more thing, once the user becomes online, server will send an event to this user. It'll say, hey, you just become online, and here is the list of the users that are already online, right? So it's going to send these users to him, and I don't know how to explain, but I think we have an image. So let's say I just logged in. This is my account. Once I log in, I would like to see the list of users who are online, right? So as soon as I log in, I will get the list of the users who are online. In this case, it is this user, right? And all these users will also get a notification that this user is online. So I hope it's not I hope it is not complicated, and we're gonna see it in action in a second. Now, whenever you want to listen for events, you would use socket.on method, and we are going to see it. So you can use this both in the client and in the server. Okay. Now let's jump into coding and try to build the rest of it. So here I will say let's say io.on connection. So this is the event name. Once a user connects, we're going to get them as the socket. Okay, so this is the user that is just connected, and we're going to do a bunch of different things. So I'd like to have a comment right here so that you can have it in the source code. So this connection event name is special and should be written like this, okay? So you cannot come here and say user connected or something. It should be connection, and this is the event that is triggered when a new user connects to the server, okay? Now we can get the user ID. We will say const user ID, and we can grab it from socket because here we included it, right? So we said socket.userid, it's right here. So I'll say socket.userid. I think we need to make this type safe once again. I'll say socket as the type that we just created. Okay, now this is happy with us. We got the user ID. Now let's send a list of currently online users to the newly connected user. I will have it as a comment. And this is how we can do it. We'll say socket.emit, the event name, which will be online users. You can call this anything really, but this is the name that I'll be going with. And then we are going to send the user IDs. And here we will use a map. So let's try to scroll to the top. And in memory, we are going to store the online users. Right after this interface, I will have, let's say, export const online users. This is going to be a map. So I'll say new map, and map stores values as key value pairs. Okay, so in this case, I will say this is a map where the key is a string and value is also a string. So this is just to make TypeScript happy. And here I will add a comment. I'll say store online users in memory. And here is the structure that we will have. User ID will be the key and value will be the socket ID. Later in the video, you will see why this is the case. For now, let's just write the code. I hope it's going to become clearer, okay? Now, we will say socket.emit online users, and then we will send the list of the online users. So we will say array.from online users dot keys. Basically, we will take the keys and convert it to be an array and send it as the user IDs. Okay, so that was the very first thing. Now we would like to store this user in the online users map. Okay, so we are going to update it. Let's say online users dot set. We are going to set the key as user ID, and value is going to be the socket ID, right? So we'll say socket.id. Now the other thing that we will do, we will notify others that this user is online. Notify. So here is the comment and here is the implementation. We will say socket and we are going to broadcast it. So I'll say broadcast.emit. And for the event name, I'll say user-online. And then we're going to send the user ID. Okay, so we can do it in this way. Since they're the same thing, I'm going to cut this part and just shorten it. Now let's try to save this, and I'd like to show you one more thing. Let's take a look at the end result. So here you can tell we have two different views, right? So this is what I call the room view. Okay, so every user will have a private room. So let's say this is the private room for the currently authenticated user, and this is the chat room. Okay, so when users type in, we are gonna see something like a typing indicator right here, and we will also see it right here. Okay, now in this example, chat is not open, but if this user type us, we are gonna see typing indicator here. And for this, we are gonna have, the private room as well as the chat room for this UI update. I know it sounds a little bit weird, but let's just try to see this in code. We will go right here. I'll say socket.join. So the current user will be joined to a private room, and we can call it as user, colon, and then the user ID itself. So this will be run for every single user, okay? Then right after this, we can listen for join chat event. Now let's say you are in this UI. If you click to this button, UI will update to something like this, right? And here we will join to this chat. So we will say socket.on, and here is like we are listening for an event that will be coming from client. We'll say join-chat. In this case, we're going to get the chat ID that we'd like to join to, which is going to be type of string. And then we'll say socket.join. Then similar thing what we have here. So chat, colon, and then chat ID. Okay. Now in the same way, I will duplicate this, give a little bit space. We are going to listen for the leave chat event. And in this case, we'll say socket.leave from this chat. Now, the most important part that we are missing is listening for incoming messages, right? So here I'll just say handle sending messages. And from the server, we are going to listen for incoming messages. And before we write the code, let me try to visualize it for you once again. So let's say I will duplicate it. Let's copy it, paste it right here. Now in this case, let's have only one example because this is one-on-one chat, right? So let's say this is John and this is Jane. Let's say John wants to send a message to Jane where we say something like, hey. So you will send this message to the server, right? So here we'll say, hey Socket server, I'd like to send a message to Jane, and here is the content. So it is hey, right? And this server will take it and immediately send it to this user. So as you can tell, server is listening for incoming messages. So we're going to say listen with the socket.on and the event name. You can call this anything. I'll say send-message, and then we're going to do the callback. So here, this will be an async method. Oops, what have I done? Let's try to delete this part. This is going to be an async function where we get the data and to do something with it. Now this data will include some text, which is going to be something like hey, as well as the chat ID, so that we know which user that we sent the message, right? Is this message will go to Jane, it'll go to Bob, it'll go to Kyle, right? Who is the user? So we need to get the chat ID. Here I will make this type safe because currently this has the type of any. So here I'll say this will be an object where we have the chat ID. It is type of string, and then it has the text, which is also type of string. So this is the chat ID and this is the message itself. Let's save to get this formatting, and within this I'll have a try and catch block. Now under the try, let's say from the data we're going to destructure the chat ID as well as the text, and then we're going to check if this chat existed. Okay, so here I'll say const chat, we'll say await, use the chat model, find one, and then we're gonna pass our filters, which is the underscore ID that is equal to chat ID, and we will check if this user is one of the participants, right? So here I'll say participants and add the current user ID. Now here I'll say if this chat does not exist, we can throw a socket error. Here's how I'll be doing it. I'll say if this is equal to undefined, emit a socket error, and the message is chat not found, and then return out of this method, right? But if this is not the case, that means we have the chat, so we can create a message. So I'll say message, and you know what? I'll just try to copy and paste. It is 4 lines of code. Let's not waste any time. So message.create, await this. Here is the chat ID, who is the sender, and then the message content itself, which is text. Now, just creating the message itself is not enough. We would like to update the last message as well, so that the UI would be updated. Let's see it. When you send a new message, right, this last message part should also be updated immediately. So for this, we will go right here. We will say from this chat, update the last message, and it is just an ID that we store. Then we are going to update the time, which is last message at, and it'll be now, which is new date. And then we'll say, now you can save it to database, okay? And we would like to populate the message. So we have the sender, right? We are going to populate it because this is just an ID. We would like to see the name, email, and avatar of the sender. Now we will do 2 more things. I promise it is the very last one. So we would like to, send this message to the chat room, because if you think about it, for now we are only creating the message in the database, right? We didn't send it in real time to the user. Once again, we are listening for the incoming messages as the server, right? Then we are saving it to the database, but we didn't send it to the other user. Now we need to do that part. So we'll say io.to, and we're gonna put backticks. Let's say chat. So we will basically send it to this chat room, and we'll say here's the chat ID. The event name is going to be, let's say first emit. The event name will be new message, and then we're gonna send the message. Okay, so I will add a comment. I'll say emit to chat room for users inside the chat. So when we got a new message, this part will be updated, right? And we also want to update this part, because maybe user is just looking at it here, right? And if they got a new message, it should be displayed right here. Another message right here. So for this, we're going to use the user room that we created, which is this one. Okay, so right after this, we'll say for const participant ID, and we'll say of chat.participants. So this is an array which has 2 values. We're going to loop through it. For every single user, we will send the exact same thing, but the room name is equal to user and then the participant ID. Let's copy this, paste it. And I'd like to add a comment here as well, so that you can have it in the source code. So this will update the chat list view, which is in this part. Okay, so I know that we are going pretty slowly, but I just want to make sure that we understand everything rather than rushing forward. And under the catch, I'll again throw an error. I'll say socket.emit, it could be socket error, and here is our message. So let's scroll to the top and shrink the sent message event. I will have the socket.on for the typing event. Let's say socket.on typing, but I'll leave it as a to-do. So I'll say to-do implement later, because I don't want to make it any more complicated. For now, I'll just make it as an async function. Let's say we're gonna get some data, and we'll do something later in the video. But we can implement the disconnection. When a user logs in or when they close their browser, we would like to get rid of this badge, right? Because they are not online anymore. And for this, we can just say socket.on, listen for the disconnect event. And this is a special name. You cannot say something like disconnected. It should be written in this way. And here we will basically delete it from the online users map. Let's say delete. And we're gonna pass the user ID because that's the key that we store. And then we're going to notify others that the user just disconnected. So we'll say socket.broadcast.emit, and the event name, I will say user-offline, and then we're gonna pass the user ID. Okay, so that's the entire thing. We just have one to do. We will implement this later in the video so that we don't get confused anymore. I think everything was simple. Maybe this is just the most complicated one, but not really. We are just doing a couple of database operation, right? We find the chat, have a validation, get the message or create it, then, update the last message field, then send it to clients in real time. We both send it to the chat room as well as the user room so that we can update that chat list view. Okay, so just take a look at this code from the source code if you really wish, or I'll try to scroll through it slowly so that you can everything that we have done. Okay, so feel free to pause the video and take a look at it, and at the very end we'll just say return the IO, which is our socket server, right? That's the instance. So with this, we have all the code. I know that we didn't see any implementation because we don't really have front end for now, but later in the video, in the incoming sections, we will be able to test it out both from the web app and from the mobile app, right? So we have a similar thing. We have the chat room itself, and then we have the, user room where we can see the list of the chats. So if this user sends you a message, immediately you're going to see it here. It'll update because we are implementing it, right? Which is right here. All right, so with all this, now we can close everything, open up the status bar, right? And commit our changes. So I will create a new branch. I'll say socket. Yeah, just socket as the name. Stage everything. And then we're going to create a commit message. Let's commit this, publish the branch, go into the source code. Then we will create the pull request, hopefully. Let's refresh. And as usual, let's wait for the code rabbit so that we can get some code suggestions and fix our code base if we have any issues. Then we can end this section. Alright, so the summary is ready. Here you can take a look at the new features that we have introduced in this section. You can take a look at the walkthrough, the sequence diagram, but I'm mostly interested in the problems. So I will scroll to the bottom and see what we are missing. So the first one is a minor issue. Here it says you can take this method and put it right here. I think that's unnecessary, like at least it is not needed. So I'm going to skip that. It is just a minor issue. Let's scroll to the bottom. Then here we have another problem. It says online users brags with multiple device and multiple tab sessions. So what is the suggestion? Here it says, the key will be string again. Okay, so we have string to string, but the value is going to be a set. I think what we have is already working, but if you want to get this optimized version, you can take a look at it and fix it. This is definitely a better solution, but what we have is already working, so I'm going to skip this. This is maybe what you would do if you were building an application for real world. You don't really want to have any exceptions or any issues. Yeah, but in this case, I'm going to keep it simple and scroll to the bottom. Here it says you can filter this out, just in case if this is undefined, you wouldn't include it, but we know that it'll always be there. So I'm going to skip this. But if you wanted to do it, you would just copy this part, go under the, which file it is, socket.ts. Let's find it. Okay, so you would just say get this array and filter this out with the boolean values. Okay, just in case, let's say you don't have it in the .env file. If this is equal to, you know, undefined, it would be deleted from the array. This is what we are doing. And I will actually leave it in this way. Okay, we don't even need to typecast this. Let's see what else we are missing. Here it says Clerk import is broken, but not really, that's completely fine. The verify method, the verify token method is actually coming from the SDK, so I'm going to ignore this suggestion. Here, do we have anything else? It says you are wrapping the error with the new error. Yeah, I think that's fine. Here, maybe one thing that we can update. It says instead of creating your type and typecasting it, you could just delete this part and you could say socket dot data dot user ID, and in this way you wouldn't get any type issues, which is correct. So I'm going to delete this, that was unnecessary. Let's scroll to the bottom, and here again we will say use socket dot data dot user ID. Okay, so that's one thing that we just realized. Let's scroll to the bottom. What else we are missing? Now it says the online users event emits all online user IDs to every newly connected client. So this is what we want to have, so we can skip that. It says, you know, if you are trying to not delete this, you can delete this, but that's fine. It is not a security issue in our case. Let's see what else we have. It says you can check if this user is allowed to join to that chat or not. You know, this is, I think, an extra validation. Of course, you can do it. I'm going to skip that. Let's just keep it simple, you know, 3 lines of code for joining and leaving. But if you wanted to, you can copy this and add it to your source code. I'm just going to skip that. And here, I think it says you can get rid of the email. You don't need to send it. That's correct. Let's try to find it. Here we say email. I think we can get rid of that. When we populate, it is unnecessary. For the sender, we can just have the name as well as the avatar. Okay, again, it gives 2 different options. What we have is already working, so I'm going to skip that just to keep it simple, but this is definitely a valid solution. Okay, that's a minor issue as well. Let's try to skip this. We will add a new commit because we have some changes. I'll go here, stage everything under this branch. Let's create a commit message. Sync this up. And let's try to scroll to top and see if we have 2 commits. Okay. Now we can basically merge this pull request. Okay, it's done successfully. Let's go back here, switch to the master branch, close this, and sync this up by clicking to this button. It'll get our latest code base that we just created in this section. Okay, so that's it for this entire section. In the next section, we can actually deploy our API. So yeah, I'll see you there. So it is time to deploy our API as well as our front-end React application. Now for the deployment platform, I'll be using Sevalla, and you can find the link in the description. It is completely free to get started with. They will give you $50 free credit. Normally it is $5 a month, but if you use the link, you will get $50 free credit. And they have a bunch of different products. Let's take a look at it. They have application hosting, which is the one that we'll be using, but there's also object storage, database hosting, and even static site hosting. Okay, so let's go ahead and visit our dashboard. You have to log in with your GitHub account. As you can tell, I have spent around $7, but this is where I had multiple applications and I've been running this for a month now, right? As you can tell, every day it takes like 0.3 cents or dollars. You know, you don't have to pay at all. They'll give you $50 out of the box. Now they might ask you to put a credit card information. This is just to check if you are bot or not, right? There are some people with bad intentions. They would like to create multiple spam accounts and they would like to use this $50 free credit infinitely. So maybe that's why they can ask you a credit card information. Even if you put it, they're not going to charge you because you will have $50 out of the box. Okay, so with this in mind, now we can try to deploy our application, but just before we do so, we have to write some code. And even before we write the code, I'd like to visualize what we're going to be doing. So first off, we have a repository, right? We are going to connect this to Sevalla. We will say, hey, can you please take a look at this repo? And we want you to deploy the web and backend version depending on the configuration that we will give you. Okay, so that's the first thing. And if you take a look at it here, we don't have node modules, right? So we need to tell Sevalla to install node modules for the web as well as for the backend. Now this is something that we'll get into in a second. And here is another thing. So this is the current state of our application, right? So we are running frontend at this port. Let me just try to actually do it. I'll open up my terminal, cd into the frontend or the web. I'll say bun run dev. It is right here up and running. Now the port is different. It's because I think I have another application running on that port. Let me kill this and rerun it. I'll say bun run dev. Okay, so that's the port that we have for frontend. Now let's run the backend as well. Okay, that's the 3000 port. Now we don't really want to run both of them in different ports because if we were to keep it in this way, we need to deploy them separately. So this would be something like my frontend app.com, right? And then this would be my backend app.com. So instead of doing this, what I'd like to do is just get rid of this completely and make my URL something like myapp.com and have the front end and the backend served from the same location. Okay, so this is the idea. We will take front end and we will deploy it from our server. Okay, so we're going to serve it from our API and you will see how this will look. For now, it might look a little bit confusing if you have never seen this, but basically we will take our React application, convert it to static assets so that we can just serve it as a front-end application from our API, okay? So we will, at the end of the day, we will have only one URL that is going to serve both the web application as well as our API. Okay, now let's see how we can make this work. First off, we are going to visit the backend folder. Let's go here under the app.ts file. We are going to configure it and it'll be easier than you think. So first off, we are going to import the path. Let's scroll to the top. I will get the path from path module. This is built into Node. You don't need to install it. Okay, so that's the very first thing. Let's scroll to the bottom. After everything, okay, just above the export, we will have an if check. So I will say if process.env.nodenv, if this is equal to production, let's type this out, production. If this is the case, we would like to run this part. And let me put a comment. I'll say serve frontend in production. Okay, so we're gonna serve the frontend app, which is the web folder in production from our API. Here I'll say app.use. And within this method, basically, we would like to go under the web folder and there will be a dist folder. We would like to select that dist folder and convert it to be our static assets. Now let me try to visualize it. So this is what you would like to do when you want to have an optimized version of your React application. So you would go under the front end, which is web, and then you would say bun run build. This is going to take your React application and it's going to convert it and put it under the dist folder. Okay, so this is the optimized version of it. As you can tell, this is like it is building it for the production. And we are going to take this dist folder and then have it as our static assets. Okay, so that's the React application we have, and it'll be mounted to be like under the index.html file. So our entire React application will be under the root folder, right? This is something that you already know, because under the main.jsx, we are selecting this root element and we are putting our entire React application into it. Okay, so remember the dist folder, which is under the web, and there is index.html within that. Okay, so here we will say app.use express.static so that we can convert it to static assets. Then we'll say path.join. Now here I will say underscore underscore their name, which is something that bun gives you automatically. And this is equal to the source folder. Now within this, we would like to go one up, which is under the backend. And under the backend, we would like to go one up to root, and from here under the web, right? And from here to the dist. I know it is complicated. Let me walk you through it. I'll just zoom out so we have a bit more space. So with this, now we are under the source, right? We are right here. We will go one up so that we can go under the backend. So here I'll have a string. Let's say go one up. We are under the backend. From here, let's go one up to the root. So again, and then here we will go under the web, and under the web we will go under the dist. Okay, so that was the first step. Now this is our static assets folder. And within this, we're going to say if we got a request other than these, we would like to serve our index.html file. So just follow along with me. I'll say app.get, and here is the new syntax with Express version 5. You would say slash, and here we're going to have curly braces. Within this, we're going to have at any, like not at, but asterisk, and then we'll say any. So anything, any request other than these is going to hit this endpoint, and we're going to call this part. So we'll get the request as well as the response, and we will return, let's say, res.send file. And again, we will go under the index.html and serve this file. Okay, so here I'd like to just paste it rather than typing this out. So it is the exact same thing, but this time we include the index.html file. And since we are not using request, we can just escape it with underscore. Okay, so that's the entire thing. Now we are going to save, and since we are using bun, in Sevalla, we can use Docker file to be able to deploy this application. So here under the root, I will create Docker file, and we will have another file called Docker ignore, and make sure to put dot at the beginning. So this is just like a git ignore files that we have, but it is for Docker. And head over to the source code, copy the file content, because it is something that you don't need to memorize or type out by yourself. Just get it from the source code. This is what I have done as well. So we will basically ignore all these configuration files. So that was the Docker ignore file. Again, not that much important. So this is just to ignore some files from the Docker. Now the most important part is this file. And again, I want you to grab this from the source code, and I'll try to explain line by line. It is around 25 lines of code, and I'll just try to, walk you through it. Even if you don't understand this completely, it's okay, because this is not a Docker course. This is just for the deployment process. So let's save. Okay, we will say that we want to use the bun image, right? So we will use the bun so that we can deploy this API, right? This is what we are using. We are not using Node.js, it is bun. So this is the syntax. We basically want to get the latest bun image, okay? Then we are going to set our directory to be app. This is the convention. Then we are going to build our web frontend. So it'll go and copy everything under the web, which is the package.json file and bun log file. So it's going to first copy them so that we can install the node modules, right? Because if we take a look at the source code, we don't really have node modules. With Docker, we should be able to install it in Sevalla. Okay, and then we are going to basically build the front-end application so that we can get the dist folder. Then we will do the similar thing for the backend. Again, please ignore the syntax if it sounds or if it looks confusing. It is completely fine. Maybe later at some point I can make a Docker tutorial explaining everything in detail. Let me know in the comments. So yeah, but that's basically it. We are trying to get the backend dependencies. And then we are going to expose the port, which is 3000, set our environment variables, and then we are going to start the application by running bun index.ts. So once we run this file, our API will be up and running, right? So that's the entire configuration. Let's try to add a commit, and then we will deploy it. So I will open up my terminal. Let's kill everything. We don't really need it. Now, as usual, you can create a separate branch and send a pull request, but I'll just keep it simple for this section and directly commit to the master because we don't really have that much of change other than 5 lines of code, and here we have only one single file. So for this, I will go right here, stage everything, and generate a commit message, and then I'll say commit. Then let's sync this up. This is going to push everything to GitHub. Let's refresh. As you can tell, we got the Docker file and everything has been updated now. Then we will go into Sevalla. So here, I don't know why I have it 2 times open, but under the applications, we will say create a new application. Okay, so we're going to select the repository, which is going to be Whisper. So I just selected it and I'm going to leave everything as default. Now notice how I have 5 USD per month. This is the default that you're gonna get. If you're in the paid plan, you can get any of these, okay? But this is the simplest machine and it's completely fine. We don't need to upgrade it. So here I'll say create the application, and just before I click, in your case, you're gonna have around $50. Here I asked from Sevalla team to give me some, extra balance so that I can record multiple videos. But in your case, it's going to be $50 and it'll be enough for like a couple of months. You don't need to pay anything. Okay, so let's say create the application. Now this itself is not going to deploy it immediately, and it is fine. We can click to this button. Just before we do so, I will go under the environment variables and we'd like to add all of these, right? Let's go right here under the backend. I will basically copy everything that we have here and put it right here. Just paste this in. For the node-env, we can add production because this is the production environment, and I'll say add the environment variables. Now before we deploy, let's go under the overview. You can say view this application. As you can tell, they already give us a URL, so copy it and we will go under the environment variables. For the front end, so I was saying for the front end URL, instead of putting localhost, we are going to put the value we just copied, but please delete the slash at the end. And here just say front end underscore URL. Okay. So this is the front end URL. Once again, we put it here, and this is the URL that our application will be served. Now with this, I believe we can just say deploy, and before we do so, go under the deployments and say update the build strategy. By default, it is using Nixpax, but since we are using bun, we are going to select Docker file and leave everything as a default. Okay, I'll say update build environment, and let's say deploy now. I'll leave everything as default, click to that button. It'll take a couple of seconds or maybe minutes. Once it is done, I'll just be right back. Okay, so as you can tell, after 1 minute, it was live. It is done successfully. Let's try to click overview and let's say view our application. For some reason, it has crashed. Let's take a look at the logs. What do we have? It could be related to MongoDB. Yeah, just like I thought, it's related to IP address. Let's visit our MongoDB account. I'll just try to sign in. Now select your project and under the security, you will say database and network access. So once you click to it, you're going to get to this page and say IP access list. And once you click to it, you're going to see this page. For now, let's say add IP address, and we're going to say allow access from anywhere, right? Don't block anyone. We'll say confirm. So after a couple of seconds, it is now active, and let's try to visit here, try to refresh. Hopefully it should work. Maybe it'll take a couple of seconds until it can actually start working. Let's try to refresh. I don't know if we need to redeploy our application. You know, since this has failed, maybe we should say redeploy or restart the application. Can we restart it? Let me double check. So under the logs, I'll just try to reload again. Maybe it would connect this time. Okay, so you don't need to redeploy. Turns out it is going to restart it by itself. Now let's take a look at the terminal. Okay, we are missing one more environment variable. I'll show you which one that is. So under the front end, we have read Clerk publishable key. And under the main file, we said that if we don't have this, just throw an error, right? Don't run the application. We need to copy this value. So I'll copy everything from here and paste it right here. Now this is not just the API, but it is also our React application. So that's why we have to keep track of every single environment variable. Now, after adding this, just say deploy. Again, it'll take a couple of seconds. Once it is done, I'll just be right back. So it is done. Let's try to visit the deployments. As you can tell, the second deployment also done. Now let's try to visit our application, reload. So for some reason, we still have this error. Do I have any typos? Let me double check. Read Clerk publishable key. So it is the exact same value, right? We copied it from here. Why this is the case? Let me try to redeploy it. Maybe in your case it is already working, but in my case it did not. So I'll say deploy now once again. And let's see if this is going to fix it or not. So here we go, it is deployed once again, but I think we have the same problem. So it cannot see the publishable key if you take a look at the console. And the solution for this is we are going to visit the Docker file and we are going to include this environment variable, which is read Clerk publishable key. So we are going to put it in the build time, okay? So probably you already have it within the source code. Like just in case if you don't have it, you can type this out right after the web and before the build. We're going to say argument and we are going to say read underscore clerk publishable key. And I would say copy it from here so that you don't have typo. Okay, so that's the first thing. And then we're going to say environment, so env. Again, paste this in and paste this again, but this time put $sign in front of it. So it's going to grab this value from the .env. Okay, so with this, you can save and we can delete this space. Okay, we are going to redeploy the Docker file. Okay, so we'll just commit it. I'll say stage all the changes, create a commit message. Let's say sync this up. And hopefully this is going to create a new deployment. As you can tell, let's wait for this to be completed and then we'll check if it is going to work or not. Alright, so it is done. Let's go ahead and try to reload our application. As you can tell, now it is working. We don't really get any issues, okay? So that was the fix for Docker. Since we are having an environment variable that is needed in build time, we need to include it with this. Okay, I think we are completely done with this section. Just please go ahead and take a look at the source code. What we have done, you can try to analyze this part in detail if you're interested in Docker. If not, you can ignore it. But basically, this is the main change that we have done under the app.ts file, which is around 5 lines of code. We take the dist folder under the web and convert it to be our static assets. And then within this, we are serving the index.html file as our React application. Okay, so from this URL, now we both have our front-end application And if you visit /health, you're going to get our API, right? And you can visit places like API/users, and you would be able to, I think, fetch the users. Why it did not work? API users, do we have the get route? Okay, so it is the protected route, and since you did not log in, it is going to take you to the home screen. Let's try to log in with Clerk in production. Hopefully it should work out as well. And you can close these, we don't really need them. Okay, so we are logged in. As we can tell, we have the user button. If we wanted to, we can sign out as well. Now, since we are authenticated, we can visit /API/users, and we are going to get a response. Now here it says user not found. You might be asking why this is the case. So we are hitting this endpoint, right? And we are calling this method first, which is protect route. And here we are able to skip this check because we are authenticated, but here we cannot find the user in database. That's true. So we see this message because we didn't really call this endpoint, right? The callback endpoint is not being called. So we are going to call this later in the video to be able to sync this user. And then if we have the user in the database, let's find the auth file. If we have the user, we are not going to hit this if check. Okay, so that was something that I wanted to mention. Basically, with this URL, now we are able to have our API as well as our React application. With that, we can leave this section here, and hopefully in the next one, we are going to get started with our mobile application. So I'll see you there. So now it is time to get started with the mobile application. So we already have generated an application at the beginning of this course, but we will go ahead and start from the beginnings, okay? So we will delete most of the things here and basically go from scratch. And just before we jump into coding, I have some diagrams that I'd like to walk you through it. So let's ask the question, what is React Native in the first place, just in case if you have never used it. If you already know what that is, you can maybe skip the next 5 or 10 minutes, okay? So here I'll just give you a quick crash course like what we had back in the old days, some comparisons between React Web and React Native, and then how to follow along. So these are the diagrams that I've been using in my courses, and seems like you guys like it, so I'll just use it once again. Okay, so React Native is a framework that allows you to build mobile applications using React. This could be either JavaScript or TypeScript. In our example, we are going to be using TypeScript, but it's completely fine if you want to use JavaScript. Now, there is one thing called cross-platform development, which means you would write code only once, and that can run on multiple platforms, like iOS and Android, right? And here, this is what we have with React Native. It is a cross-platform framework because you can write one code base in JavaScript and you can deploy it to both iOS and Android. Okay, so we will just have only one code base and it'll be enough to deploy it to App Store and Play Store. So long story short, it's a framework and it is going to allow us to build mobile applications. Now the beauty of this is that if you already know React, it'll be very easy to learn it because it is very, very similar. Of course, there are some different concepts and a bit of different syntax time to time, but mostly it is like very, very similar. And here, let's take a look at the history just before React Native. How would you build a mobile application? So you had to learn 2 different programming languages, something like Swift for iOS, and then for the Android version, you have to learn something like Kotlin, right? And that means you need to get a MacBook just because of the iOS development, and same for the, for the Android. Here you had to learn the Android SDK, you had to install an Android Studio, things like that. But now that we have React Native, we can just write our code in VS Code, right? Literally, we can just write JavaScript code as if this is a web application, but at the end, we are getting a mobile application. Okay, so it's of course a little bit more complex than this, but this is all you have to know. Like if you want to build a mobile application nowadays, you don't really need to learn both of these languages, right? You already know JavaScript, so it'll be completely fine to build a mobile application with it. Now, React Native by itself is not enough, and this is a screenshot from their documentation. You can double check. They say, we believe that the best way to experience React Native is through a framework. And in this case, they would recommend Expo, and it is by far the best framework that is built on top of React Native. So it comes with all kinds of optimizations and extra features, and we will be using it in this course. So once again, go-to framework for React Native is going to be Expo. Now, do not confuse them. React Native and Expo is not the same thing. It is like, at the end of the day, you're still writing React Native code, but with Expo, you have some extra tools, optimizations, more features, things like that, okay? So Expo is built on top of React Native. Okay, that's one thing. And it is like, if we were to give an example, it is like React and Next.js, right? At the end of the day, you're still writing React, but with Next.js, you have some extra features like server actions, image optimizations, things like that, right? Okay, so that was the comparisons. And here I'd like to give you some, the app examples that are built with Expo. So this is a screenshot, like maybe from the last year. As you can tell, Blue Sky, the social application, it is built with Expo. The Phantom crypto wallet app, it is also built with Expo. And even Coinbase is built with Expo, okay? So if you're thinking that Expo is not production grade, you're completely wrong. It is actually very, very popular nowadays. Like all the big companies are using Expo to build mobile applications. Okay, there are of course more examples like Burger King, or I don't know, like bunch of different, let's actually double check. Bunch of different companies are using it. I believe from their website, they had the examples. Let's try to find it. So here, if you go under the solutions and startup, you're gonna see that all these companies are built on top of Expo, right? They bet on Expo. Like even Kick, right? It's one of the largest streaming applications nowadays. Okay, I hope you're convinced that Expo is a good solution. They are not sponsoring this video, by the way. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not getting paid to tell about Expo, but it's basically the best tool. So I think we should give the props to it. Okay, before we jump into coding, once again, let's take a look at the comparisons between React Web and React Native. So here, you already know that we would have something like a div with a class name that could be container. Then you would have some text like h1, p tag, span, so on and so forth, right? In React Native, it is very similar. Again, you have a component, but this time instead of div or h1 or p, you get components like, the text. It'll be coming from React Native. So you have your view, you have your text, and if you try to put this text within the view without text, it is not acceptable, okay? Whenever you have a text, it has to be between the text component. And we're gonna see this later in the video. But yeah, that's the very first thing. And notice how for the styles, we can put an object. And for this, I have a detailed example right here. So for the styling in React Web, let's say you only want to use CSS, right? Nothing like Tailwind or, just pure CSS. You would give the class name, and then within your CSS file, you would add your styles under this class. Then you can use the card or content, whatever the class name is. Here in React Native, it is also similar, but this time, instead of having a CSS file, you create a style sheet from React Native. And here you say, for the card class, I'm going to have these key value pairs. And then you would use this card by saying styles.card. Okay, so you would say styles.card. It's going to get all these styles and add it into this view element. Okay, so this is what we call CSS in JS, right? You write CSS with JavaScript. But if you wanted to, you can also use Tailwind. And for this, we have nativewind, which is Tailwind for React Native. And we're going to be using it in this course. It is a lot more convenient. We will just say class name and write our CSS classes. Okay, when it comes to event handling, in web, we have things like on-click, on-mouse over, things like that. But in mobile development, we don't have a mouse, we don't have click. Instead, we have things like on press, on double press, I think on long press, so on and so forth, right? And here, instead of a button, we would use either a touchable opacity, or there is a better component called pressable. I'll just type this out. So this is the component that we're going to be using whenever we want to have a button. Okay, so you have things like on press, on long press, and for now, just don't worry about it. We will see it in action later in the video. When it comes to the lists, in React Web, we would say something like, the array, which is items in this case, items.map, get every single item and display something, right? You would display the title, description, so on and so forth. But now in React Native, you can do the exact same thing once again, but if you have a very long list, let's say you have around, let's say this is an array with 100 items, okay? So you have a large list. In this case, instead of doing items.map, you would use a component called flatlist, which is very performant and it is optimized. And here you would say, I would like to render this array, which is items, and for every single one of them, we are gonna run this method. So we will basically get the item, okay? And here we'll say for every single item, go ahead, display this part. And we are going to see this later in the video in action. Then you have some extra props, but you don't have to memorize them. They will be coming from documentation. Okay, finally, for the forms, in web, we have things like onSubmit, input, and it is kind of similar to React Native. So we have text input instead of just input, but we don't have onSubmit, instead on button click. In your button, you would have onPress method, and once you click to it, you would call the handler method. Okay, so it can do anything that you wish. So that was 5 quick comparisons. You don't have to memorize them at all. We will just see them in action. My goal was to show you the similarities between React Web and React Native. It is very, very similar. Just the syntax is a bit different when it comes to the components, and maybe just a couple of different concepts. Now, how do you follow along with this course? You have 2 different options, and I would recommend this one. Because it is a lot faster, but if you wanted to, you can also install a simulator. So if you are in Mac, you would get the Xcode, but if you're on Windows, you would get the Android Studio. Then you're gonna get a simulator where we can run the application. But if you just want to get started with it immediately, take your phone, okay, your physical phone, head over to App Store or Play Store, then install Expo Go application. Then you are going to open this app and we are going to scan a QR code, okay? It is going to run our application in your physical device. And I will show this in a couple of minutes. But basically, this is a lot more quicker and more convenient to get started with than this one. But this is a better option in the long run because you would like to have your simulator open right in your laptop, right? Okay, so these are the 2 different options. I hope it makes sense. And then we have a couple of different things that we will get into. So for now, let's jump into VS Code. And here, as you can tell, we have components, constants, hooks, and let's say we don't really understand any of them. So we are going to delete everything, and Expo gives you a script called reset project, okay? So it's going to basically delete most of them. Let's open up our terminal and cd into the mobile, and I will say run, and then we're gonna put the script name, which is reset-project. Okay, so it asks me a question. I'll just press enter. So it'll delete most of them and put it under the app-example folder. Okay, so here you can see it deleted all of them and put it here. If you're interested, you can analyze them, but I'm not really interested because I'll try to explain from scratch. So we're going to delete it, okay? Now let's see what we have. I am going to kill my terminal. So we have the app folder, which is the most important thing. This is what we're going to get into in a second. Other than this, we have node modules, some configuration files, we have assets like the images. And again, we're going to have our own images. These are some boilerplate images that Expo provides you. And then we have the VS Code configuration folder. So we can ignore that as well. And the most important part is the app folder. So the index.tsx is our home screen and layout is the, okay, so I was saying this underscore layout.tsx file is a special file, and here we can do customizations. And we're gonna get into this stack component as well. For now, let's just try to see how we can run this application. So we are going to open up our terminal and just make sure that you are under the mobile. And we are going to say banex expo start. And you are going to see that it is going to provide you a QR code. Now we will scan this in a second, but first off, I'll show you with the simulator. So if you're on Mac, just go ahead, open up your simulator. And if you're in Android, again, just go ahead and do the same thing. Here in this case, I am running it under an iPhone 16 Pro Max. And if you wanted to open this up in a simulator in iOS, you would press I in the terminal. And if you are on Windows or if you want to run it on Android, you would press A. And if you don't have the simulator, don't worry, we will run it from your phone in a second. But here I'll just press I. And hopefully it's going to run our application. Now here the content is going to be this file. As you can tell, it is very simple. It says edit app index.tsx to edit this screen, right? Here I'll just add something like 1, 2, 3 at the end. As soon as I save it, you will see that it's going to reload it immediately. So that means our application is live. It is working without any issues. Now let's try to open up our terminal. And from your phone, you would like to scan this QR code. And make sure that your phone is connected to the same Wi-Fi as your laptop. Okay, so here I'll just try to open up my camera and then scan this QR code. Just give me a second. We open up the camera and I have my phone right here. As you can tell, I will open up the camera. Okay, I just scanned this. It opened up the expo. It is loading. Let's wait a little bit. Now I believe my Wi-Fi provider is going to block this, and there is a solution for it. Now probably in your case it's going to work, but if it doesn't, here is the solution. Let's open up the terminal, kill this with Ctrl+C. We are gonna do the same thing, which is banex expo start, but at the end just put -- tunnel. Okay, just like that. So you're going to run it once again. So again, it started. As you can tell, it says something like tunnel connected and tunnel is ready. Now I'll try to scan this once again. Let me open up my camera. Okay, just give me a second. I grab my phone, put this on the side. Okay. So it is scanned. Now it is trying to open the project. As you can tell, it is downloading. Like, I don't know if you can see, but just trying to bundle it. It'll take a couple of seconds. And as you can tell, it is the exact same output, right? So we have 1, 2, 3 at the end. Here you can tell. Okay, now I can run this app on my phone, and let's try to actually update it. Here I'll say something like maybe 1, 2, 3 at the beginning. Let's put until 5. Okay, as soon as I save, here you can tell it's been updated, right? I'm just trying to prove that this is working 100%. So this is how we would run the application. That was the quick setup. So from here on out, in this course, I'll be using this simulator, but you feel free to use your actual phone, okay? Now let's try to delete everything, and I'll just try to give you a quick crash course. If you already know this part, you can skip that, okay? Now, as I said in the past, if you want to put a text, you have to have a text element. Here, I'll just try to reload this application. And I think I don't need to run it with tunnel. So I'm going to delete this, clear this up, and I'm going to delete this part. For the simulator, we don't need the tunnel as the option. So let's wait for this to be completed. Okay, so I'll just reload. I'll press R, or now I'll press I so that it can restart it. Okay, as you can tell, we got an error. It says if you want to have a text, it should be wrapped with a text component. So that's the very first thing that you should always keep in mind. You always want to have the text component. And here you can tell we have styles under an object. You can do it either inline, or you can get a style sheet. Let's try to import it from React Native like this. We imported it, and then you would say const styles. It is going to be equal to stylesheet.create, which is going to be an object, right? And here you can put anything. Here I'll just say my title. This is the class name. And for the color, let's say I will have red. And here I'll say something like hello. And we're going to say style is going to be equal to styles.myTitle. Let's save. As soon as you do so, here we can tell it is working. You can add anything that is coming from CSS, like font size, let's say 40. It is a lot larger than usual. Now in this course, I don't want to use the styles in this way. It is pretty boring. Instead, I would like to have tailwind. Okay, so we are going to say something like class name and say text red of 500 or flex of 1. I don't know, like justify content centered, heading X of 20, right? We would like to use tailwind. And to be able to make this work, we are going to follow the documentation of, let's say, the native wind. So I'm going to delete the style sheet from here. Let's go right here. I will say nativewind.dev and let's say get started. Now here it says you can start an Expo application, but we already have it. Instead, we are going to install the native wind. We are using bun. Let's select this option, copy everything and paste it in our terminal. So kill the mobile with Control C, clear this up, paste this in. Okay, so these are all the versions that I'm using. If you'd like to get the exact same thing, like you can pause the video and maybe try to type this out. So I will actually copy this and I'm going to provide this in the description of the video. Here I will add a to-do for myself so that I don't forget it. I'll say to-do, provide this in video description. Okay, so this is a comment for me, not for you, so that I don't forget it. You can probably grab this from the video description because I will include it. So that was the first step. I believe it is done successfully. Let's go ahead and follow the next step. It says create a tailwind config.js file. So I'm copy the name and I will go right here under the mobile, let's say tailwind config.js. And for the content, we are going to grab it from here, paste this in, and we would like to update one thing, and let me walk you through it. So here it says use the app.tsx, but we don't have this file. Instead, we would like to get everything under the app folder. So delete this part, just say app folder slash, we're gonna say double asterisk, which selects every single folder, and within this we're going to say every single file which ends with one of these extensions. So we're going to put curly braces, and just like here I will copy it. So any file that has these extensions under the app folder should be able to use the tailwind. So this is what that says. Okay, now let's save. One more thing, maybe we can do it later, I don't want to confuse you. For now, just leave it as it is, okay? So you can copy it from the source code or maybe just type this out. Then let's go find the next step. It says create a global.css file and copy the content. So we will go under the mobile, under the root, we'll say global.css, paste this in. Then it says create this file, babelconfig.js. I think we don't have it. So under the mobile, once again, we will get the content. I know these steps are kind of confusing and annoying, but we have to go through it. So we'll just copy and paste. Then let's go here under the metroconfig.js. Do we have that file? I don't think so. Under the mobile, let's create this file, get the content as well. Paste this in. Okay, so it basically says use the global.css, okay? And what else do we have? Okay, now we need to just import this under the root. I will go here under the root layout, which is a file that we'll get into. Basically, we would like to import this file, but we have a typo. Okay, so maybe we should go one up. because we are under the app, right? We're gonna go one up under the mobile, and it is right here. So with this, let's try to test it out if it is going to work or not. And are we missing anything else? I think we can skip this because it should be already there. Let's test this out. I'm going to rerun my mobile application. I'll say bunx expose start. And then now let's try to put them side by side. Here you would like to reload your application. Press R. It's going to reload it. And while it is reloading, we can add a class name to test this out. I'll say text red 500, which is coming from Tailwind. As you can tell, it is working 100%. So let's say something like size of, I don't know, like 20. But this is not the font size, this is width. For the size, you would say text of, I don't know, like 4x large. It is working. We can give the background of, let's say, orange 500. Okay, so it's completely working. Tailwind is done. One more thing, we would like to add this under the, under this file for the TypeScript. Since we are using it, this will make it type safe, I believe. So let's copy it. So it says if you're using TypeScript in your project, you will need to set up the type definitions. Nativewind extends to React Native types via declarations merging. So it's a better option to get this file, and we are going to create it under the root. So under the mobile, have this file. Do we have it already? Yeah, I think we already have it called. Okay, so when did we create it? I think it is done automatically. Yeah, it's the same content. Okay, so if you don't have it, you can create it and put the content. But I think when we follow one of these steps, by running some of them, I think it created that file and put the content. Okay, with this, Tailwind setup is done. So the native wind setup is done. Now, before we end the section, we can set up one more tool, which is going to be 10stack query. So you can visit 10stack.com/query. As you can tell, they have a bunch of different products, but we're going to be using 10stack query, which is for data fetching. So it is very cool. If you have never used it, you will see how to use it in this project. But basically, if you're interested, you can take a look at the documentation. I don't know why, but it is down at the moment, but hopefully it should be alive once you visit that. Okay, so for some reason it is broken, but I know these steps, so I'll just try to walk you through it. Let's go under the root layout. We are going to close everything, and let's find this file, and we will import a couple of different things. Now, before we do so, we have to install the package. So I'm going to kill my terminal. Under the mobile, we're going to say bun add, and then the name of the package, which is going to be add 10stack, then slash, then react-query. Okay, so go ahead and install it. Then we can import a couple of different things. So first off, I'll say import the query client, as well as the query client provider from the package that we just installed, which is 10stack react query. Okay, so here, first off, we would like to create a query client, which is going to be an instance of the query client. And then we are going to wrap our entire application, which is stack at the moment. So let's go here, cut this for a second. We're going to wrap it with the query client provider, like this. And then we're going to pass the client as the argument, which is this one. Okay, so with this, now within our entire application, we can use a 10stack query, and it has hooks like use query, which allows you to fetch data. Then it has something like use mutation, and this is going to allow us to send post requests, delete, update, things like that. So whenever you want to fetch some data, you would use query, and if you want to update something or delete something, then you would use mutation. So these are the things that we'll get into. Just notice how this is the setup, okay? So you create one instance and you wrap entire application with the provider, then passes instance as the argument. Okay, so before we enter section, let's talk about the stack component as well, which is coming from Expo router. So this is what we call the stack navigation. And here I can give you an example. Let's visit the Safari. And from here, we will visit something like, let's say, facebook.com. And then after this one, let's visit somewhere like instagram.com. Okay, so notice how if I wanted to go back, just imagine this is my finger, okay? I'm going to put it back. Do you see how the back pages, previous pages comes from the left, and the next pages would be coming from the right? Okay, so if you have ever used iPhone, you know this is what you can do with your finger. You can go back and then you can go to the next page. So this is like a stack of plates. You can think of it in that way. If you want to get the, the plate at the very end, you have to first get rid of the first one, right? Oops, if I can do it correctly. Okay, Jesus. Okay, so now this is in the Safari, right? We would like to have the same behavior in our Expo application. And for this behavior, we need to use the stack component. Okay, so that's the stack navigation. If you don't trust me, you can say stack Expo and then visit the documentation. So a stack navigator is the foundation way of navigating between routes in an application. On Android, a stack route animates on top of the current screen. On iOS, it comes from the right, just like I showed you. Whenever you have a new route, it'll be coming from the right. And if you're interested, you can read the entire documentation about it, and I'll try to actually walk you through some part of it. So here they have some options that is called screen options, and let's try to add it. So here we are under the home screen, right? Let me put them side by side. Okay, so we are in the home screen and I don't really want to see this title. So I can just come here and I can say screen options. So we will just add these screen options and we can say header shown by default it is equal to true, and we can say false. Now the header will be gone. Let's try to reload our application. I think I need to run it. So I'll press I, it can restart it, and then press R, it's going to reload it. As you can tell, now we got rid of that, the header. We have one warning. Let's try to fix it. I'll try to press R. So I paused the video and tried to find the solution. Basically, just because of I have the semicolon, it thinks that it is a text, which is correct. So let's try to delete it. Now we get rid of that error, okay? Now, once again, we were trying to have the header shown, which will go from true to false. You can add a lot more options. Maybe we can take a look at it later in the video. For now, let's keep it simple and just see this one. And with this, I believe we can end this section right here. Let's pretty quickly go over what we have done. So under the mobile folder, we set up the native event. It has a couple of different steps that we follow from the documentation. Then we resetted our project, right? We only have two different files. This is the root layout where your application starts. And here you can do initializations for third-party libraries. You can add customizations to your stack component, so on and so forth. And actually later in the video, we'll have like maybe around 20 lines of code here. We will add a bunch of different things. So we are going to learn about this file more in the future. Then we have the index.tsx, which is like home screen. Okay, so this is our default home screen. Later in the video, we are also going to customize it. Okay, so that was the entire section. If you have some stuff that you didn't quite understand, it's completely fine. As we go through this course, we are going to see more and more examples, and hopefully it should make more sense. Now, before we end this section, I'll go into my diagrams and talk about two more things. So the first one is the splash screen. You might hear this, this term and get confused, but basically this is the loading screen. Whenever you visit an application for a split second or maybe 2-3 seconds, you would see something like this until the application loads, right? They can load the custom fonts, things like that, the assets, and while you're waiting, you would see this splash screen. And this is the example for Facebook, and this is for the old Twitter. Okay, so that's what we call the splash screen. And if you wanted to customize your own splash screen, you can go under the expo and let's actually search for it. You can say splash screen. Click to here and see everything, like all the details, what you should keep in mind, etc. Now this is a tutorial. Unfortunately, I cannot teach you everything, right? There will always be more stuff that you can learn by yourself. For this, feel free to visit the documentation and always check the details. Okay, so the other thing that I wanted to mention is the tab navigator. So this is an example that I have, but from the name you can understand it immediately. A tab navigator in React Native is a navigation pattern that creates a tab bar, usually at the bottom of the screen, and it allows users to switch between different screens. So here in this example, we are in the home screen, right? If you click to this one, it'll take you to the search screen. Here, it'll take you to profile. And in our application, we'll have the tab navigator as well. Let me show you the end result. So we're gonna have the chats screen, chats tab, and if you click to here, you'll have the profile screen, which is this one. Okay, so these are the terms that I wanted to mention: splash screen, tab navigator, and we also learn about the stack navigator. With this, let's try to, commit our changes. I will close everything. Let's toggle the status bar visibility. Maybe create a new branch. And let's check if we are ignoring everything, like the node modules, the most important one. Okay, so it should be enough. Here I will create a new branch and I'll say mobile basics, or let's say React Native basics. I'll say RN basics, and I will also say setup. So that's my branch name. Let's create it. Stage everything, make sure to press this button, get a commit message. So this is what AI provided us. I think it's fine. I'll say commit, publish this branch. Let's go into the source code, create the pull request, and I'll wait for the suggestions from CodeRabbit so that we can fix anything that we have in our code base that is not correct. Then we should be able to merge the pull request. So here we go, we got the quick summary as usual. You can pause the video and read it if you're interested, but it basically says you have introduced, Tailwind, which is native wind in this case. Then you got the 10-stack query and you deleted some of the components by using the reset project script. That's true. Let's scroll to the bottom and see the problems we have. So under the nitpick comments, it says index.tsx. So it says you should be consistent. So I think here in this file, we are using the style as well as the class name. And this is just for testing purposes. We are going to delete it anyways, right? So from here on out, we will be using only class names, right? So this is what it warns us. It is fine. So we can skip this comment. Then it says remove the to-do. This is something that for me, not for you. We can ignore it as well. Okay, so I think we don't have anything else to fix. So our code base is already looking good. We don't need to refactor anything. Let's go here and try to merge this request. Once it is done successfully, let's go here back to the master and we're going to get the latest changes. So with this, our code base is up to date and hopefully I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, we are going to get started with the authentication screen. And on top of it, we are going to build the tab navigator. So as you can tell, we have two different tabs and we are going to set this up. Now, before we jump into coding, please notice everything is coming from the documentation. You can always search for it as it's the single source of truth, right? So you can just say expo documentation and search for the tabs. Now, of course, I'll walk you through it with the example, but if you're interested to go into more detail, please feel free to visit the documentation. So we'll go under the VS Code, under the mobile, under the app, we are going to create a folder that is called tabs, but we are going to wrap it with the brackets. Okay, so we have this special folder. Now within this, we can create our tabs, right? And on top of it, we are going to have a file called _layout.tsx. Now we might be asking, we already have one, but it's completely fine. So you can have multiple one of them. And here in this file, we are going to, have our icons. We are going to customize the text. So should it say chats or messages or homepage, right? And then we're going to give icons, colors, so on and so forth. And for the colors, I want you to visit the source code. Okay, go under the source code, under the mobile, find the tailwind config.js file, and I want you to copy and paste one part, and let me grab it as well. So under the extent, you are going to see that we will have some colors. So I just paste that in. So we have the primary color. So this is the color palette that I provided. As you can tell, we are always using some kind of orange color, and we don't really want to type this out every single time. So instead we will say something like text primary, and it'll give us this color, or we will say, text foreground, we will get this color, so on and so forth. So this is our color palette, right? Go ahead and grab it. Okay, so under the tabs, you are gonna have two different files, as you can imagine. The first one is for the chats, and the other one is for the profile. Since this is the entry point, we can call this as index.tsx, okay? And this is what they have in the documentation as well. So they have index.tsx, which is the home screen. Then for the settings, they have settings.tsx, which is this one. Okay, so I'll go here, do the exact same thing. I'm going to create the index.tsx, which is our chat screen. Then here we will have not settings, but profile.tsx screen. Now I have one extension. Probably you already have it. Let's search for it. I'll zoom out. It is this one. Go ahead and install it, and it is going to give you some, let's say, snippets. So you can just say RNFE, and it'll give you a boilerplate code. Let's say profile tab. Okay, so it just doesn't have any content other than a simple text, but it is enough for us to get started with it. Let's do the same thing here. I'll say RNFE, and I'm going to call this as chats tab. Okay, let's give a little bit space to format this. Then we'll go under the root layout, do the exact same thing. Here I will call this as maybe tabs layout. Again, let's give a little bit spacing. Okay, so this was for the tabs navigator, right? On top of it, we are going to have the authentication screen. But this is not part of the tabs navigator, right? This is a completely different screen. We are going to log in, and then we will see the tabs navigator. So for this, we will create the authentication screen under a different folder. So I'll say not underscore, but brackets, and we're going to put auth in it. So that's the name. Here, we will have only one screen. So we're not going to have something like login.tsx and signup.tsx, because we only have one screen and users can sign up or log in just by clicking to these buttons. Okay, so with this in mind, let's create the index.tsx file. And again, we are going to have a layout file. So I'll say underscore layout.tsx. And within this file, we can do some navigations. So if user is authenticated, we are going to redirect them. So let's say RNFE. I'll say auth layout. Maybe we can give a little bit of spacing. Let's do the same thing for this one. And for this, I'll just say auth screen. So we just set up our file and folders. Let's close everything. So under the mobile, under the app, we have these folders with these files. We will go under the root layout. Instead of having this tag in this way, I'm going to actually close this off. Let's say stack. Okay, within this, we are going to specify our screens because we created two different folders with different files, right? So here I will say, and this is how you would do it, by the way, you will say stack.screen, and within this, you can have a name. So let's first put the authentication. So I'm going to say, here's the folder name that is called auth, and we can add some options. For now, let's actually skip this. I'm going to have it in this way. Let's duplicate it. The other folder we have, or the other route, is called tabs. Okay. Now with this, we can actually get started with these files and folders. And here I just got my simulator, by the way. Let's put them side by side and try to build our UI. Now we don't really need this home screen anymore, right? It was under here. Sorry, it is under this one. Now this is the actual home screen, which is called the chats. So we can delete this file, but I'll just get this to do, cut it, and I'm going to paste it somewhere else so that I don't forget that. Maybe I can put it right here at the very bottom. Okay, so now if we want to configure the tabs, we will go under the root layout and have a tab navigator. So we don't really need the view or text. Let's delete them. Instead, we are going to get the tabs, but this time it'll be coming from expo router. Okay, so we're going to return a tabs component. And this is not going to be self-closed, but it'll be in this way. Then we're going to have a specific tab screen. So we'll say tabs.screen. And then we are going to duplicate it. So the first one is going to be for the home screen. And we'll say name is equal to index, because this is the name of the file. It is this one, right? For the other one, name is going to be equal to what? Profile, because that's the file. If it was profile 123, here you would put the exact same thing. Okay, for now, let's just say profile. And then for the very first one, we are going to say you'll get some options. And this is going to be an object. We are going to put the title, which is going to be equal to chats. So this text is what we have here. If you want to put messages, you would come here and then you would say messages. Okay, so that's the title. And if you don't put anything, it's going to be called as index, just like the file name. That's one thing. Now the other thing is the icon. So we'll say tab bar icon. And this will be a callback function, or just a function, not callback. Within this, we are going to get a couple of different props. So we're going to get the color, the focus state, as well as the size. We'll be using all of them, and in Expo you can use some icons. So here I'll just paste this in. You can import ion icons from Expo vector icons, and there are a bunch of different icons like Font Awesome. They have a bunch of different options, but in our case I'll be using ion icons. Okay, so here we would like to return the ion icons. This will be self-closed, and we're going to give the name. So we will say this will be dynamic. If this tab is focused, we're going to see one icon, else a different one. And the name of the first one will be chat bubbles, or chat bubble, I believe. Okay, it should be like in this way, chat bubbles. And the other one is going to be chat bubbles, but outline. And we have a warning. This should be not curly braces, but normal brackets, because we are just returning something. It's not a function body. So that's the name. Then you can add the size as well as the color. Okay, let's try to save and do the exact same thing for this one. So after the name, I will get the options, paste this in. Title is going to be equal to profile. And for the icons, we'll say if it is focused, it's going to get person, but else it's going to get person dash outline. So let's try to save and see the output, what we got. Okay, so we can see the layout, and it is outside of the content. Now, outside of the screen, this is expected and we are going to fix it. For now, let's just see where that is. I think it is coming from the auth layout. Let's say something like last name of flex of 1 and maybe margin top of 20. Okay, later in the video, we are going to find an actual solution. For now, let's just try to ignore it. And from here, so that we can see the home screen, we'll say maybe something like redirect imported from Expo router, and we are going to redirect the user to the tabs. Okay, so it says, I think we have a type error. Maybe we can just say something like const is authenticated. Let's say false, or let's say true. And I'll say if user is authenticated, please just return out of this method and redirect them to the tabs. but maybe this should be a component call. So in this way, is it going to work? Let's say href. Okay, now this should work. Let's save. Okay, here we go. We are just thinking that user is authenticated, and instead of showing them the auth screen, we take them to the tabs screen. And here we can tell we have the chats and we have the profile. When you click to it, content updates. Now let's go back under the tabs, and if you try to delete the size, you will see that it's going to get very small, and if you delete the color, it's going to get a different color. So that's why we are adding them. But now we are going to update the color itself, and we are going to get rid of this header. For this, you would go under the root component, which is tabs, and let's say we're going to have some screen options. Okay, this will be an object. First off, I'll just say header shown to be equal to false. And once you save it, like it is gone, but again, we have the same problem. The content is outside of the safe area view. So this is what we call the safe area view, okay? Content should be within here, not outside of it. This is something that we'll fix. Please don't worry at all. Okay, that was the very first thing, which is header shown of false. Now we can add the tab bar style. And within this, again, this will be an object. Now we can update the background color of the tab bar. I will copy and paste them line by line. So that's the color we have. Then we can give border top color. It's going to be this one. Then we'll have width of 1 for the border. I'll give a height, which will be 88. And then maybe some padding from the top. Okay, so I think this looks a lot more cleaner than the previous state. Now what happens, like how can we update the active color? Instead of having blue, we're gonna have our primary color. So go outside of the tab bar style and say tab bar active tint color. Now here you can see if it is active, icon updates, right? Otherwise it has the outline, and color also updates. And if it is inactive, we can also change the color by just saying inactive tint color. Okay, so it's a little bit more dark. And then we can update the size, the font size, as well as the font weight. So these are all the options we are going to have for the tabs parent component. So that's pretty much the entire component. The only thing we're left is the actual authentication logic. So here I will add it as a to-do. Let's say auth redirection. Let's say redirect, and we're going to be doing it in a couple of minutes. So this is how we can set up the tabs. You have a parent component that is called tabs. Then within this, you can have multiple different tab screen, and it should match with the file name that you have right here. Either index, profile, settings, whatever the name is, but you can update the title. If you don't add the title, notice how it'll be the file name, okay? So if you wanted to customize it like profile 123, you can do it from the title. And then same for the icons. Okay, so I think that's it for the tabs for now. We can close this. Now under the auth layout, again, we are cheating. We will actually implement this with Clerk, but before we do so, let's try to visit the chats screen and try to get rid of this issue, right? The content overflows with the status bar. So this is what we call the status bar, okay? Now the solution, or one of the solutions we have, I think this is one of the best one. It is called scroll view element. Let's try to open this up and close this off. Here we will say something like a class name. First off, let's update the background. I'll say BG surface. Okay, background color has been updated. And within this, let's update the text color as well. Let's say something like text white. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and add a prop that is called content inset adjustment behavior. And we'll just say automatic. Once you save, notice how our content is within the actual safe area view. And let's try to put maybe like 50 of these. I'll try to duplicate it. Okay, maybe I should put more and more. Okay, notice how it is scrollable, right? Because we are using scroll view component, and it is nicely working with the status bar without giving us a strange behavior. And if you wanted to, you can give some paddings from the horizontal direction, but that's something that we'll do later in the video. Just notice how this is one of these solutions. Let me delete everything. Okay, so this prop is one of the solutions. The other one is to wrap everything with a safe area view component. I think it also works pretty nice. Here you need to delete this, let's save, and maybe we can say something like, maybe like class name flex of 1. And why do we have an error? Save area view, it should be in this way. And if you delete flex 1, like it is not taking the entire space, right? Flex 1 basically says take all the space that is available. And this is the other solution. In our case, I'll be going with the scroll view. Okay, we need to get this, type this out manually. Delete this part. And it was content inset adjustment behavior. It'll be equal to automatic. Now let's do the exact same thing for the profile. Okay, so I'm going to copy this part, or maybe just everything. Go under the profile screen. Paste this in. Let's import the scroll view element. And let's say profile tab. Okay, so this fixed the problem. Now we can actually implement the authentication. For this, we are going to visit Clerk. You will find the link in the description. We already have an application, right? So I'll just visit my dashboard. And from this dropdown, select the application that we created. In my case, it is this one. And here, let's say, maybe find the documentation. And actually, instead of finding it from here, let's just say Expo Clerk Quick Start. And we're going to follow the documentation. So we already have an Expo app. We need to get the package. I'll copy it. Open up my terminal under the mobile. Let's kill this, clear this up, paste this in. Then we need to get our Clerk publishable key. So select your application. Again, make sure it's the correct one. Then copy it. We will go under the mobile. Just create a file called .env. I will call it as .env.local. Let's paste this in. Okay, the other step is to go under the layout.tsx. This is the root layout, and we are going to wrap our entire application with the Clerk provider. And I don't know why this, I don't know why this takes so much time, but let's kill this and run it again. So probably my internet connection is pretty slow, but now it's been installed. Let's go under the root layout. Okay, I'll just kill everything and paste this import. Let's wrap our entire application with the Clerk provider. And then let's see the next step. We need to install this package that is called Expo Secure Restore. You can read what this does, and let's actually read it out loud. So Clerk stores the active user session token in memory by default. In Expo applications, the recommended way to store sensitive data, such as tokens, is by using this package, which is going to encrypt the data before storing it. So this is for security reasons. You don't need to understand all the details, but just know what that does. Okay, so we're gonna paste this in under the mobile. Then we will import the token cache. Let's import it right here. And I think we are going to pass it to the Clerk provider component. So here I'll go ahead, paste this in. So with this, we have the entire setup. You can take a look at the example, how they build, the authentication. They have sign up page, the sign in page, and they are doing it with email password combination. But I'll try to walk you through with the Google and Apple social authentication. And just one more thing, they say go under the auth layout and paste this part, which is going to redirect the user. So I'm going to copy it. Let's go under the auth layout. And instead of having it in this way, okay, so that was fake, we are going to paste this in. We will get the use auth. Now we can delete this variable. And instead of is auth, we will say is signed in. Okay, we can delete this part because they took it to home screen, but we have tabs, so we're gonna put it right here. And now if you restart your application and reload it, let's try to see. We are gonna get the authentication screen by default. Now we would like to do a similar thing under the other layout, which is the tabs layout. Here I have the to-do. Let's try to delete it and actually implement it. So I'm going to paste this in. It is 3 lines of code and almost the exact same thing. We're going to get this hook from Clerk, which gives us if user is signed in and if Clerk is loaded. If Clerk is not loaded, we are not going to return anything. But if user is not signed in, we are going to take them to the authentication screen. Okay, so with this, we have the entire authentication redirection set up, but now we need to build the authentication screen. And now instead of returning the auth layout, we should return the auth screen, right? This is the sign-in page. So here, instead of returning a view, we are going to delete this part. We'll say instead, we want to have a stack navigator. Let's save. As you can tell, now we can see the auth screen, but I'd like to get rid of this header option, right? So I'm going to say screen options, and we'll say header shown to be equal to false. And it should be gone. Now again, we have the same problem, but we are going to be fixing it. Let's try to close everything, go under the index.tsx file and get started with it. Now I will provide you a file which is for this image. Okay, so you can find it from the source code. I'll show you where, and then you are going to have the icon image as well. Okay, so head over to the source code. Under the mobile, under the assets, under the images, you are going to see 2 different images, and I will actually get them now. So I have just pasted all of them. We have the auth.png, google.png, as well as the logo.png. We're going to be using all of them one by one. For now, let's go under here and try to get started with the actual UI. Now, before we get into the return statement, just go outside of the component and have this part. So from the dimensions, which is coming from React Native, we are going to get the windows width and height. We will be using these values in a second. Then we can go right here under this view. I'll say class name of flex of 1 so that it is taking the entire height, the entire space. Then we're going to say background should be surface dark. So that's the very first thing. Now we will delete the text, and here I will have a to-do. Let's say, I don't know, like I'll show you. We have a couple of different background elements, right? So these are some animated orbs. Okay, so animated circles. I will leave it as a to-do. For now, let's not make it any complicated. I'll say animated orbs. We're going to implement it, and this will be under a view, which is going to have the class name of absolute. Let's type this out. It'll be inset of 0 so that it is taking the entire space, and we'll say overflow of hidden, and here we will put something. For now, let's skip that. Then we will have another view. This time it'll be safe area view. Okay, go ahead and import this component from React Native safe area context. So this is a package that you get when you start an application with Expo. And then here we'll give the class name of flex of 1. Again, it should take the entire space. Then here we can have the top section, which is the branding part. So we will have one image and then one title. So let's put them side by side, and I will actually copy and paste and walk you through it. I don't really want to waste any time. Okay, so we're going to import image from Expo image, not from React Native, because the image that is coming from Expo is a lot more optimized. So here we will say get the image component from Expo image. Now we have an error. Let's try to reload our application. It should be gone. Okay, so as you can tell, we have one view which centers the items. Then it has some padding from the top. Then we have the image. Here is how you would do it. Since we would like to get a local image, we are going under the assets, find the images folder, and find the image file. Then we have some styles like the width and height is going to be 100 pixels each. Then margin vertical of -20. Then you have the content fit. This has a bunch of different options like cover, contain, fill, and in this case, contain works the best. So we will have the contain. Then we have one text that says whisper, which is the name of our application. And you know, it's basically CSS. I don't want to explain anything here because this is not a CSS course. and I'm pretty sure that you all know this already. So that was the top section, and right after this we're gonna have the center section, right? And this is going to be where we have the hero image. So it is this part, right? So again, I just put them side by side. Let's have a view. Here are all the classes that it's going to get: flex of 1, justify and item centered, and padding x of 6, which is equal to 24 pixels. Now here we will have our auth image. I will copy and paste. Again, please don't get confused just because we copy and paste. We are literally doing the exact same thing as we have done right here. So we just pass a source, the style, which has the width and height, and here we are using these dimensions, these ones, and I found these values work the best. You can always customize it. Then we have the content fit of contain. If you put cover, I think it would be, a little bit larger. You can use other values like scale down, but I think contain should be fine. And then right after the image, we're gonna have a headline. So it is under a view. We have one text with some classes and then another text that says seamlessly. And we're using the primary text color. Now right below to this text, we're gonna have two different buttons and we want them to be side by side, right? So we're gonna use flex of row. Now in web, flex is by default is side by side, but in mobile, flex is by default in vertical direction because you have some limited space, right? By default, it is in the column direction, but we would like to have it in the row direction in this case. So right after this view, let's say we're gonna have the auth buttons, which is going to be under a view component, and this will get some classes. So I'll say class name flex dash row, and we'll say gap of 4, maybe margin top of 10. Then we will have our very first button, which is Google VTN, let's say. And for the buttons, we are going to be using the pressable component. It is coming from React Native. The other option is touchable opacity, but it is not really recommended. Pressable is a better option. In the past, we used touchable opacity in past courses. It is completely fine, but I would say pressable is a better option since you can customize it more and more. Okay, so here we will have some images and texts, but first let's give our classes. I'd like to copy and paste and not waste any time. So it's gonna get the flex of 1, flex row, item center, justify center, gap of 2, background color. You can read the rest, pretty simple. And then it's going to get the disabled state. So you can say it is disabled just by saying true, but instead we're gonna have a value. For now, let's say false. And then on press, what is going to happen? For now, let's just put a method and just say console log you pressed Google button, let's say. Okay, for the content, we are gonna have an image. This could be self-closed, and it's going to be the Google image. So it is this one, and then we're gonna put the text. Again, please let me copy and paste so that we don't waste too much time. So we got the source, width and height, as well as the content fit of contain. Why do we get an error? Let's try to reload it. Hopefully it should fix it. Okay, as we can tell, we have a large Google button. Then right next to it, we are going to have the text. So after the image, just say Google with these classes. Now we can copy this, right? Duplicate it. And this time it's going to be Apple button, let's say. Let's say you pressed iOS button. And for the image, now we can use an icon. If you wanted to, you can get an image, but here I'll be using ion icons. Let's import it. And here I will give you the name, which is equal to logo Apple. So I will paste the entire thing. It is a single line, logo Apple, size of 20, and color will be white. So the icon is right here, but it is not visible. Let's say background will be white of 10. As you can tell, now it's been updated. Let me change the colors of this pressable. I will get the class name from source code. And here, instead of having text gray of 900, we will have text foreground Let me delete this part. Okay, and for the content, it's going to be equal to Apple. So if you don't want to type this out, just like what I do, you can have the source code open and copy and paste these classes. Okay, so once again, this is not a CSS course. Let's please focus on React Native instead of some specific CSS styling. So you already know what flex row is, or you already know what this does. It gives rounded corners, right? So we don't really want to waste too much time on these pointless stuff. Okay, so with this in mind, let's try to open up our terminal. If I click this, as you can tell, we pressed Google button. If we press this, we got this console log. Now this is fine, but we'd like to have the actual logic. So for this, we can create a custom hook. Now we can put the logic right here, but let's just try to keep our code base clean and a little bit more maintainable. We will go under the mobile, create a folder called hooks, and we will have one file called use social auth.ts file. So I will kill the left hand side and let's try to get started with it. We are going to get an import from Clerk Expo. It is called use single sign-on, okay? And then we are going to get the use state from React and the alert from React Native. So let's say we are going to have a function that is called use auth social, which will be, let's say, a basic function. And this will take actually not any arguments, but at the end we'll say export default use auth social. So within this, we are going to have a state. Let me copy and paste. So this will be the loading strategy, because when you click to this one, right, you would like to see a loading spinner. And if you click to this one, you would like to see a loading spinner only in this one. So it's going to be a value of string, but initially it'll be equal to null. And then we will have this call, let's say start SSO flow, like this, and we are going to call the use SSO hook. So for now, just follow along with me, it'll make sense. This will be a very simple hook. Now here we will say const handle social auth. Let me type this in. So this will be an arrow function, let's say, and this will get arguments. So the first one is the strategy. And here the strategy could be two different things, which is either Google or Apple. So we are going to make TypeScript happy. We'll say this could be either OAuth underscore Google, or this could be a value of the exact same thing, but this time for Apple. So we'll say OAuth Apple, just like this. And that's the only argument that we would need for this method. At the end, we'll just say return this method from this hook, which is called handle social auth, as well as our loading state. Okay, so we are returning two different values. Let me put them as a single line. And let's implement the method, then we're going to be done with it. So we'll have the loading state to be equal to true, and it's going to get the value. So we'll say strategy. That's either OAuth Google or OAuth Apple. Then we'll have a try and catch block. Here under the try, I'll provide the one line for you. So this is coming from the Expo documentation. Okay, it's coming from the Clerk documentation. Please, if you're interested, go ahead and check this out, but I'll just show you the easiest way to implement it. So here we'll be using async so that we can mark this with await. So we're going to start the SSO flow. This will handle the authentication, right? And if you would like to pass Google or Apple, it would go here. Then we'll say if created session ID, and if we have the set active, in this case, we will run this part. So we'll say await, call the set active by passing the session to equal to this value. And then, yeah, that's the entire thing actually. Now, if you don't add this if check, TypeScript will not be happy with you. It says this could be undefined. So we will say only run this if we have the value. And under the catch, I will just put a console log. I'll say error in social auth, and then we can put an alert. So here's how we would use it. You would say alert.alert, then you would put the title. In this case, it is error, and then the message. So it would be either Google or Apple, as you can tell. This is a very basic JavaScript, so I'm going to skip this instead of typing this out. Now let's go here under the index.tsx and we are going to call this hook. Okay, so we will import it, then we'll get two different values out of it, which is equal to handle social auth as well as the loading strategy. Let's try to put them side by side. Now when we click to the Google button, let's scroll to the bottom. On press, instead of just saying console log, we're going to say call the handle social auth method, and here is the strategy. Now if you put here something like hello, it's going to fail because TypeScript says this can get only two different values, which is OAuth Google or Apple. Okay, let's call it. Then we will do the same thing for this one. This time it'll get OAuth Apple. And this would be disabled if we are in the loading state. So I'll say if strategy. So we will say if loading strategy is equal to OAuth Apple, this would be disabled. And let's do the same thing for this one. If I can type correctly. Okay, here we go. Now let's try to actually test this out. I'll click to this one. As you can tell, we got the alert. We'll say continue, and it'll show us a model where we can log in. Now, in my case, I have already logged in. That's why I can see my email. But if you have never done it, you will see this kind of a UI where you can put your email and password. And then for the next time, you're going to see your own email as well. We can do the same thing for the Apple. So as we can tell, it is also working. Now, before we try to log in, I would like to add a loading spinner whenever we click to one of these buttons. So let's go here under the Google button. Instead of only displaying this content, let me maximize the screen. So for now, just cut this part, okay? Either delete it or cut it, then paste this part. So we will say if we are in the loading state, display an activity indicator, and you can import it from React Native, just like this. But if we are not in the loading state, we will show the previous content, okay? Now let's try to take a look at it. I think we are in the loading state now. Let's try to reload. If I click, I'm getting a loading spinner. If I say cancel, it should be gone. Maybe we can fix it. But now let's do the same thing for this one. So we're going to cut this part for a second and do the exact same thing, which is going to be this part. Okay, so please don't get confused just because we copy and paste. This is very basic React where we just add a loading spinner. Okay, so this is if and else check. With this, now we can test this out once again. If I click to this one, it is in the loading state, but if I say cancel, it doesn't go away. So we can go under the hook. We will say, finally, just put the loading strategy to be equal to null. So either we success or fail, it should be equal to not loading, right? Let's reload and run this once again. I'll say cancel. As you can tell, we are not in the loading state. Now let's try to log in with the actual account. So this will take a couple of seconds. Let's say continue. And then it should take us to the chat screen. So we are authenticated now. And if you reload the application, it'll take you to here, right? Let me put them side by side. I'm going to reload the application. We are in the home screen. Now, I don't know if you realized, there is a flickering effect. We see authentication screen for a split second, and then we are navigated. So to be able to get rid of this, we are going to visit the auth layout. And then here we can get the is loaded from Clerk, and it will say if it is not loaded, just don't return anything. Now with this, we can reload. Okay, as you can tell, you don't really see the authentication screen. But now there's another problem. We see a white screen, right? Let's try to update that color. We will go under the mobile, app, and root layout. And here we will add a different color. So right next to the header shown, I'm going to put a comma and paste this in, which is equal to, let me maximize it, content style, and here's the background color that we are using. And I would like to add animation for these. So I will say options. We'll say animation is going to be fade. So it's just going to fade in, okay? Let's copy the exact same thing and do it for the tabs. Paste this in, and let's try to test this out for one more time. Now I'll try to reload. As you can tell, it nicely animates, right? It nicely fades in, and we don't see the white background. Here we can tell. Now let's try to implement the sign out as well. For now, I will go under the profile screen and just put a simple button. So I will say, give me a pressable, please. And I'll say sign out. For now, let's keep it really ugly. It's not really important. On press, we're gonna call the sign out method from Clerk. So I'll say use auth, call it. It's going to give you a method called sign out. And then we can basically call it. Now, TypeScript is not really happy with you. It says you should have this signature, which is fine. And we can get some classes just to make it nice. Okay, why it doesn't have any content? This should be wrapped with a text. Let's say sign out. Okay, once I click to it, we should be signed out, and authentication page is nicely animated thanks to this prop. So with this, we have entire authentication setup working on, as well as the tabs navigator. Let's try to close everything. I'll just try to walk you through it pretty quickly. Then we are going to end the section. And by the way, we have a warning, but I think that's a VS Code bug. You can just press Command-Shift-P and say reload the window. That should be gone because we don't really have any errors. Okay, that was one more pro tip. Now, what we have done in this section, under the app folder, we have a root layout where we put our screens under the stack navigator, right? Then we have some options. Then we have the tabs folder with the root layout for the tabs, right? This is the tabs layout. We handle the authentication redirection. Then we have the tabs. So we have some props for colors, styles, so on and so forth. Then we have two different tabs, the chats tab as well as the profile tab. And then we have these files. For now, they don't really have any content, which is fine. We are going to build it later in the video. But the most important part was the auth folder, right? Under here, we handle the navigation once again. And here we have the authentication page UI. So we learn about the expo image component. We'll learn about the safe area view, dimensions, pressable, activity indicator, so on and so forth. And we built our own custom hook. You don't have to memorize this at all. It is coming directly from Clerk documentation. So just keep that in mind. This is how I learn about it as well. Just doing some research and using a little bit of AI, okay? So with this, I think we are completely done. Hopefully it wasn't really confusing. Let's try to press Command-Shift-P, toggle the status bar, and create a new branch. For the name, I'll say auth, maybe like mobile auth. Stage everything and make sure that this file is ignored, right? Just have it like I have .env.local. Let's create a commit message and then I will commit. What do we have? It says there are no stage changes. I think I forgot to stage them all. Let's say stage and then commit. Publish the branch. Let's refresh. Oops. Get the pull request. Then I'll wait for the suggestions. Then if it is done, if we don't have any issues, and if we don't have any issues, we are going to merge this request. So after a couple of minutes, we got the summary as usual. You can take a look at it. We have the walkthrough and the sequence diagram, but we are really interested in the problems. So let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says you are missing the Clerk publishable key, but we don't really need to pass it because Clerk will read it. Let me double check. Under the root layout, Clerk will just read our key and it's going to pass it by default. So it's not really a huge problem as AI thinks, so we're going to ignore it. Let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says, I think for the loading state, like it is true. Now let me try to explain what it says. So it says when you click to this one, this is not disabled, right? You should disable that one because user can click both of them at the same time, right? And it's not really a good thing because it's going to fail. So here, let's get the loading as the first variable under the auth screen. So this is one of the things that you couldn't really think of without AI, right? It is right next to you, a senior engineer, and it allows you to see everything. So I'm going to copy everything here. We have the disabled. So they would be disabled if you are in the loading state, right? So I'm going to copy everything, paste it under the first pressable, which is this one. So delete both of these lines. Instead, paste this one. Let's delete the plus signs. It is almost the exact same thing, but we just have the disabled field that depends on the loading state, which says, you know, if this is not equal to null, we are in the loading state. I hope that makes sense. Then we just update this part by adding this check in front. Let's do the exact same thing for this one. I'm going to delete these two lines, paste this in, and let's get rid of the plus signs. It's kind of annoying. Okay, and as you can tell, it also provides the accessibility role as well as the label. I'm just going to have them here. Okay, so let's save. Hopefully that should be fixed. And to test this out, I'll just press both of them. As you can tell, this did not work. Like if you click this and this is disabled. So that's the fix. Let's scroll to the bottom if we have anything else. So here it says you can add one if check. Okay, so this is the guard. We are going to copy it. Let's visit our hook. Basically, if you are in the loading state, we'll just return. We are not going to run this method again. So this is one of the optimizations. And here it says if you don't have these values, instead of doing nothing, just show an alert. So I'm going to copy this entire part and paste this in. Now, don't get me wrong, this is still working, but this version is just a lot better, right? It is optimized. So we're going to delete these. Okay, so this is going to work in the same way, but it is just a lot better code. And we can update this part. I think we don't really have to. It just deleted the emoji, so I will leave it as it is. Now let's try to commit our changes under this branch. Let's save this file. I'll go here, stage everything, generate a message. Let's say commit and sync this up. And then let's double check. I will refresh. We should have 2 commits now. Okay, we got it. Now let's say merge this pull request. It's done successfully. Let's go back to the source code, switch to the master and get the latest changes. Okay, so with this, I believe that should be it for the entire section. As you can tell, we don't really have any warnings, any errors, and our code is up to date. So with this, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Now in this section, we are going to solve one of the problems that we talked in the past, which is that we store the user in Clerk dashboard, but not in our database. And let's double check. We have a user in Clerk dashboard. This user signed up, but in our database, under the users, we don't really have any documents. So we need to fix this. We have an endpoint that is called /callback, right? This is what we created, and it is actually /API /auth /callback, right? We are going to send a request. It'll take the user information and save it to our database. So this is one thing that we're going to be doing in this section. And the other thing that I'd like to mention is this. Whenever we send a request from our client to API, we would like to include a token so that API knows that we are authenticated or not, right? So we will write a couple of lines of code that will include token on every single request. So we will just write the code only once and it'll always include the token. For this, there is something called interceptors and specifically Axios interceptors. So we're going to be using Axios as the package and it has this feature. Now let's see how we can implement it in action. I will go into VS Code. Let's open up our terminal, cd into the mobile, and I will say one add Axios. So this is the package that we're going to be using. Let me turn down the volume. Now let's go under the mobile, create a folder called lib, not libs, but just lib. And then here we will set the Axios within the axios.ts file. And later in the video, we'll have socket.ts file, but for now, let's just ignore it. Then under the mobile, we're gonna have some types, and I will put it under the types folder, okay? So within this, we're gonna have index.ts file. Now for the types, I want you to visit the source code, find the mobile folder, and find the types. Go ahead, copy this file and paste this in. It'll be around maybe 20 lines of code, or maybe like 30 lines of code. We basically have a couple of different types, which is user, it has all these fields, and we're gonna be using these types. So we have message sender, we have the message, last chat message, as well as the chat. Now you might be saying these are both the same. Why don't we just have the user as the type? I think this looks a little bit more cleaner, but if you wanted to, you can delete one of these, or maybe like this one. Instead here you could say user type, but I'll just leave it here because why not? Okay, so these are the types, super simple. We're gonna be using them later in the video. Now let's go under the axios.ts file and we are going to set this up. First off, let's get our API URL. I'm gonna visit my Sevalla dashboard and find my project. So here I have two projects. This is for testing purposes, but this is the one that we are using in this course. So I'll click to it and let's get the view so that we can get the URL. Okay, so that's the entire URL. I'll copy it. Let's go here. Maybe I'll just paste this in for now. And we'll like to import Axios from the Axios package. And then we'll import use auth from Clerk. And then we're gonna need the use effect from React. So I'll type this in. Okay, we're gonna be using it in a couple of minutes. So here, first off, I will have my API URL. So I'm going to say const API underscore URL. It'll be equal to this string value. And at the end, I'll say slash API. And then we can create an API instance. So I'll say API, which will be equal to axios.create. This will take an object where we can pass our base URL, which is equal to API URL. And then we can add more options. Like we can say the headers could be equal to content type of application JSON. Okay, so this is the API instance that we're going to be using whenever we want to send some requests. Okay, now let's go here. We will have a hook. I'll say export const use API, which will be an arrow function. And now here, basically, we would like to implement this thing that I just mentioned. We are going to take the token. This will be coming from Clerk because it is the authentication provider, right? We are going to take the token and always include it in the request. So here I will say use auth, call this hook. This will give us a method called get token. Let's try to destructure it. Get token in this way. And then we're going to say under a use effect, we are going to be calling it. Say use effect, initialize it like this. And then here we will be using the interceptors. Okay, so I will say const request interceptor like this. And we're going to say API dot interceptors, and we'll say on request use this callback. So it'll be an async function where we'll take the config and we're going to do something with it. So here I will get the token by calling the await get token method. So this is the authentication token that Clerk will give us, right? And we'll say if we have the token, we would like to go under the headers. So config.headers.authorization, and we are going to have this part backticks, bearer, one space, and then the dynamic part, which will be the token. Okay, so with this now on every single request, we are going to include our token so that API knows that we are authenticated. And at the very end, we'll just say return the config. And we would like to add a cleanup method as well. So I will say return at the very end of the use effect. We are going to have this part. We'll say api.interceptors.request.eject. So we will basically remove it and we're going to put our request interceptor. Okay, so maybe I'll just add a comment. I'll say cleanup, remove interceptors, when component unmounts. Okay, and then we can say run this method whenever get token changes. Even though this is a function, it would be cached, so this is not going to cause an infinite loop, okay? And then at the very end, we'll just say return this API. Now, later in the video, whenever we want to send some requests, we're going to be using this hook, okay? Which is using our API instance. So let's take a look at it. Let's say I am in my home screen. Let's go here. This is just an example. You don't have to follow along. So we will say use API. And then we're going to get the API instance, right? Then we can say something like API.get request, post request, and then we would put our endpoint. Okay, so just to keep this in mind, and let's say Command-Shift-P, I'll say organize imports. It's going to remove everything that we don't use. Now let's try to create a custom hook so that we can call our callback endpoint. So under the hooks, I'll say use auth. You can call this anything, but this is the name that I'll be going with. Here we would like to import the use API hook that we just created. And then I would like to import use mutation from 10-stack query. Okay, so I'll say import use mutation from 10-stack query. Okay, and then I will export a custom hook. So let's say export const use auth callback. This will be a method. Within this, we are going to get our API instance. So I'll say use API. We have our authenticated API instance. And then we can call a mutation. So I'll say use mutation. And from here, we'll get a result back, right? And then here you can put the mutation function. So I'll say under the object, we will have mutation function, which will be an async arrow method, right? And here we can say const, we're going to get some data back by calling await api.postRequest, and we're going to put our endpoint, which is /auth/callback. Now you might be thinking, why don't we put /API right here? Well, we don't have to do it because we already included right here. So it is our base URL, okay? So just imagine this is already right here, okay? So we are prefixing it. So for that reason, we'll just say /auth/callback. This will call our endpoint and we'll just return the data back. And at the very end, we'll just say return this result. Now to keep it short, you can delete this part and do not assign it. Just immediately say return the result of this mutation. It's the exact same thing as doing it in this way. Alright, so let's save this file. This is our hook. We are going to be calling it as soon as we visit our application. So for this, I will create a components folder under the mobile. So let's say components. And then within this, we will have auth sync.tsx. And let's say rnfe. We don't need to return anything. We'll just say return null, but this will have some logic. And we can delete this import. Now, if this is going a little bit confusing, it's completely fine. Just follow along with me for the next couple of minutes, and then everything will make sense, I promise. Basically, we're going to go under the root layout. Let's find it. So here we would like to call our component that is called auth sync. Let's try to import it. Okay, so whenever user visits our application, this component will run and it is going to call our endpoint so that we can save them to our database. Let's try to build the logic. I will get a couple of different imports. So at the very top, I will get my auth callback hook. We're going to get use effect as well as the use ref. You'll see why. Then from Clerk, we are going to get use auth as well as the use user hooks. Now let's get the is signed in. Let's say it's going to be coming from use auth. Here is the value. Then from the use user hook, we are going to get the user itself. This is the Clerk user. Then we can get our mutate method from use auth callback. So here you would come and destructure the mutate method, and we can rename this. So I'll say sync user. so that it's a little bit more clean to read our code base. And then finally, we're going to have one useref that is called has synced, and it'll be equal to useref. Initially, it'll be equal to false. So basically, we are using this value so that we don't run the use effect twice. I'll just add a comment. This is used to not run use effect more than once. Now we will have a use effect and everything will make sense. Let's initialize it. And here we will say whenever is signed in updates, we would like to run this use effect or user or even sync user method. Okay, now let's go into the use effect and try to build it. Here I'll say if user is signed in, and if we have the user object, and if we have not synced yet. So we'll say current if this is equal to false. So in this case, we will go within the curly braces and we're going to say has synced dot current will be equal to true. Then we will say call the sync user mutation. Now this is not taking any arguments, right? If we take a look at it, let's go here under this file. This is not getting any arguments. So we are going to skip this by saying undefined. And in the next one, we can add some options such as on success. So what happens if this is done successfully? We can add a console log. So I'm going to say we will have a method and I can say something like console log. I'll put an emoji, the check mark. So I'll say user synced with backend. And we can get the data and put it in the terminal. So I'll say data.name. And on error, we can do a similar thing. So I will duplicate it. Let's say on error, add a different emoji. Let's say user sync failed. And we can even say something like user sync failed for the user and display their name. Now after the if check, I will add another one. I'll say if user is not signed in, we would like to reset the state. We'll say has synced.current will be equal to false, and that's it. Okay, so believe it or not, that's the entire component. Let's try to save and actually see what we are doing from scratch. So we have axios.ts file where we use our base URL, right? And then we are getting the token from Clerk and we are including it on every single request. So this is the goal of this file. And then in the use auth, we are having a mutation, which is calling our endpoint, right? With a post request. And then within this component, we are calling this hook. So we created multiple files so that our code base is a little bit more clean. If we wanted to, we could put everything in a single file, but it would be huge and not looking really great. And we are calling this component under the underscore layout. So with everything in mind, let's open up our terminal, run our application. I'll say binex expo start, and notice how in our database, we don't really have the user, right? Let's refresh and double check. We don't have the user. Once we run the application, hopefully we are going to get the user from Clerk dashboard. Now I think I am running another application. Let me kill it from the other screen that I have. And I will run this again. And let me get the simulator to the side. Okay, let's say start this application. I'll try to log in with my account. So first off, Clerk will sign us in, and then it's going to call our endpoint because of this component. And then hopefully it should be saved in the database. So let's wait for a couple of seconds. As we can tell, we get the log within the 2 seconds. It says this user synced with backend. Now we can refresh and we're going to see the user right here. Hopefully, here we go. We got the Clerk ID, name, email, avatar, created that and updated that field, as well as the underscore ID, which MongoDB created automatically. Now also let's try to quickly remember our API endpoint. So here I will go under the backend let's shrink everything. Under the source, controllers, under the auth controller, as you can tell, we have this controller, right? We are calling this whenever we hit that endpoint. So we check for the authentication, and we again check if user existed in our database or not. If it doesn't exist, we are creating it. But if it is already there, we are going to skip this check. We will just return the user from the database, right? So since we just created the user, if you try to log out and log in again, it'll not be created again, right? It'll just return this user back to the client. So I'm going to run this. Let's say continue. So I think we are going to get another log where it says user synced, but this is just for success message, right? It says you don't have any errors, and if you refresh here, you are not going to see this user twice. It is just there only once, as you can tell, and we are successfully logged in. Alright, so that was it for the auth sync functionality. One thing that I'd like to fix, which is the status bar. It is black, we cannot see it, since the background is also black. So we can fix this. We will go under the root layout, which is this one, and here we can get a component called status bar, and we will import it from, let's say, Expo router. Let's say status bar instead of React Native. You can also get it from React Native, but it's better to get it from Expo since it is a little bit more performant, or let's say optimized. Here I will say import status bar, not from React Native, but I think it is Expo. What was the name? Okay, Expo status bar. And here you can say style is going to be equal to light, like this. If I can type correctly, here we go. Now, as you can tell, it is in the light mode. We can see it all the time because our background is black. And if you're interested in more details, you can visit the documentation as usual. Just say Expo status bar, and you can take a look at the details. Everything will be here. Now, before we end this section, I'd like to talk about another topic, which is very, very important if you are building a mobile application or even a web application. So here I have some diagrams. Let's try to go over them. Now, you just built an application, right? It is working correctly. You don't have any issues in your simulator or even in your physical device. But some of your users will have different type of phones, right? Different operating systems such as Android, and they will get some errors. And how do you know about them? Well, by default, you're not going to know about it, right? Unless they send you an email. So when they face some errors, do you think they will send you an email, or do you think they will delete the application and leave a bad review in the App Store? So probably this is going to happen. They will not try to find your email. They'll just go here and say 1 out of 5. This is one of the worst games I have ever played, or one of the worst apps that I have ever used. It just gets so many errors, right? And you don't really want this to ever happen. Instead, you would like to notify it whenever you have some errors. And for this, you can use an error monitoring tool. And in this case, the best one in the market is Sentry. So as soon as your users have some errors, they are going to send you an email, like they will say invalid user permissions or whatever the error name is. And you can immediately see it, take a look at the error details, and immediately jump into your code base, then try to fixing it, right? And then if you have different teammates, you can immediately assign this, like assign errors to different teammates. Let's say you have 3 different teammates in your team, and you can say, hey, you are going to fix this one. You'll say, you guys are going to fix this one, so on and so forth, right? So you can assign them to specific users. And let's try to actually get the Sentry, and we will set this up in this section. They are kind enough to give you $80 for free. I have teamed up with them, and they were kind enough to say, yes, we could give you guys $80. You can find the link in the description. Let's go ahead and sign in. And one of the best companies out there are using them. So they're literally the #1. Let's actually check out their home screen. You're going to see that companies like GitHub, Cursor, Disney, Bolt, Entropic, everyone is using them. Alright, so we'll go here. Once you log in, you will be able to get to your organization, and from here just click to projects. In my case, I have a bunch of them. Please ignore all of them. So I have some test projects that I've built in the past, but now we're gonna build from scratch. And our SDK is going to be React Native. For the name, I'll say Whisper Chat App. Or I'll just say Whisper App, okay? You can call this anything, but then go ahead and create the project. And you can also set your alert frequency. So I will leave everything as default, and then we'll say create the project. So it's been created. Now we will get this script and we will paste it in our terminal. Instead of npx, I will say bunx. Let's go under VS Code, kill our mobile terminal, and then we will just run this. Now, as you can tell, this is what we call the Sentry wizard. It'll basically take a look at your code base. It'll understand that this is a React Native application, and it'll set everything up. So you don't need to do anything. For the first time, it might ask you to log into your Sentry account. So it is going to redirect you to the browser, and you can just log in. Then it's going to take you back here. So here it says you have uncommitted or untracked files. That's okay, it's not going to overwrite any of them. So I'm going to say, yes, I'd like to continue. It's going to install Sentry. Okay, so it even navigated me back to browser. Now we can go here, it's authenticated. Let's say, it asks, do you want to enable session replay? This is something that we will be using. So we will just say yes. And if you're wondering what that is, it'll basically take a screen video, okay? It is going to get the session whenever your users have some errors. So let's say they come here, click to this button and it failed. You will see the video in your Sentry dashboard. So we'd like to definitely have this feature. I'll say yes. And if you'd like to get the feedback widget or not, I'm going to say no, but if you wanted to, you can get it, which is this component. So your users will be able to put their name, email, and they can report a bug by passing the description. They can even add screenshots. Really, really cool feature, but I'd like to keep it simple here and I'll say no. And we would like to enable logs, which is something that we will use, and I will explain what that is. But if you're interested in detail, you can click to it and see the documentation. Actually, I'll walk you through it. Let's say yes. And since we are not using cursor or any AI related stuff, I'll just say no for the MCP server. If you wanted to, you can get, we can get it, but yeah, I'll just skip that. Now here it says copy this button and test this out. So for now, I'll just say yes, and we will test this out. Before we do so, let's close everything and see what it does. Now, as you can tell under the root layout, we have this Sentry init method. And then it is going to take our root layout and wrap everything with the Sentry method. So this is something that you don't need to change or update. This set up the Sentry for our project. We are using logs, we are using the session replays, and everything should be fine now. Let's try to go under the home screen, which is this one, and I will paste this button. Let's get this from React Native, and we are going to import the Sentry. Let's say import everything as Sentry from the React. What was the name? I'll just go here. Okay, it was @Sentry React Native. Like this. Now let's try to test this out. If we click to this button in the chat screen, let me reload my application. So if we click to this button, it's going to throw an error, right? And we are going to capture this with Sentry. So I'll say try. Hopefully in the Sentry dashboard, let's go under the issues. In a couple of seconds, we should be able to see that error. But here, select the project that we just created, which was Whisper App. All right, so as you can tell, we got our first error just 20 seconds ago. Now it says first error because this is what we put in, right? Now we can click to it and you can take a look at the details, like what was the platform, what was the environment. Then you can scroll to the bottom and see the exact line that caused this error. You can get the breadcrumbs, and you will even get an email displaying you the error message, right? So you're notified immediately. And as I said, if you have a team, you can even set this up with Slack. So instead of just getting the email, you will also get it as a message in your Slack team chat, right? And then your teammates can fix it immediately. Then you can come here. Let's try to scroll to the top. I'll go back to issues. Now in your team, you will have a bunch of different team members. In this case, I only have myself, but you can, like, you will see a list of users, then you can assign them, right? Then you can update the priority. Let's say this is an error that is very, very important. So we'll say priority will be equal to high. And once this is resolved, you can select it and you can say resolve. Now it'll be gone from the UI. Okay, now for now, let's just bring this back by saying undo. So that was the basics of Sentry. Please feel free to take a look at the dashboard and explore it more. But there's also what we call Sentry logs, and I'll try to walk you through it as well, because it is one of the most important features. So before we jump into the documentation, here I have an example and I'll walk you through it. So instead of using just console.log, we are going to use Sentry logs. And let's try to see why this is the case. So console log only lives on the user's device, right? Once user closes the application, it disappears. It is just a plain text and there is no connection to the errors. But if you use Sentry logs, it'll be sent to your Sentry server, right? You will see it here on the dashboard. So it is saved in the cloud. It is persisted and it is searchable. So there will be like tags where you can query it. And this is something really important, and I have some examples that I'll walk you through it. And it is linked to traces, errors, and even replays. Let's scroll to the bottom. Now, this basically comes into play whenever you have a large application, a large user base. So if you have only 1 or 2 users, it is not really that important, right? But if you have more and more users, like 50,000 users, and let's say this is an e-commerce application where you sell some products. And now in this case, just imagine your app has 50,000 users and you're getting 500 checkouts daily. And some of them will fail, right? This is inevitable. It'll just happen that at the beginning, before you optimize anything, or even if you optimize, something will go wrong, because this is how real-world programming works, right? If you just have console.log, basically you have nothing, because it lives on user's device. User will say that it didn't work and now you're blind, you cannot do anything. But if you have Sentry logs, you will see the error in your Sentry dashboard, right? So under the Explorer, under the logs, you will see all of them. And we will set this up in a couple of minutes. So you can check for the level. You'll say we have some errors and here's the message as well as the city. And you will say find it within the last 24 hours. And if you want it to be a little bit more specific, you would pass the user ID as well as the action, which was checkout. And then you would be able to see the details, tell them what went wrong. Was it their, was it their bank that failed, or is it our code base? We would like to help them, right? So this is one of the examples. And here's another example scenario. You will get a support ticket. It'll say this user couldn't check out 2 hours ago. And then in your Sentry dashboard, you would search for this user ID by passing their email. Then you would see the full timeline. So you would see that we got an info log, which was checkout initialized with the item details, then payment sheet initialized, but then for some reason it has failed. Then you can see that card declined. So hopefully this example gives you a general idea of why Sentry could be important in a large project, right? If you have a large user base, this is definitely something that you'll like to have in your code base. And hopefully in this project, you are going to learn how to set it up in a clean way. And then why structure matters. Let's say this is our log, okay? So we have checkout initiated, then an object with the attributes. So here you could just go into your Sentry dashboard and say something like, show me all the checkouts over $500 because you have the total amount, right? Or you can say, give me all the failed transactions where the city is equal to something like New York, right? But if you just had console.log, of course, you couldn't do it at all. Now, the long story short is that Sentry logs turn your application into a searchable and traceable system instead of a black box. The value explodes at scale when you need to debug issues across thousands of users. Now, later in the video, I'll show you a larger example. For now, I'd like to keep it simple. Let's jump back to VS Code and we'll try to set this up with an actual example. So we can delete this button. We don't really need it. That was for testing purposes. I'll say organize imports and get rid of those imports that we don't use. Now we will go under the mobile. Then we will go under the lib as well as the axios.ts file. Now here we would like to set up interceptors for responses as well. That was for the request. Now whenever we get an error response or a success response, we would like to have it in our Sentry dashboard as a log. Now there are a bunch of different logs that you can take a look at, such as error, info, we have trace, debug, warning, things like that. And we'll be using some of them. So let's jump back to VS Code. Here, right after the request interceptor, we will also have response interceptor. So we'll copy this part. Let's go ahead before the cleanup. I'll say const, or actually paste this in. Let's say it's going to be response interceptor. We will say API dot interceptors dot response. This time not request, but response. And we'll say use. Again, this will take two different arguments. So the first one is the success case, where we get the response. We'll just return it as it is. But if we have some errors, we would like to run it with this error handler. So we'll get the error and let's try to run this method. Basically, we will send an event to our Sentry dashboard. So I'll say log API errors to Sentry. Let me save to get this formatting. So here I'll say if error has a response, we would like to run this part. Else if we're going to check if error has the request. If it is request related, we are going to run this part. So first off here, let's say something like Sentry, and I'd like to import it at the very top. Okay, so just like this, import it. Then we'll say sentry.logger.error. Since we got an error, we will use the error method. We also have info, warning, things like that. Let's say we're going to get the error and we're going to run this part, which is equal to sentry.logger. And then within this, you'll just say .fmt. Again, this is coming from documentation. Please double check. Within here, I'll say something like API request failed. Then we can show the method by uppercasing it. Here I will basically copy and paste from the source code, and then I will show the URL as well. Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing, and then you can add a comma right here. Then we will add some attributes, as you can tell. So we can say what was the status, error.response.status. It should be all lowercase like this, and then we're going to get the endpoint as well as the method. And these attributes will be searchable within our Sentry dashboard. Now in the else if case, we are going to do a similar thing. This time we're going to put a warning. So we will say API request failed. There is no response. And at the very end, so right here after the if and else check, we will have return promise.reject, and we're going to pass the error in it. And here in the cleanup, I will duplicate this so that we can remove the response interceptor as well. And then we can save this file. Now I think we have a warning. It is this one. I don't know when I imported this, but I will delete that. We don't really need that type. Okay, so with this, hopefully now whenever we get some errors, this is going to send some logs to our Sentry dashboard. And if we wanted to see the session replay, we would like to build our mobile application. So let's go ahead and do it. I will open up my terminal. Let's kill this and maybe maximize it. Now we would like to say bunx expo pre-build. So this is going to build your application, and you will get iOS and Android folders, which is going to have the native code. And this is what you would do whenever you want to deploy your application to Play Store or App Store, right? Now this is going to take a couple of minutes. Let's wait for it. So after 1 or 2 minutes, it is done. Let's try to put them side by side. And we would like to restart it now. Here I'll get the simulator. Now, if you wanted to run the pre-built, you would say something like bunx, and then you would say expo, run this with the iOS platform. If you're on Android or Windows, you would say Android. Here I'll say iOS, and let's close this application actually. It's going to install this application on our device, and then it's going to restart it. Now, in my case, it has failed. That is because of this package. There is a specific version that we are using and it is failing. Okay, so for this, we would like to update it. Let me pretty quickly display it. Under the mobile, where we have the package JSON, you will see that we have React Native reanimated package. And this is the version that we are using by default. Let's try to upgrade it to 4.1.1. I will open up my terminal under the mobile. I'll say bun add React Native reanimated, and the version will be 4.1.1, and I'll have a tilde character at the beginning like this. Okay, let's run this. As you can tell, it should be updated, and then I will run this script again, or the command. So it is going to run our pre-build with, in our simulator, and it'll take a couple of minutes. So let's wait for this to be completed, and then I'll just be right back. So this time it worked successfully. It is installed on our device. It is this application. Notice how we are not running it with Expo because this is our custom build and we have our application. Now let's try to make an error. First off, let's try to log in. So login will be done successfully, and then I will generate an error on purpose so that we can see it in our Sentry dashboard. Okay, so we are logged in. We are under the chats screen. Let's go under, I don't know, maybe under our components where we have auth sync. Here I will generate an error on purpose. So let's try to visit our auth callback. Here, let's say this was our endpoint, which is something that we don't have, right? This should fail. So I'm gonna save and reload my application. Okay, it has failed, and in a couple of seconds, you should be able to see this error in your Sentry dashboard. Let's try to double check. So if you take a look at the Explore and Logs tab, you're going to see that we have the exact same structure that we just defined. So we have API request failed, then we have the method as well as the endpoint. So this is what we have written right here under the axios.ts file. API request failed, then the method as well as the URL. And then you can click to it. Let's go here. You can take a look at the trace. I think we didn't set up the traces. So for this, you can visit _layout file. And here under the integrations, just put a comma, give Albert space, and paste this in. So we have Sentry, React Native, tracing integration, and add these options. Now, next time you have an error, you'll be able to see the traces as well. Alright, so I really hope that this gives you an idea of how to use Sentry. Very last thing, we will add our on success and on error cases here by passing some logs. Then we are going to end this section. So here under the on success, I can show an info in my Sentry dashboard. So I will say sentry.logger info. Let's try to import the Sentry, by the way. So at the top, I'll just get my import. So we are using the info method, and we are saying something like user synced with the backend, and we're going to put the name of the user. Then for the attributes, you can add the ID as well as the name. And then on error, we'll do a similar thing, but this time we will return an error, right? And here on error, we can get the error instead of data. And here, I think I will just leave it empty. Maybe you can just put the error instead of name. Okay, so with this, let's try to commit our changes. Later in the video, we'll see more examples. Now let's close everything. I will open up the status bar. These are all the changes that we had in this section. Let's create a new branch. I'll say something like auth sync mobile. Alright, so that's my name for the branch. Stage everything, generate a commit message, then we will publish the branch. Let's go to our source code and create the pull request. So we have the summary ready. As usual, you can take a look at it, the features that we have introduced in this section. You can take a look at the walkthrough as well as the sequence diagram, but I'm mostly interested in the problems. So I'll scroll to the bottom and let's see what we are missing in our code base. So here it says with this option, this is going to collect the user IP addresses, cookies, and potentially some other user identifiers. So it says, please keep this in mind that you should notify your users within your privacy policy and compliance requirements, right? So that they would know that you're collecting their data. Otherwise, they could sue you. So this is nothing related to code optimization, but it just warns you that you should keep this in mind. That's a good notice. Let's scroll to the bottom and what else we are missing. Okay, so here it says you are, let's take a look at it under the Axios file. It is right here. So basically, since this is in module level, I think it says you are creating this multiple times, and let's try to read it out loud. It says the API instance is module level, so every component calling use API hook registers new interceptors on the same shared instance. If multiple components mount concurrently, you will get duplicate auth headers and duplicate error logging. So this is such a nice comment, and actually let's try to use the first option to fix our code base. So here, instead of having a use effect, they are calling this at the top, and then they are using it under the use callback method, so that you only have one instance at a time, because as you already know, this is going to cache it. So this is the exact same thing what we have here, but instead of using a use effect and instead of creating this multiple times, it is creating only once by caching it. Okay, so I will copy the entire thing. You can grab this from the source code, head over to axios.ts file, delete everything, and get it from the source code. It is the exact same thing. Once again, just update your API URL with your actual URL, right? And then the rest is the same. We still have Sentry login, we have the response interceptors, and you know, under the request, we are passing our authorization headers by passing the token. I know that this is all a bit complicated, but this is only TypeScript. So we have like generics just to make TypeScript happy. Now we have API with auth as the method. We are going to be using it. Let's save and go under the hooks. We have use auth. Now instead of calling the API, we will delete this part. And by the way, fix this part because we don't have 1, 2, 3 as the endpoint. So I'm going to delete everything that we have here. Let's say await. Instead of API, we're going to get API with auth, because this is going to include the authorization headers, and we'll say API with auth. Then we're going to pass an object where we'll get the method. It is going to be a post method, and then we're going to pass our URL, which is /auth/callback. Okay, from here on out, whenever we send a request, we are going to be using this structure. And let's say this is going to return us a user back. So we can get our user type from the types folder. And now we can see this has the type of user. Alright, so that was the optimization. Once again, we got the exact same thing, but this is optimized. I'll just leave a comment here, just in case if you want to have it in the source code. Okay, so here's the comment. Let's try to save and see if we are missing anything else in our code base. So in the past, we had the typo here. This should be response if you wanted to eject the response interceptor, but since we fixed it with this file, we can ignore it. And then we update the version. We can skip this, it's not really important. Okay, let's try to commit our changes. and I will sync this up. As usual, let's scroll to the top just to double check that we got the second commit. Okay, it's right here. Now we can say merge this pull request. Now CodeRabbit will try to reanalyze it, but we don't have to wait for it. And this is done successfully. Now let's go back here, switch to the master, and get the latest changes. Okay, so with this, our code base is up to date, and hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Now in this section, we're gonna get started with the chat screen, and here is the end result. We're gonna have a header component. Then right after this, we are going to fetch the chats from our database, and then we are going to display them one by one. So let's go under the VS Code and get started with it. I'm going to toggle the status bar, and we'll go under the mobile, where we have the tabs. Okay, so here we will get started with it. Now first, I'd like to create a custom hook so that we can fetch our chats. Okay, so here I will have a file called usechats.ts, and this will be a query where we can fetch our chats. And here let's take a look at the backend where we had the routes, specifically chat routes. So we're going to send a GET request to this endpoint, and this is going to return us the chats. Okay, so let's jump into the hook, and I'd like to get my imports. So we will get use API from this file. We're gonna get the chat type, and then we're gonna get another import. Let's say it'll be use query from 10stack query. Now let's have this hook. I'll say export const use chats, and within this we will say give us the API with auth, right? This is what we have done in the past section. So we'll say call use API, and this is the function that we're gonna get. Okay, is this not correct? This should be Axios, right? This is the file name that we have right here. From the Axios, we're gonna get use API hook, and from here we're gonna get this method. Okay, this one. Let me zoom in, and then right after this, we're gonna say return the value of the use query. So this will get an object where we can give a query key. This could be anything, but here I'll call it as chats, because this is what we are doing, right? This is going to return us the chats. And then the query function that we are going to run is an async function. And let's say this is going to return an array of chats. So here we can say this is going to return a promise, and when it is resolved, it'll get the array of chats. Okay, so this is just a TypeScript specific. If you delete it, it'll still work. Okay, this part is only for TypeScript. Then within here, I'll say const. We're gonna grab data by doing await API with auth, and then we're going to call this with the method of get, and then our URL is equal to /chats. Now here I will say this is going to return the chat array, and then here we'll say return the data. Now since we have the chat type here, even if we delete it from here, it should still work out. TypeScript will be able to understand it because it knows the type of data, which is an array of chat, and this is what we are returning. So from this hook, this is what we are going to return, right? So I'm going to delete it from here. So that was the hook. We are going to be using it under the index file. Okay, for now, let's leave this hook as it is. Then we'll jump into the index.tsx file. Now, before we build the return statement, we're going to need a couple of different things. So let's say we're going to get the router by calling use router hook from export router. Okay, we'll be using it in a couple of minutes. Then we're going to call the hook that we just created, which is use chats. And this is going to return us some data, and we can rename this to be equal to chats because this is what we are getting. And then we can get the loading state as well as the error if we have any. And then here I'll go ahead and just say if we are in the loading state, we would like to see this part, which will be a return statement. Let's say we're gonna return a view coming from React Native, and within this we're gonna have an activity indicator. Here I will say the size is going to be equal to large, and you also have the option to put small. Then right next to it, I'll say color is going to be this one. Let's say hash f, and then we are going to say 4, a, 2, 6, and 1. And this is going to get some classes. Let's say flex of 1, so that it is taking the entire space. Let's say bg of surface. Items will be centered, as well as justify of center. Now let's try to save and actually get our simulator. I'm going to rerun my application. I think I need to press I so that it can reopen this. So I put them side by side. Now I'll try to press R. Notice how in the loading state, we're going to get this loading spinner. Okay, so let's say if this is equal to true, this is what you would see, which is this return part. And then we can handle the error case as well. I'll say if there is an error, we would like to return this part. And it's going to be very similar. Let me just copy and paste. It'll be one simple text with a view. So here I'll say if this is equal to true, this is what you would see. Feel free to customize it. I'll just keep it simple just to have the if check, but like feel free to make this a lot more complicated and nice looking. But this is what I'll have for the error case. Now let's try to shrink them. Now it is time to actually jump into the return statement. So here we are not going to use the scroll view. I'll show you a different component. First off, let's get a view, and we will say this will have the class name of flex of 1, and then let's say background will be equal to surface. Now we would like to get the chats, and we would like to map through it. If you remember back at the beginning of this course, I said that instead of doing, let me find it pretty quickly. So instead of saying something like items.map, I said we're going to do something like flat list, right? We're going to be using this component. So it is that part of the course. We will try to use it. Let's say we're going to get the flat list component from React Native. So go ahead and import it, and let me explain what this does. So let's say in our application, we are going to have 100 chats. So I'll try to find it. Okay, so here just imagine we have not only 2 but 100 chats. Okay, so it's going to be a bunch of them, and it is going to, you know, overflow the screen. So imagine like we have multiple of them, but we can only see this part, and flat list is only going to render the one that you see. It is not going to render these. As you scroll through this component, it is going to render them one by one. But if you were to use, you know, items.map, it is going to render everything even if it is not visible. Okay, just imagine you have 100 of them. They are not in the screen. You only can see them when you scroll, but they are still rendered, which is not good for performance, not for memory. Okay, I hope that makes sense. You can always take a look at the details. You can just say flat list, React Native. And there is even another component that is built on top of this that is called legend list. It is even better, but you know, we'll just keep it simple and use flat list, which is a completely valid solution. But just know there is also what we call the legend list. Okay, so with this, now let's jump back into VS Code. Here we will pass the array, which is going to be under the data. We'll say, here is our array that is called chats. Now for every single chat item, we can run this method called render item. And also we can add a key extractor where we can define a unique key. So we'll say get the item and then item._id. Okay, then under the render item, we are going to have a component. So this is what we call a chat item. For every single one of them, we are going to render a chat item. Okay, let me maximize the screen and maybe like format this a little bit. So here basically we're gonna have a callback method. We're gonna get the item and you need to destructure this. Here you can say, sorry, let's make this a function. Here you can see this is type safe, okay? And we're gonna call our custom component that is called the chat item, and you can call this anything, but I would say follow along with me so that we can have the same code base. So we're gonna pass the chat into it, which is the item. Then on press, we're gonna call a method. So let's say on press, it is going to be this callback method, and we'll say handle chat press and pass the item into it. Let's create this function. And we're going to build it in a second. So for now, this is what we have for the render item. And then right after this, let me just format this a little bit. Maybe I'll just zoom out. So after the render item, we are going to have the shows vertical scroll indicator. Wait, we cannot see it for some reason, because we should go outside of the curly braces. So I'll say shows vertical scroll indicator, and it is going to be equal to false. Now by default, you can see the scroll indicator, but I'm just going to hide it. So I don't want to see it, but if you wanted to, you can delete this part. So right after this, I will have content inset adjustment behavior. It is going to be equal to automatic. This is what we have used in scroll view as well. It is going to get rid of the overflow with the status bar, right? Okay, then right after this, I'd like to have content container style, and we're going to give some paddings. If you take a look at the end result, you can see that we have some paddings horizontally, as well as we will have some, from the top, from the bottom, and this is the part that we are going to put it. Under the content container style, this will get an object, let's say padding horizontal. I will be going with 20. For the padding top, I'll say 16, and for the padding bottom, I'll have 24. Now the other thing that I'd like to have, so this is our flat list, right? As the header component, we would like to have this part where we have the chat's text as well as a button. And to be able to add a header, there is another prop. Let's go here and we'll say list header component. And here we would like to just put the header component. We will create it. Let's make it self-closed. And then in the same way, we can add a footer component. So here, let's say this is our header component. This is the flat list. And maybe we wanted to have a footer component right here. So you can just say list footer component, right? As you can tell, we are not going to be using it, but just keep this in mind. The other thing, let's actually build the header component. I will provide this to you. It is maybe 10 lines of code. So just go below to the export, paste this in. Let me import everything and then I'll just walk you through it. For now, delete the on press. Okay, so this is a header component. It is literally this part. We have the text as well as the button. If you click to it, it'll take you to the new chat screen. For now, we are going to remove that functionality, but just have the UI. Okay, so we have classes, we are getting the router, and when user click to it, we are going to push them to that screen. Okay, so we'll be using it. Let's try to create the chat item as well under the components. Say .tsx, and for now I'll just keep it simple. Let's say rnfe and import it. Now here TypeScript is not happy with us, which is fine. We are gonna fix these errors later in the video. So for now, let's save and put them side by side with the simulator. Okay, so I'll try to reload this. We have the loading spinner. Then here we can see we have the list header component. So if you put 1, 2, 3, as you can tell, it's going to update. Now we don't really see anything. That's because chats is an empty array, right? In our database, we don't really have any chats at all. We have 0 documents. So in this case, we can put an empty UI. Here I'll say if the list is empty, here we would like to display another component. And I will call it as, we can just put a text. Let's do it. I'll say text, no chats found. Like it is right here. Let's put the class name of text white. Okay, it says no chats found, but this is very simple. Let's try to put an actual component. So here I'll say empty UI. Now we can create this as a reusable component. under the components, I'll have empty.ui.tsx. Now I want you to copy and paste this file from the source code. It has no logic at all. It is just a return statement. So we have the types just to make TypeScript happy. We are passing it, so that this is like type safe. And then here, this is literally UI. Let me maximize it. If you wanted to type this out, we are getting icons. We are getting some components from React Native. And then we have some props. So we say if user pass icon name, then display this icon. And we will have the actual title as the text. If they pass subtitle, display the text, else don't return anything. Same for these props, we just return a button. So here, let's try to put all these props. First off, I'll import the empty UI component. Then here, we'll just put them side by side. For the title, I will say no chats yet. And then I will pass a subtitle that says start a conversation. We are going to put the icon name that we would like to use. Then the icon color, icon size. Let's get the button label. And finally, on press, what is going to happen? For now, let's just say on press button. We'll have something like maybe pressed. Okay, let's try to put them side by side and see it in action. Okay, this is what we have. We pass the icon, it's going to display it. Then there is the text, which is equal to the title. Then we have subtitle, as you can tell. And then finally, if we have the button label and the method, you will get the button. If you click to it, on the terminal, you will see something like pressed. So that was it for this component. Now let's try to jump into the chat item and build the UI. So I'll go right here. First off, let's get our props, which is equal to chat, as well as the on press. So this is what we pass, right? I will go right here, get the chat as well as on press, and let's make TypeScript happy. So we will say we are getting two different fields where the chat is equal to type of chat, and then we will have on press, which is a method, and it doesn't return anything. So we'll just say void. Now, as you can tell, TypeScript happy with us. Here we don't really have any warnings. Let's save, and then we'll go within this. Let's try to get a couple of different things. So first off, I will say const participant, and we will get it from chat.participant. And this is the other user, because in the chat item, you will see the other user information, right? This is their profile pic, their name, so on and so forth. Okay. Now we will have a couple of different hard-coded values, like let's say is online. For now, I'll just put it as true. Later in the video, we will actually implement it by getting the value from our API. But for now, let's have them as hard-coded. I'll say is typing, and let me zoom in. For now, I'll just say this is equal to false. And finally, let's say has unread. And let's say this is equal to false as well. Now, this is something that we are going to use. It is that if you have some unread messages, you will see that, you will have some kind of indicator, right? Here, you don't have any unread messages, but here this user sent you a message and you have to click to it to be able to see the value, right? Like you can see it here as well, but this is just an indicator. I hope that makes sense. This is what you have in real world applications like WhatsApp, right? When you have a new message, you would see a notification. Once you click to it, then it would go away. Okay, so that's one thing to keep in mind. Now we're gonna build this component where we have a profile image, full name, the last message, as well as the message sent date. So let's go under the return statement. This will be a pressable component. Let's import it from React Native. Close this off. This will get a couple of classes. I'm going to just paste this in. Flex of row, item center, heading value of 3. And if it is active, we will update the opacity just by saying 70%. And then on press, we are going to call the on press method, which is this part. And let's delete the text into it. Here we will have a view. Let's say the class name will be equal to relative. And this is where we have the image as the avatar. I'm going to paste this in. we will import this from expo image. So we give the style, which is width and height of 56, border radius, so it is a circle, we give a large value, and then we will have the online indicator. So if user online, we will have a circle right here, right? And it's gonna be in the green color. So I will say if user is online, just display a view. This is self-closed, positioned absolutely to the bottom right, width and height of 4. And if it is the same value in Tailwind, you can just say size of 4. So this is a pro tip that you can keep in mind. Then the color, some more classes, and that's it. And by the way, if you're using the image that is coming from Expo, you can either pass it as with URI, or you can just, have the value as it is. So participant.avatar should also be fine. So you don't really need to pass the URI. But if you're using the image from React Native, so imagine if you import it from here, then you had to use the URI. Okay, so if you delete this part, it is going to fail because this is not a local image, right? You're getting it from online. Now let's bring this back. We will have the image from Expo image, and we can delete this part. It is not necessary. Okay, so that was the avatar as well as the online indicator. We will go outside of this view, and let me add a comment. Let's say avatar and online indicator. So right after this view, we will have the chat information. So I'll just say chat info. This will be within a view as well. For the class name, I'll say flex-1 and margin left of 4. The first thing we'll have is another view that will get the class name of flex row. Let's say item centered, and justify will be between. And within this, I'll just get the text. This is going to be the participant name. And it's going to have dynamic class name. If we have any unread messages, the text color will be primary. So as you can tell, if you have some unread messages, color will be text primary. And we'll do the similar thing for this part. So let's go here. Right after the text, we will have another view. Let's say class name, flex-row, item centered, and gap of 2. Here we will have the unread check. So we'll say if this is equal to true, display this indicator. And then we will have the text, which is gonna get the last message at, okay? So it is this date, about 24 hours ago, less than a minute, 2 days ago, so on and so forth. Now, as you can tell, here we are using a method, and this is gonna be coming from a package. Let's go ahead, find the, under the mobile folder, we'll say bun add date-fns. Very popular package. So now we are going to run this. You can either run the pre-build, this is what I'll be doing, or you can just say bunx expo start, right? Let me get the bunx expo run iOS. And now we can import this from date-fns. I'll just scroll to the top and import it in this way. We are going to pass the date and we'll say add the suffix, or actually don't add it, so it is equal to false. So don't add the suffix, and that's it. Now let's save and try to reload our application. I think it is trying to run the pre-build. While it is trying to compile, we can build the rest of it, right? So after this text and after these two views, so just go here above the last view, okay? So here we will have another one. This will get the class name of flex-row. It'll get the item centered and justify of between. Finally, margin top of 1. And our application is getting started. Now, since we don't have any chats, unfortunately, we are not able to see this component. But imagine if we have some, this will be the end result. And actually, we're gonna see it in the incoming sections. But for now, just be patient and let's build the UI. So within this, we're gonna say if user is typing, we will run this part, else we're gonna run this part. And here, let me get the content. We will basically have a text, it says typing, And then in the else case, we are going to show the last message text. So it'll be under a text component. Here are the classes. Let me maximize it. We have this check once again. It'll update the text color. Number of lines will be only 1. And then the last message text. And if there are no messages, we will say no messages yet. So believe it or not, that's the entire component. I will have some to-dos here because we are going to update these values. Let's say to-do, update these, later in the video. Okay, so with this, that's the entire chat component. Now we can go under the index.tsx and build this method. So if you think about it, whenever you click one of these chats, it is going to take you to the chat specific page, right? So let's say you click to this user, it'll take you the chat detail page where you can actually send your message. And for this, we will create a folder. Let's go under the mobile, under the app. I will say the chat folder. Within this, we will have a file, and this will get an ID under these square brackets. So we'll say id.tsx, and this means this could be a dynamic value, right? We will pass the chat ID, and it's going to get that specific chat. So for now, I'll say rnfe, and let's say chat detail screen, and I'll give it a little bit of spacing to format it. So now that we have this screen, we can go under the index.tsx, and here we are passing a chat item, right? So I will rename this to be chat. Let's say type of it will be chat as well. And here basically we're gonna call the router.push method, and we will say the path name is going to be equal to /chat/id, right? And we're gonna pass some arguments or some parameters. Here I will say we are going to have the ID, which will be chat._ID. Then we're going to get the participant ID as well, like this, chat.participant._ID. Then we will have name, which will be chat.participant.name, as well as the avatar, let's say. Okay, so later in the video, once we build this page, we are going to grab these params by using a hook. Now with this, I think we can test this out. So here I will go ahead, but we don't have any chats. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, I think we are going to leave this later in the video. Once we have the actual chats, we should be able to test this out. I will leave a to-do. I'll say to-do, test this out, later in the video. But yeah, if we think about it, other than this to-do, we are completely done with this page. Maybe here I'll just add a to-do as well. We will update this on press button. So I'll say to-do, fix this later as well. Basically, we are going to take the user to the new chat page, right? If you click to it, we should be able to see the screen. So it is this one where you can see the users and create a chat with them. So this is something that we'll do later in the video. For now, I think we can close everything and take a look at the Git difference, what we have updated. So we created this file with a custom hook. Here we are basically trying to get the chats from our API. Then we have empty UI, chat item. This is what we just talked about it. We will build this later in the video. And then we have the index.tsx, which is the tab screen. Okay, so here we are displaying the flat list. This is how we would do it. Please feel free to pause the video and try to go through everything that we have done in this section, and then you should be good to go. Now I'll close everything, toggle the status bar, and let's say we will have a new branch name. And again, you have this warning from VS Code. It is just a bug. Go here, press Command-Shift-P and reload the window. Now that red highlight should be gone. Okay, so let's create a new branch. What can we call this section? Maybe let's say chats tab. Let's stage everything, generate a commit message, And while it is generating, let's go back into source code. Let's say commit, publish the branch, and we can reload this page. Let's create the pull request. So the summary is ready as usual. You can pause the video and read it if you're interested. Then you can take a look at the files that we have updated, as well as the sequence diagram. But I'm mostly interested in the problems. So I'll scroll to the bottom and take a look at the nitpick comments. So we have two different files that we have suggestions. Under the chat item, it says fix the to-dos. This is something that we'll do later in the video. And then here it says you can consider adding accessibility props. I will just skip that, but if you wanted to add it, here are the, here is the solution. You would just add this to the pressable. Now let's scroll to the bottom. We have index.tsx. It says get rid of the unused scroll view. So under the tabs, index.tsx, looks like we have the scroll view. I will delete it. Then the other thing, it says you can add a retry mechanism in case it fails. That's true. So we will get the retry method, the refetch method from 10stack. Okay. And then under the error case, we are going to display a button. And I think I'll just copy it from here. Okay, so I'll get my pressable. As you can tell, it suggests to get the refetch. This is what we have done. And I'll paste this in where we have a pressable. Now let's say if this is equal to true, just to see the UI, I'll reload it. Okay, this would be the UI that you're gonna get. Feel free to customize it, make it a lot more nicer. This is very, very simple. Let's just make like text of 3x large. Okay, but feel free to customize it and make it your own. Here I'll say if we have an error, only then display this part. And if you click to that button, it'll try to call the refetch method so that we can refetch the chats. Now let's see what else we have. Verify URL encoding. Okay, so this is something optional. We don't have to do it. Placeholder button action needs implementation. Again, we will do it later in the video. Unused router. Where is it? So we have router. I think here it says you are not using the router. You can delete it, but since we'll be using it later in the video, it's completely fine to have it right here. Now let's try to commit our changes, which was only once, right? Under the index.tsx. Stage this, get a commit message, and then we will sync this up. So refresh the screen until you have two commits. Okay, it is pushed. Let's go ahead and say merge this pull request. It's done successfully. As usual, we get into the master and grab the latest changes. Okay, so with this, I think we can leave this section right here. Looks like we have some warnings, but now it is gone. We don't really have any errors. Okay, so with this, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. So now in this section, we are going to get started with the profile screen. So here, as you can tell, we are displaying the profile information of the user, right? Then we have three different tabs. So we have the account, we have the preferences, and then if you scroll to the bottom, this is what you're gonna see. We have the support section. And as you can tell, now every single one of these items has an icon, a text, a value that is either on, English, 1.2 gigabytes, so on and so forth, and then a color that is pink, green, blue, yellow, things like that. Now for this, I'll provide you an array. Let's go under the mobile and under the profile tab. So please find the source code, okay? Find this file, and then you're gonna see an array that is called menu sections. I'll just paste this in. As you can tell, we have three different objects. The first one is the account section, then preferences, as well as the support. They all have an array of items. So we have the icon, label, color, so on and so forth. So we will be using it. And then when it comes to the imports, I'll get the expo image, the ion icons, and from Clerk, I'll also get the, let's say, use user hook. Okay, let's go here. We will still have the sign out method because we will be using it at the very end. We will make the button look a lot more cleaner. But yeah, that's the, that's the imports. Now let's go ahead and delete everything that we have here, as well as the text. For the scroll view, I will add maybe some padding from the bottom, and you will see what that does. So I will say content container style. Let's say padding of 40 pixels. And you will see it in a couple of minutes. Then we have the class name. Let's say bg surface-dark. We will have the content inset adjustment behavior to be equal to automatic, and then I'll get rid of the vertical indicator. So I'll say shows vertical scroll indicator to be equal to false. By default, it is equal to true. Now here, first off, I'll have the header, which will be under the view component. Now here, I'll just try to get rid of the status bar. Okay, so I'll toggle the state. Now here within this view, I'll have the class name of being relative. Then we'll have another view. Let's say class name will be items centered. And then maybe margin top of 10. So within this, we will have our avatar. I'd like to copy and paste this. So it'll be a view with these classes. Then we're going to have the image. This is coming from Expo, right? Then we're going to pass the source. And let's try to get the user by calling the use user hook. Okay, so we will basically display the image of the user, right? Let's take a look at the end result. If I visit the profile screen, I have the user image and here is the border around it. Okay, so right after the image and after this view, we're gonna have a pressable. I would like to provide this to you. So this is only CSS. I don't really want to waste too much time, right? This has nothing to do with React or React Native. It is just CSS. And then within this, we have an icon, which is equal to camera. Okay, so it is this part, but looks like this is not aligned correctly. Let's see why this is the case. So I think this solution is going to be wrapping this view with another view. So I'll say class name of relative. And we are going to wrap it in this way. Let's see if this is going to fix it. It did not. Let's try to even wrap the pressable with that view. Okay, now it fixed it. As we can tell, it is looking the exact same thing as we have right here. Now let's try to build the rest of it right after the pressable and after this view. Let's go ahead and get the name as well as the email. And again, we will be using the user object, which is coming from Clerk. I'd like to copy and paste. We will have one text, which displays the first name, one space, and then the last name. Okay, then we're going to get the email address. Again, it'll be within a text. Okay, now let's take a look at the end result. Here we go. Now also I will show a status badge, which is online. If you're looking your own profile, that means you are online, right? We don't need to check the backend if this user is connected or not because it is us. Here I'll get the status badge and paste it right here. So as we can tell, it is right here. Now let's try to go after this text and actually after all these views, just above the scroll view, we are going to have our menu sections. And we will basically take this array and map through it. Now I will grab it from source code and I will walk you through it, okay? So I got around maybe 20 lines of code. For every single section, we are going to display a view. Here is the key, here is the class name. Feel free to use a flat list as well, but it would be unnecessary. Like, this is not going to update the performance that much, right? We only have 3 items. So we have the section title with some styling. Here is the end result, by the way. Okay, so this is very small. I don't know why. We can fix this in a second. So we will fix it. I think if you take a look at the end result, we have less space from the sides. But other than the spacing, as you can tell, let me put them side by side. If I can do it, let's grab this. Okay, so we have the section.title, which is either account, preferences, or support. Then for each section, we are going to get the items where we can display a pressable. So every one of them is a button. Then when you click to it, it doesn't really do anything, but feel free to add your own logic once you complete this entire course. Then we have the icon, right? Which is this one. Right next to it, we have the label and then the value. If it has a value, only then we display it. So here it has on, here it has English, but here they don't have anything, so we don't really run this part. Okay, so that was just styling, no logic at all. Please don't get mad just because we copy and paste. Here I'd like to show you the entire thing, like from top to bottom, if you would like to type this out. Okay, so that's the part we just copied and pasted. And I just realized here I should say padding bottom instead of just padding, because it gives from all directions. I'll say padding bottom of 40 pixels. And now we only have it from the bottom, not from the sides. And notice how if I delete this part, once you scroll to the bottom, you don't have any extra spacing. So that's why this comes into play. Here you can use something like 200 as well. Maybe it would be a bit too much, right? But feel free to update it as you wish. And also if you delete this part, notice how we are going to get a scroll indicator. Wait, why we didn't get it? I'll try to reload. Okay, so I'm pretty sure normally we should see it. Even if you say like true, are we gonna get that? So maybe it has the same color as the background, which is black. Can we update it? So I just did a very quick research. I think if you wanted to update the scroll view color, you would say indicator style, and then you can use, either default black or white. Let's say white, just in case if we can see it. Okay, here we go. Previously we couldn't see it because by default it is equal to black. And since our background is also black, it is here but not visible. Okay, so let's bring it back to white. As you can tell, it is right here. And if you want to get rid of it, you would say false. And it is not here at all, even if you have this style of white. I will comment this out so that you can have it in the source code. But yeah, that's the prop that you would like to keep in mind. Now let's scroll to the very bottom. Right after the curly braces, I will have the pressable where we have the logout button. So we have some classes just to make it look nice. Once you press, it's going to call the sign up method, and here is the content. We just have an icon as well as the logout text. If I click it, as you can tell, we are logged out. If you wanted to, you can display a confirm alert as well, but I think I'll just skip that. And let's try to log in once again. Okay, so it works as expected. Now, as I said before, feel free to add the actual features here. In this case, I'd like to keep it simple and mostly focus on the chat functionality, right? How you can integrate real-time messages as well as the online users. So this is something that you would think of once you complete the entire project. You can add even even if you add only one page, it is fine, where you can challenge yourself, right? Now, before we end this section, I've remembered that we have a to-do where we would like to add some background pattern, right? If you take a look at the end result, here we have some circles and they are animated, and we also have a blur view, right? Now for this, we will go under the VS Code as usual, but specifically under the auth screen. And here we have a to-do, I believe. So this is the component, or this is the view that we will display those components. Now for this, we will use a package that is called React Native Reanimated, I believe, right? It is this one. And this will allow us to have animations in our mobile application. Now they have a couple of different versions. We'll be using the latest one, which is version 4. So let's go into the terminal. I think we already have it, by the way, under the package JSON. You can see React Native Reanimated, and here is the version. Now on top of it, you would like to have React Native worklets, and again, we still have it. If you don't, go ahead and install it. And this is what they say in the documentation as well. Now with this, I think we can create the component. So every one of these circles will be a separate component, and we are going to call them as animated orb. Let's go under the components, create a new file called animated orb.tsx. Let's say rnfe. For now, we will keep it simple. And let's go under the index.tsx file. Now we would like to have a linear gradient. And if you take a look at the Expo documentation, you will see there is a package called linear gradient. Now let's try to copy this. We will use bunx and install it. So under the mobile, I'll clear this up, paste this in. You can take a look at the documentation, how to use it. Here is an example, but I'll give you a different version with this project. So we will import the linear gradient component. Let's try to find it from Expo. Okay, very annoying. I don't know why we cannot import it. My VS Code is kind of buggy now. So here I'll go ahead and get it from this package, and we'll say linear gradient. It'll be self-closed. Then we will have a bunch of different props. So we would like to use all these colors. Please feel free to pause the video and type them out, and I can show you what those colors are. So we have dark grayish blue all the way up to this one. Well, it is the same actually, but we have this one, which is dark blue, and then this color, let's see, it's a different version of dark blue. So these are the colors that we're gonna pass. Then the style, basically we want this to take the entire screen. So we will say position of absolute, width and height of 100%. And then we will have the start position, which will be top left corner. So X and Y of 0, and then end, it'll be 101, which will be like, it'll start from here all the way up to here, right? Let's try to rerun our application. So it is just restarted and I put them side by side. Notice how we got the gradient on the background. Now, if you wanted to, you can update the colors. Let's say something like red. Here you can tell it starts from here all the way up to here, and then from here it goes maybe to here. Let's just say this color will be orange. As you can tell, let's say this time blue. So notice how it is going step by step. Then we have blue at the end. Maybe we can have something like purple. Okay, so that was the logic. That's why we have 4 different colors. Let me bring them back. So X and Y0 is here. Sorry, X0 and Y0 is here. And here is how we can go to the X of 1 and Y of 1, right? Now, this is the linear gradient. Now, we would like to have animated orbs. In our case, I'll have 4 of them, just like in the end result. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. We will position them differently. We will give different colors, different sizes, and different duration for the animation. Okay, now let me save. We will go into the animated orb component, and this is a component that I'll just be honest with you, I have generated this with completely AI. So for that reason, I want you to copy and paste from the source code. This is what I have done as well. Like if you delete some part of it and tell me to type this out, I cannot really do it. And I'm not ashamed of it, okay? So I'm actually proud of it because this is something that I don't have to memorize, right? And you don't have to memorize it neither. Just understand what that does. In the background, it is using this package and AI generates some kind of animation for you. So it always updates the X direction, the Y direction, as you can tell. So this is something that you don't have to memorize at all, okay? So if this looks confusing, yes, it is confusing, but it is something that you don't have to care. This is what I believe. So yeah, I hope you don't mind it that we copy and paste, because I couldn't really type this out and I don't really want to waste too much time just by typing this out line by line. Now we will be using it multiple times, And as you can tell, we are getting a couple of different values: the color, the size, initial X and Y positions, and then the duration of the animation. So here under the linear gradient, I will give them one by one. You know, after the linear gradient, I will get them one by one from the source code. So you can do the exact same thing or type this out. So the first one is this one, as we can tell. So it has the animation, right? It is working nicely. The second one is going to be a little bit different. Same props, but values are different. So it'll be right here. Then let's get the third one, which will be right here, right? As you can tell, all of them have different durations, so they act differently. Then one last thing, which is going to be this one. Okay, as we can tell. Now on top of this, we'd like to add a blur view. And for this, Expo also have a package. So here you can come into the documentation and say Expo blur. I don't know if we need to install the package. Do we have it? Let's check under the package JSON. So Expo blur, we don't really have it. Let's type this out. Maybe I don't have to kill my mobile folder or the terminal. Here I'll say bun add expo dash blur. So this is going to install it. Here we got it. If you wanted to, you can take a look at the documentation. Let's actually do it. It's like very simple. You would add the intensity and then maybe some tint. Here we don't have it, or actually we have it. So it would be either light or dark. Then you can add some styles. Okay, let's jump back into VS Code. Here, maybe right after this animated orb, I will say get the blur view component, and we will import it from the package that is expo blur. And now here I'll just pass the props. So we will say intensity will be 70%, tint is going to be dark, as well as the style. Again, we will say take the entire space. Now with this, I think we need to reload it. So I'm going to kill this, clear this up, and rerun my pre-build. I think whenever you install a package, you have to rerun your pre-build, because otherwise here it says we cannot find the expo blur, I believe. Yeah, so as you can tell, it cannot resolve this module. We will wait until this is completed, then the UI will be updated. Alright, so it's been reloaded. As you can tell, we have the blur view. Now I'll try to update the intensity, maybe like 10%. It's very light. Let's go with 0. It doesn't have anything. Let's say 100. You can barely see the circles. I think 70 is a good option here. And if you wanted to update the tint, you could say it's going to be light, like this, but this doesn't really look nice, does it? So I'll go with the dark version. Okay, so now that we have this to-do completed as well, I can delete this text and hopefully we can commit our changes. So in this section, we built the profile screen as well as the animated orbs. Let's close everything. As usual, I have this warning from VS Code. It is pretty annoying, but if you wanted to get rid of that, you would just reload the window. Then let's open up the status bar, create a new branch. I'll say profile tab, stage everything and generate a commit message. And let's publish the branch. Now we will create a pull request. As usual, we can wait for the suggestions, but since we didn't really add any logic, I'll just try to merge this immediately rather than waiting for the suggestions, right? Because there isn't really any logic going on. It was just pure UI. So I'll say confirm this merge. Once this is done, we can go back to the master branch and let's get the latest changes. Okay, so with this, our code base is up to date, as you can tell. So we're gonna leave this section here and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. So in this section, we are going to get started with the new chat screen. So basically, whenever we click to this button, it's going to slide in from the bottom of the screen and it'll look like a model. Then we have the search tab where we can search our users and then they will be coming from the database, right? So when you click to one of them, it's going to create a conversation with them. And if there is already a conversation, it'll just take you to that specific page, okay? So let's try to see how we can build it. First off, we'll go back to VS Code. This is where we left. Let's try to go under the mobile. Under the app, we will create a new folder. So this will be called new-chat, and we will have our page content under the index.tsx. And then for the layout, we're gonna have underscore layout.tsx. This will be very basic. Let's say rnfe. Instead of returning a view, we'll just say return a stack component. Make it self-closed, and we'll say, as usual, the screen options will be equal to header shown of false. So we'll just get rid of that header. Let's try to delete the imports. Now we can update the name. You can leave it as it is as well, but I think I will say new chat layout. And then let's create this screen as well. I will say rnfe. Let's say new chat screen. Maybe give a little bit spacing. For now, let's say class name. This could be a safe area view component. Let's turn this off. And then for the class name, I'll just say flex of 1 and maybe background of red 500. And we can delete the view. Now let's try to implement this button. When we click to it, we would like to take the user to this screen. And also when we click to this button. So this is under the chats, which is this screen, right? The home screen. So we have a to-do right here. Let's say on press, we're going to say router.push. Call this method and we're going to pass our route, which is new chat. So I'll copy this line at the bottom. Let's delete this to-do. We have another to-do, which is this one. I'll just uncomment this. Once you click to it, it'll take you to that screen. So I'm going to click to this one. As you can tell, we are in the new chat screen. Let's go back. If I click to this one, again, it is working, but it is coming from the right hand side, right? We would like this to be slide in. If I can go back, we want this to be slide in from the bottom of the screen. So for this, we will go under the app, under the root layout, and here we will duplicate this. So we will say we're going to have a new screen, which is called new chat. That's the folder name. And for the animation, we will say this should slide in from the bottom. There are other options as well. Here you can take a look at it, but this is the one that we'll be using. And then we will say something like, let me see. I don't really remember the name. What was it? Maybe the presentation style. Yeah, the presentation. This is going to be equal to model. There are a bunch of different options. This is the one that we will be using. And then you can add more options. In my case, I'll say gesture enabled. Let's say this will be equal to true. So with all these options, let's try to put them side by side and test out. If I click to here, as you can tell, it slides in from the bottom and I can put it back. Same for this one. Now, of course, we are going to update the background color. So let's go close these files and get into the new chat screen. So first off, I'll say background should be maybe something like transparent. And if you don't put anything, I think it'll be white by default. So in a couple of minutes, we will update the background color. Now, before we get into the logic, let's just try to have one more view right after the safe area view and import it from React Native. I will say this should take the flags of 1 as well. Background black of, let's say, 40 pixels. Not pixels, but opacity. So we'll say 40 and then maybe something like justify of end. And then within this view, I will have the bottom sheet container. So I'll say, give me a view, and it'll get all these classes. So within this view, let's say class name is going to be bg surface. And then right next to it, I will put the rounded top of 3x large, give it a height, and overflow will be hidden. Now within this, we will have the header component. So I will get a view with all these classes. Okay, close this off. I'd like to maybe maximize the screen. And then within this, we will have the header component. So this is where we can see the icon. So it is this part, you can close that, which will take you back to the home screen. And then you will have a header as well as a subtitle. Okay, so this is the part that we are trying to build. Since this is only styling, I'll just copy and paste. We will have a pressable. Let's import it, and we're gonna get the router from export router and then ion icons. Let's import everything, save, and take a look at the end result. All right, this is what we have. If you click here, you're going back to the home screen. So we just say router.back. Now, as you can tell, here we have some spacing and it is looking white, which is not really good. I think it is because of the safe area view. Here I'll say edges, which is going to be an array. We'll say just implement it from the top. With this, hopefully it should be fixed. Okay, by default, safe area view tries to put the content like both from the top and from the bottom so that it doesn't overflow with this thing that we have right here. But you say eliminate the bottom, only have the top. If you wanted to have the bottom, you would add it right here. But we don't really want to have it, so we're going to delete that. Now the other thing that we have is this background. I think we can also update it. Let's say background should be black of 40%, but it did not fix it. Maybe let's say bg of surface. Okay, now it is fixed. Is it like really? It kind of feels weird. Is it the same thing with the end result? Not really. So this is completely black. Is it? Yeah, it's definitely a different color. So here maybe I'll say background of black. Like this. Okay, so I think this looks a little bit more cleaner than this one. Yeah, I believe I'll just be using black, but feel free to get any color that you wish. But now anyways, after the button, we are gonna have the text. It'll be within a view. So right after the pressable, I'll just paste this in. And again, feel free to copy this from the source code. It doesn't have any logic at all. So we have one view, then a text. It says new chat, right? And then we have the subtitle. So after the text and after these two views, we're gonna go ahead and build a search bar. And before we actually build it, let's try to have some hooks where we can fetch the users, right? So I'll just scroll to the top. Let's go under the hooks folder and we will say something like use chats. I think we already have it. And maybe we can have something like use users.ts file. So within this, we will have one query where we can basically fetch all the users. Okay, so I'll get my query, the use query hook from 10 stack. Then we're gonna get the types and let's get the use API hook from Axios file. Now this will be very basic. I'll just copy and paste. We have one hook. We are calling use API to get this method, and then we have a query. This is the query key, and this is going to return an array of users, right? We pass the method as get, and URL is /users. Now I think we can delete this part since we have this. It is not really necessary. Okay, so that was our query. Now we'll be using it within this file. So we will say use users. Let's say const. We're gonna grab the data. And you can call this something like all users, right? And you can get the loading state as well as the error if you really wish. For now, I will delete the error, but I'll have the loading state. Let's save. Now I will have a use state so that I can keep track of the text that user types here, right? So I'll import the use state, and initially this will be an empty string. Then we are gonna get another hook. So I think this will be coming from the use chats. Let's go into that file. So we already have one query, right? But this time this will be a mutation. And I'd like to type this out with you. So we'll say export const use get or create chat. And for this, we have an endpoint. We will basically call it. So I'll say, first off, give me the API with auth. And this will be coming from use API hook. Then we will say return use mutation, pass an object, and I'll say mutation function. It'll be an async method where we can get the participant ID. That is type of string. And then within this method, we will call our endpoint. Here is our method, which is equal to post. Here is our URL, that is /chats with, and then the participant ID, right? Now, that's it. We would like to do one more thing. Whenever you create a new chat, you would like to refetch these users. Now, why this is the case? Imagine we have another user in our database that is called John. So let's say we have this user called John Doe. We see their profile image, their name, as well as the email, just like here. And if you click to it, now you don't really have the chat with him, right? Maybe it'll take you to the screen and immediately you would like to refetch your chats. So we would like to update this UI and see this user as well. So here we will say, once we create the chat successfully, on success, I'll go ahead and refetch my chats. So here I will say on success, this will be a method. We would like to do something. And for this, there is something called query client. So let's say query client, and we will import the use query client from 10 stack. And here we'll say query client invalidate queries. Then you would pass the query key, which is equal to chats. So by doing this, basically you are refetching the chats because you passed the query key, right? It is a reference to this method. It is going to rerun this and get you the latest chats. I hope that makes sense. Now let's save it and go back here in this file. I will call this and get some data out of it, which is going to be the mutate method. I would like to rename it. So I'll say get or create chat. That's the name of the method. And then the is pending state. I would like to rename this to be something like is creating chat. Now after this, I will provide a method which is going to be needed for the filtering users. So when you type something here, it should update the UI, right? So this is what we'll be doing on the client side. It is very basic JavaScript. I'll just assume that you understand what this does, okay? Then when we click one of these users, so if you click to this one, what'll happen? We will call a method, right? So I will say const handle select, let's say handle user select. And this is going to get the user as the argument. Let's say type of it will be user. And then we will do something, which is calling our mutate method, get or create chat, right? And this is expecting an ID. So we will say it's equal to user._ID, which is the participant ID, right? Let's take a look at it, double check. This is what we are expecting. Then the second option is going to be this part where we'll say on success, we're going to get the chat as the argument. And then we will do something. Now we will take the user to the chat ID page. So I will say router.push. For now, let's leave it empty, but we will definitely implement it. So here I will leave it as a to-do for now. Now let's scroll to the bottom and build the search bar. You can grab this from the source code. I'll just have it. It is very simple. So we have two different views with some classes to make it look nice. We have the icon and then the text input component, which is coming from React Native. So we have placeholder, the text color for it, class name, value, on change as well as auto capitalize, which is equal to none. So let's try to put them side by side and see it in action. If I go into the new chat screen, here we can see we have the search bar, right? We got the icon, we have the text input, it is rounded, it has this border color, you know, everything is coming from the styles. Now let's shrink this. Right after the search bar, we will have the users list. In here, let's try to type this out. This will be a view component. For the class name, we will have flex of 1, and let's say background will be surface. Now within this, we will have a loading check. So we will say if we are creating a chat or if it is in the loading state. In this case, we would like to run this part. And this will be an activity indicator. So 2 lines of code. Let me copy and paste. It is size of large, and this is the color that we are using. Okay, I'll zoom out so that you can see it clearly. But if this is not the case, we will check if there are no users, or we will say if users length, if it is equal to 0. In this case, we are gonna run this part, else we will run this part. And here again, I will show something like no users found. Please try a different search term. Okay, so very simple. And in the else case, we will actually display the user items. So it'll be under a scroll view element. So here are the props that I will provide for the scroll view. The class name shows vertical scroll indicator, which is equal to false. And then the content container style will just give padding from the bottom. Now within this, I'll have a text. It is going to say users. So it is this one that you can see. And then we are going to display the user list. So here I will go within this. Right after the text, I will say users.map for every single user. For now, let's just return a text where we can say, you know, user.name. Okay, so now this is complaining since we didn't pass the key. Let's say it'll be user._id. But that's the end result. Let's see, why do we have an error? I think if we reload it, it should be gone. Okay, it did not. Let's reload it once again, or press I. Okay, it failed. Why is this the case? Because of the React Native reanimated package. So I think I've imported something wrong. This should be coming from React Native. So we will go right here, import scroll view from React Native. Now we can reload our application or press I. Let's say dismiss. For some reason, it cannot rerun it. Let me do it manually. So it is restarted. Let's try to visit this screen. And now we don't really have any errors. And since we don't have any users in the database, it says no users found. Now you might be asking, we are in the database, right? It should at least show ourselves. But if you take a look at the controller, which is chat controller, so we have one check. I believe it was equal to not equal. Let me find it. So when we say get all the users, maybe under the user controller, so we say get every single user but not ourselves, right? So we exclude the current user. That's why you cannot see yourself here. Now, just to test this out, we can create some test users. So for this, we will go under the backend. Under the source, we have a folder called scripts, right? Within this, we have c.ts file. So you can find this file from the source code, copy and paste. This is what I'll be doing. And it is very simple. Let me just try to get it, and then I will walk you through it. So I will paste this in. It is around 100 lines of code where we have a list of test users. So they have a Clerk ID, name, email, and avatar. okay? And we have a method that is called seed. It'll take all these users. First off, we are going to connect to our database, and then it'll take all these users, then, save it to the database, okay? And once it is saved, this is going to disconnect from the DB. Now, to be able to run this method, first off, save this file. We will go under the backend, let's say cd backend, and we'll say bun run, and we will go under the source, under the scripts, and we will say find the seed.ts file. So run this, connected to MongoDB, created all these users, and it is done. Now let's go under the mobile. We are going to put them side by side, and let's press R. Now under the users, hopefully we should see all of them. So as you can tell, like, we have all the names, okay? We are going to display it nicely, and it is in the black color if you cannot see it. Let me fix it. Here I'll just say class name of text white. So as you can tell, and you can double check by looking at the users table. Now we have 10 more users, right? That was ourselves, and then we have 10 different users, which is nice. Now let's try to build this UI. This will be under a component called user item. So here I'll say user item.tsx. And here, instead of having a text, we are going to call that component. So I will delete this part. We will say for every single user, please go ahead and return the user item element. We will import it, and this will get a key. Let's say it'll be equal to user._id. Then we will pass the user itself, and we will check if this user is online or not. So for now, let's say this will be equal to true. Later in the video, we will update it. And finally, on press, what happens, right? If you click to one of these users, it should call this method. This one, right? So I'll copy the name. Let's say on press. We will run this part. And we're going to pass the user as the argument. Now let's try to build this component. So this is going to have no logic at all. It is around 30 lines of code, and it is only UI. So you can grab this from the source code. This is what I have done. We have TypeScript type, some imports, and then we basically display a pressable. Once you click, it'll call the on press, and then the rest is the UI. So we have an image, the name, email, and then a border bottom. That's it. So with this, let's take a look at it. Here I would like to import it. Now it should work out. Okay, once you click here, as you can tell, we had the loading spinner, then we can see all the users. Let's try to search for Emma. It's here. If you put something that does not exist, it says user not found, right? So it is working completely. Now the only thing this is missing is the click event. So we'll go here, and here we'll say router.push, and here this will take some one object with some key value pairs. So this is similar to what we have done in the past. Let me find it where we did it. Was it here? Okay, so we just said get the user to the screen and pass the params. So we will do almost the exact same thing. Okay, so I will paste this in. We have the path name, which is this screen. We will build it later in the video. Then we have the params. Now let's try to save. And before we do anything else, in the database, notice how we don't have any chats, right? Now I'll go right here and try to click on Emma. This should create the chat and take us to that screen. Let's try to reload if we got the chat. Okay, here we go. We have 2 participants. It doesn't have any messages, but we are right here. And since this page doesn't have any content, we cannot see anything. Let's try to see what is happening. If you click here, it'll take you to this page. I'll just say class name, text of white. and let's say save area view, class name of flex of 1 as well. Okay, we are in the chat details screen. Now there is one thing that we'd like to fix. So here, if I wanted to create one chat, so I'll click to this one. Notice how it immediately takes us to this screen. But what I want is to happen. So if I click to this one, first off, this should close, and then the other chat should open. So follow along with me. You're going to see what I mean. So before we say router.push, we will just say router, let's say router.dismiss. Okay, so this will take us to the previous screen. So navigate to a stack lower than the current screen. Okay, so I'll just say something like go -1, right? Go back. And before we run this, so please cut this and just say set timeout. Then within the handler method, paste this in, and we will just add a delay of 100 milliseconds. So this is necessary, and notice how the experience is completely different. So I will click to one of these, and notice how first off this will close, and then the other one will open. So if you try to check this out with WhatsApp, this is exactly what they are doing. Okay, so this is coming from WhatsApp. This is what inspired me. You click to one of them, first off it dismiss, and then opens the chat details screen. And if you don't add this delay, it is not going to work in this way. This is kind of like a fix that you can keep in mind. So with this, I think we are completely done with this section where we have the new chat screen. The search filter is also working. We created some hooks, such as this one, as well as under the use chats. So this is just a post request, right, to our endpoint. All right, so I believe we can close everything and commit our changes. In the next section, we can get started with the chat details screen where we can send messages, right? So I will go back to VS Code. Let's try to toggle the status bar and create a new branch. For the name, we should say something like new chat screen. Stage everything, create a commit message, and then we'll create the pull request. So let's take a look at the problems that we have so that we can fix our code base and make it a little bit more better and clean. So here it says you could add check for the participant in case it is null. Well, that's not really that, I would say it's not really that common because all the time we will have the participant. If you wanted to, you can take a look at the proposed fix and actually fix it. I will just skip that. Then here it says you should update the is online field. It is hard-coded. Well, that's true. We will fix it, and we talked about it. So it'll be in the incoming sections. And here it says you can add on error as well, just like on success. If you wanted to, you can add it. I'll just skip this and keep it a little bit more simpler, right? And I'll say merge this pull request. So it is confirmed. Let's go here, and we will switch to the master and get the latest changes. Okay, so with this, our code base is up to date, and hopefully I'll see you in the next section. In this section, we are going to get started with the chat details screen. So here is the end result. Now, the most important thing in this section is that the real-time features. So we're going to have messages working in real time, as well as the online and offline status. Now, to be able to make this work, we already have our backend code, right? We set up SocketIO and we set that up. Now, on the front end, we are going to get this package, which is SocketIO-client. So let's go ahead and get started with it. I will open up my terminal, cd into the mobile, and we'll say bun add socket.io-client. So it's going to install the package. The other package that I'd like to install is going to be Zustand. So let's say bun add and Zustand. So this has nothing to do with Socket. This is for state management, okay? Global state management. It is like, React context, but a lot more clean. It doesn't really require any boilerplate code. All right, so with this, now we can jump into the mobile, and under the lib, I will create a file called socket.ts. And here we will set up our Zastand store, okay? So we're gonna have a hook. Let me zoom in. So this will be export const use socket store. And here you would call the create method. And this will be coming from Zastand. So let's try to import it. And then we will get two different imports, which will be coming from SocketIO-client. Now, this is how you create a store, and this is going to get an argument. So here I'll say something like, we will have a callback method, and this is going to return an object. So first off, wrap it with brackets, and then curly braces. So everything that you put here will become an object. And here you get two different arguments, the setter method as well as the getter method, okay? Now let's just put something like username, and here I'll say John. Now, if you wanted to get access to this state, all you have to do is calling this hook, okay? So we will go, let's say, under the auth sync.tsx file. You can just say something like use socket store, and then get that field, which is called as username, right? And that's it. That's literally it. This is how we can access to a state. Now here, TypeScript says, you're not using this value. Let's say, okay, just console log it. And this is also not type safe, right? So if you want to make this type safe, here you would go ahead, add a generic, let's say something like, I don't know, socket store. And then you would create this. Let's say we will have an interface. That's the name. And here I'll say it's going to have username, which is type of string, right? Now, if you save, you're going to see that this is type safe. As you can tell, when you delete it, you will have it here. So this is the basics of Zastand. You create the store, and in any place in your code base, you can just call this method and import anything that you have from that hook. So here you can go under the user item. You can just say from here, I would like to get the username. This is all you have to do, okay? So that was the basics. Of course, we don't really need a username within the socket store, so we will delete it. Instead, we're gonna build our own socket logic. Now, I will give you the interface. You can copy and paste from the source code. It'll be maybe around 10 lines of code. Here, I will paste this in. Again, we have socket state. Let's replace this with state. And here we basically say we're gonna have a socket instance. And here is the type. It could be either null or the socket type. And initially, it'll be equal to null, right? So we can go here and we can say socket. The initial value will be equal to null. Then we have is connected. This will check if user connected to our socket server or not, which is equal to boolean, and initially it'll be equal to false. So let's create them one by one. And then for the online users, we're gonna have a set which is going to store string values. So here I will say online users, initially it's an empty set. We will do a similar thing for the typing users. And here's the map. We will have chat ID as the key, value as the user ID. We will do a similar thing for the unread chats. It'll be an empty new set, right? And then we will have the current chat ID. That could be either string or null. Initially it is null. Then we will have the query client instance. So initially it's going to be equal to null as well. Let's import the query client from 10stack and import this type. And then after these fields, we have a couple of different methods. So we can connect, disconnect, join chat, leave chat, send message, and send the typing indicator, right? So we're gonna send a typing event whenever you start typing within your application. Okay, so let's say you type something here, the other user will get the typing indicator. And when you stop typing, after 2 seconds, that typing indicator will be gone. So we will see the details in a couple of minutes, but for now, let's get started with our methods. So first off, we're gonna build the connect method. Let's say this will be a function where we will get the token as well as the query client. So these are the arguments like this. And then I'll say within this, we are gonna have a couple of different checks. So first off, we are gonna get the socket instance, and you can use the getter to be able to get that. So I'll say const existing socket, let's say get, and then you can say socket, right? You can get any of these fields by calling the get method. Now, just to get rid of the errors, I will try to import all of these methods. Okay, so I'll say disconnect. For now, let's leave it as an empty method. Then I will have another one. So basically, I will create all of them. Okay, so we'll have join chat. Let's say we'll have leave chat, send message, as well as send typing. Okay, now we don't really have this, annoying warnings. So we will get the existing socket. We will check if this is already connected. We are not going to reconnect, right? So we'll say if this is connected, and you can add a question mark. We will just say return out of this method. Don't try to reconnect. And we'll say if there is an existing socket instance, we can just call the disconnect method, because we'll try to reconnect, right? So these are the validation checks. Now we will go ahead and say something like const socket, and we're going to call the IO method. So this is going to get a URL, which will be our socket URL. Okay, so I'll say socket underscore URL. And with this, we will be able to connect to our server. And then we're going to pass an argument, which is going to be auth. And then we're going to pass the token. Now let's take a look at the socket.ts in the backend. And we have a to-do, by the way. We're going to fix it, but let's scroll to the top. We have the authentication check, right? We are getting the token from socket.handshake auth.token, right? So auth.token, it is coming from here. Now let's try to create this socket URL at the very top. I'll say const socket URL, and we can grab this value from the Axios file. So I'll copy my URL without the API part and just paste this in. Okay, so get your socket URL as well and put it right here. Now we will listen for events, right? Once we connect, we will say socket.on, where we have the connect event. So the server will send you a connect event, and then we can run this method. So once we got this event, this method will run. And here we can just put a console log, let's say socket connected, and we can display the socket ID. So I'll say here's the ID, which is equal to socket.id. Now, if you wanted to, you can log a Sentry log. Okay, so I will import the Sentry. I'll paste it right here. This will be as an info, and then we can update our state. So we will say use the setter method and update one of these states, which is going to be is connected. So here I'll say is connected will be equal to true. And that's it for this method. Now we will have another one. Let's say we will listen for the online users. Or before we do so, let's just listen for the disconnect. Here I'll say disconnect. In this case, we are gonna do a similar thing. I'll just say socket disconnected. And then you can put the socket ID, or if you wanted to, you can delete it. Then we'll do a similar thing. Here we'll say socket disconnected, and then is connected will be equal to false, just like this. Then after this one, we can listen for online users event. So if you take a look at this file, we are sending the online users, right? So we can get these values and update our state. So I will say socket.on. And remember, whenever you use socket.on, you're listening for an event. So in this case, we are listening it from the client side. I'll say online-users, and in this case we're gonna get this method where the backend returns us an array of user IDs, right? So it is this field. We will destructure it. Let's say user IDs, and you can add the type if you're interested. So let's say user IDs, which is an array of string. And within this now, we are going to update the state, but just before that, let's put a console log. We will say received online users, then we can update our online users state, okay, by using the setter method. So we will say the new value will be new set and pass the user IDs. And that's it for this event. Now we will do a similar thing for the user online. So notice how they are two different, similar but different events. So this notifies others that the current user is online, and this gives the list of currently online users to the current user, right? This is something that we told in the past. Now let's listen for this one, and we're gonna get the user ID as the argument. So I'll go right here and I'll say socket.on. This time we will listen for user-online. Is this the, yeah, it's the same name. And then here we will run this method where we will get the user ID. And we can add the type, which is a type of string. And within this, we will do a similar thing. So I'll just get my setter method. Now we would like to use the previous state. And to be able to get that, you will say state. Okay, this will be a callback method. And here we will return something. So I will have an object like this. And we're going to say for the online users, just keep all the previous online users. Okay, so we will say state.online users. But now this current user is also online. So we're going to put the user ID right here. And this should be a set. So we're going to cut this and we'll say new set and paste this in. Okay, I do really hope that this makes sense. So this will basically get the previous state. Okay, it'll keep all the online users within the state, but at the very end, it will add the current user so that everyone knows that this user is now online. Okay, now we can listen for the user offline state where we would like to delete the user from the set. And here I'll just paste this in. So we're gonna listen for this event, get the user ID, and from the previous state, we will basically delete it, right? This is how we would do it with the set online users.delete, and then have this as the return statement. Now the other event that we would like to listen to is the SocketIO. Let's scroll to the bottom. I think we have it somewhere here. Okay, we return a message, right? If we got this event, let's try to listen for it. It is called SocketIO. We're gonna get the error, which is an object that is called message, and we're gonna put a console log as well as send a Sentry log to our dashboard. Now I know that this is getting a bit long, but basically we have to keep track of every single event, right? So once you call this method, which is initializing the SocketIO connection, so once you connect, then you'll start listening for events like for the connect, disconnect, online users, user online, offline, error, so on and so forth. Now at the very end, I'll say set my state where we will have the token. So here I'll say, sorry, not token, but it should be socket, because initially, if you think about it, it was equal to null. Once you connect, it is going to get the socket connection, which is this instance, right? So I'll scroll to the bottom. We'll say update the socket value with the socket variable. So this is the, like I have to show this. The first one is the state. The second one is the value, right? And then here we will say also update the query client, which is what we're getting as an argument. So it is right here. And since they are the same thing, we can shorten them and leave it like this. Now for the disconnect method, we will again get our socket instance, okay? So we're gonna get the state and we will check if we have socket. So I will say if we have socket, first off disconnect and then reset our state. We will take everything to the previous state and that's it. Now in the join chat method, we're gonna get a chat ID as the argument so that we know which chat that we are joining. And again, we're gonna get the socket. So this is something that you will almost always get because that's the state, that's the instance that you have. And then we would like to update the state. I'll say set. Here we will get the previous state. And then within this, we will say, so we will basically update the unread chats. So let me give you an example. If you click to this button, you will basically join to this chat. And if you have some unread messages, you will make them to be read, right? So here we will say const unread chats. It'll be equal to new set, and we're gonna pass state dot unread chats. And then we will say from here we would like to delete the current chat. So we're gonna pass the chat ID. Then here I think we will say something like return the current chat ID to be equal to chat ID. And then for the unread chats, we're gonna just paste this value now. Now you might be asking, why do we update this state? We will be using this so that we know which chat that we are currently in. If you click to, let's say this one, you will be redirected to this screen. And you know, at some point in the background, we are going to keep track of the chat ID. So this is what we are doing. And then right after this set, I will have one if check. I'll say if socket is connected, send this event that is called join chat. Because we just joined, right? We will send this to backend. And here we are listening for that event that is called join chat, right? I'll just search for it. And here we are listening for it, right? So that's the API side. Now let's go here. We will have the leave chat method. And basically, once we leave the chat, we are going to update this state, right? I will paste this in. I will say if we have the socket, like if socket is connected, go ahead, send this event as well as set this state to be equal to null. And here we will get the chat ID as the argument so that we know which chat that we are leaving. Now let's build the send typing method, and then we're gonna build the send message. So here this will get the chat ID as well as if you're typing or not. So I'll say is typing, which will be boolean. Now within this, we are gonna get our socket instance just like this, and then we will say if socket is connected, then send the typing event with these arguments. So that's it for the send typing. Now we're gonna build the send message method. This will be a little bit long, but I'll try to explain step by step. So first off, I'll get the socket as well as query client. Then I'll say if they are undefined, like if socket is not connected, just return and don't do anything. But now if this is not the case, we can send the message. So we're gonna be using what we call optimistic updates, and I can explain it pretty quickly. Basically, when you send a new message, let's say we say hello, and if you click this button, first off, it'll take maybe a couple of seconds, depending on your internet connection. It'll be a bit slow, right? Because in the background, we are going to save this message to the database. And instead of showing a loading spinner, instead we can show the message immediately here. And in the background, it's going to save it. So this is what we call the optimistic updates. User thinks that message sent immediately, but we actually save it in the background, which will take like maybe 1 or 2 seconds, right? And in case it fails, we are going to delete it from the UI. Okay, so first off, you send it. If it fails, you delete it. Again, you send it. If it succeeds, you just keep it as it is, okay? Or you replace it with the message from the database, which looks the same. Now let's jump into VS Code. It'll make sense. Since this is an optimistic message, it'll be a temporary message, right? And I will create a temporary ID. This is how we can do it by using the date.now. Then we'll say optimistic message, which will be type of message. Let's get the type, and this will get a couple of different arguments. So we're gonna get the chat ID so that we know which chat that we are sending the message to, then the message text, as well as the current user, so that we can say sender is the current user, right? So we have all these fields. This is for the optimistic message. And then we'll say add optimistic message immediately. So this will update the UI by using the query client. So we'll say set query data. So first you need to pass your query key, which will be equal to messages and chat ID. So this is something that we will have later in the video. Then here we can get the old messages. So this will give you the previous state. And then you'll say if there is no old messages, then we can just return the optimistic message. But in the else case, we're going to say return all the previous messages. So we will spread this, and then we will add the optimistic message to the very end. So just imagine you have a bunch of different messages here, right? And you send a new one. We will keep all the previous ones and just have the new one at the very end, right? And if you don't have any messages at all, you would have the very, the latest message in the UI. This is what we are saying in our code base. Now, I believe TypeScript is not happy with us, so we can add a generic here. Let's say this will get a message array, right? Do we still have the same? So I think this should be set query data instead of queries. And even if you delete this part, it should still be happy with us. Looks like it doesn't. So we're gonna put this part no matter what happens. Now, right after this, we can emit to the server, right? So we'll say socket.emit. Now, first off, we update the UI immediately, but now it's time to send the event. So we'll say, here is the event that is called send message, and we can send you the chat ID as well as the text. And you can always double check. Let's take a look at the send message. Server is listening for it, where it'll get the chat ID as well as the text. It'll save it to database, right? As you can tell, this will take some time. And then finally, it'll send it back to the other users or the other user, right? Now, right after this, I have added a Sentry log as well. It is info, it says message sent successfully. Now, finally, let's create an error handler. So I'll say socket.once. This is a method that you can use. And if you hover over it, it says this is going to add a one-time event listener, okay? So we're gonna listen for the socket error event. And in this case, we are gonna run the error handler method. Now let's try to create it. I'll just paste this in. You can get it from the source code. This is getting the error, which is type of message. And then it's going to first off have a log in our Sentry dashboard. And then it's going to delete the message from the UI, right? It basically gets rid of that. And then it says, don't listen to this event again. It was just only once. So once again, let me explain. Let's say you type a message and you send. Since we send it immediately, in case this fails in the background, we will just delete it from the UI. This is literally what we are doing, right? If it fails, this method will run and then it's going to delete it from the UI. So that was it for the send message method as well, which is this one. The only thing that we left is going to be under the connect method. So we are listening for a bunch of different events, but we don't really listen for incoming messages, right? Here we'll go ahead and say something like socket.on. Let's listen for the new message event. So this is the event that is going to run whenever you get a new message. And here within this callback, we will have new message, or I'll just say message, and let's pass the type, and then we're gonna run this method. Now from the message, we are going to get the sender ID. So we'll say message.sender and get the ID. Also, we are using the message sender as the type so that we can typecast this. If you delete this part, notice how TypeScript is not happy with you. So we're gonna put this in, then we're gonna get the current chat ID. Now, after this part, we are going to update our UI. So I'll provide the code for you. It is around 5 lines of code. What this does, it basically replaces the optimistic message with the actual one that you get from database. So let me try to explain. Let's say you sent a message, like you said, hey, and you press this button. We immediately add this to UI, right? This is the optimistic message. And while this is, in the background, it's going to save it to database, right? While it is saving, it'll take maybe 1 or 2 seconds. And once it is saved, we will take the actual message from database and put it right here. So that means we are going to replace the optimistic message with the actual one. I know that it sounds a little bit weird, but we will see this in action. Let's go here and build the rest of it. So this has nothing to do with React or React Native. This is basic JavaScript. I hope you don't mind it. We just have a filter and we are returning a new array. Okay, then we're gonna update the chat's last message. So I will again get the code from source code. You can do the same thing. Basically, this gets the chat type. Let's import it. Then it updates the last message. So let's say you sent a new message, okay? You said something like, hey, what's going on? It is going to immediately update this part. So if you take a look at the code, this is what we are doing. Now, the other thing that we should keep in mind is that, let's say we are here, right? We are not in any specific chat. And if you get a new message from this user, UI should be updated. Or let's say, let me clear this up. Let's say you're here and you get a new message from this user. UI should immediately update, right? And for this, we will have an if check. Let me go right after this one. And I'll paste this in. So we will say mark as unread if not currently viewing this chat and message is from other user. So we will say current chat ID is not equal to message.chat. Here we'll go ahead and update this state. And then the very last thing, we are going to get rid of the typing indicators once we receive the message. So just imagine this user is typing, it'll say typing, and once he sent the message, it is going to be gone, right? Immediately we will get rid of that typing error. And here's how we're going to do it. We will basically delete it from the map. Now, if you ever feel like you are getting confused, this is completely fine and very, very normal because this code is, yes, I will admit that it is looking a little bit weird, but it is what it is. You don't have to memorize it. Like, it is completely fine if you forget this part 2 days later, okay? So if you even ask me to do the exact same thing, maybe I would get some part wrong, which is completely fine. But just understand what is going on, and I think that's it. Because you can always take a look at the online examples whenever you need them. Okay, so with this, at the very end, we are gonna listen for the typing indicators, then we can jump into actual UI. So let's scroll to the top, shrink this event, and we will say this time socket.on listen for the typing event. And in this case, we are gonna run this method, and this will get a couple of different arguments. So we are going to destructure the user ID. We are going to destructure the chat ID as well as is typing. So this will be either true or false. And here we'll say, let's give the types. This will be string, chat ID will be string as well. And then is typing is going to be equal to Boolean. Now within this method, we would like to basically update the state, which is going to be the typing users. It is a map. So here I'll go ahead. And then within this, we're going to get the setter method with the previous state, and we will find the typing indicators. So if user is typing, we are going to add it, but else we are going to delete it from the map. And finally, we will return this state. So I hope that makes sense. I'll just try to zoom out so that you can see it clearly. This is the callback method where we have our arguments, then we update our previous state. If user is typing, if this is equal to true, we add it to the map, else we remove it. So that was the implementation on the client side. Now we also need to complete this to-do. So we are getting the data. Let's say this is going to get chat ID as well as is typing. Okay, so that's the TypeScript types. And within this now, we're going to get a typing payload. So let me try to zoom in and scroll to the bottom. Let's say we'll have typing payload, which is going to include the user ID. Then it's going to have the chat ID, which is coming from data.chat ID. and then it's gonna have is typing field, which is equal to data.isTyping. Now that's the payload. We would like to send this to the chat room. So here I'll paste this in. Whenever someone starts typing within the chat room, here you will see a typing indicator right here, okay? Then we also do a similar thing to this part. So this is what we call the user room. And if this user typing out, this will say typing, right? And similar thing on the web app. If you have this user typing, then this will say typing instead of showing the last message, okay? Now here, right after this, I'll have a try and catch block, and I'll just paste this in. So I will say also emit to other participants' personal room. And just in case if this fails, we will just silently fail because a typing indicator is not critical, right? And what we are doing is basically finding the chat, then the other participant. So we filter ourselves. Then we send this event to that user. We say, this user is typing to you, right? Okay, so that's the backend implementation. We can delete this to do now that we have completed it. Once again, if this looks confusing at the beginning, it's completely fine. You're not stupid. It is just complicated, man. Okay, for the first time, that's how I felt as well. Like we have all been there. It's completely fine. But just try to at least understand the concept. You can always get into the syntax details anytime that you wish, right? Okay, so with this, we have the backend implementation done. We have our socket store, which was pretty long. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is a hook that we're going to be using, and it connects to our socket server, right? Now we will go under the, let's say, chat details screen and consume that store. Now within this screen, we are going to need two different custom hooks. Let's go under the use auth, and here I'll have another hook, which is going to fetch the current user. So this will be a query. We're going to call our endpoint, which is auth me, and it'll give us the current user. So that's the first thing. Now we'll have another file called use messages. And as the name suggests, it is going to fetch the messages for our chat. So here I'll again copy and paste, then walk you through it. So this will be Axios file. So we got use query, use API, and then the message type. This is a hook where we pass the chat ID so that we know which messages to fetch, right? Then we're gonna have our hook, which is API with auth. Then we will say send a query. Here is the query key and the method. So this will basically send a GET request to this endpoint. And then we will say this query only should run if we have the chat ID. So if you don't have this part, it'll run no matter what. But we say don't run this until we have the chat ID, okay? So enable field, this should be either true or false. Since this is a string value, we're gonna take it and convert it to be a boolean, okay? So this is what we call a double bang operator. And if you're interested, you can search for it. Okay, so you can take a look at the details, but it is basically taking a non-boolean value such as string and converting to a boolean value. Now we're going to use both of these hooks under the socket, actually under the ID screen. Okay, so from the chat details screen, we're going to be using these hooks. Let's go ahead and get them. First off, I will have a state to be able to keep track of the message text. And then we're going to have another state to check if we are in the loading state or not. And then right after this state, we're going to have a ref. So let's import useRef. And let me explain what this does. Whenever we get new messages, it'll automatically scroll to the bottom. So let me find it. So let's say you're here, you get a new message. It is going to automatically scroll for it. So that's the useRef. Now initially it'll be null, but we're gonna update the value. Then we can call our custom hook to get the current user. Okay, so we're gonna get the data and rename it to be current user. Now we will do a similar thing for the use messages. And here, by the way, this will get an argument, right? It is getting the chat ID. So whenever you call this hook, you would like to pass the chat ID as the argument. Now we are gonna get this chat ID from the params. And if you remember, let me display it. So here, when we call, when we push user to the screen, we are passing some params, which is ID, participant ID, name, and avatar, right? So we're going to get these values by using a hook. I'll just go at the very top. I will say use local search params. It'll be coming from Expo. Then from here, we can destructure all these fields. So let's remember again, it is ID, participant ID, name, and avatar. So I'll get ID, participant ID, name, and avatar. And I will rename this to be chat ID, okay? Now, this is not type safe, so let's add the type. Here I will say we're gonna have chat params. We can go right here and create it. Okay, so I will basically get them one by one. So we will have ID, which is type of string, and this should be having an equal sign. Then we will have participant ID. Again, it is type of string. Then we will have name. Let's duplicate it. Then we're gonna have avatar. Okay, so with this, now it is type safe. If you delete any of them, here you can see you can get all of them. Okay, so that's the chat ID that we are getting from the params, and we are gonna pass this under the use messages hook. Now the other thing that we would like to do is calling our use socket store, and you will get a bunch of different values. So we're gonna destructure all of them. Let's say we're gonna get the join chat method, leave chat, send message, send typing, and we're gonna get is connected state, online users, as well as typing users. Okay, so go ahead and save this. We will destructure every one of them. Now we can check if this user is online or not, and here's how we're gonna do it. We will say if we have the participant ID, just check if it is under the online users map, right? If it is there, it is equal to true, but else it is equal to false. Now we will do a similar thing for is typing indicator. So we are gonna say typing users.get, and we will pass the chat ID. If it is equal to the current participant ID, it means it is equal to true, else it'll be false. Now the other thing that we would like to do is having a timeout ref. So I'll say const typing timeout ref, and let me explain before we write the code. So let's say you are sending a message, right? Whenever you type in here, let me center this. So let's say you are typing a message, right? Whenever you press a key, you'll send the typing event to backend, okay? So you'll say, hey, I'm typing. But as soon as you stop for 2 seconds, we will delete that event. So we're gonna have a timeout for it. So this is why we are storing this ref. So we'll say typing timeout ref, and it is gonna be equal to use ref, not use messages. Let's say use ref. Initially, the value is going to be equal to null, and let's make this type safe. We will say this could be either null or it can get this type. So we're gonna say it should take the type of set timeout, and we will say from this, let me type this out. So here we will say we would like to get the return type of it. Okay, so this is TypeScript specific. We basically get the return type of this method, and we will be using this in a second. Now here I'll have a use effect. Let me import it. So basically, whenever we mount this component, we are going to call this method. Okay, so if we have chat ID and if we are connected, we're gonna call this method, and whenever this component unmounts, we are gonna call the leave chat method. Now the other use effect that we are going to have is to scroll to the bottom when we have new messages. Okay, so it'll basically say scroll view ref.current, scroll to the end, and make it to be animated. We wrap it with set timeout to get rid of the strange behaviors. And whenever the messages updates, this is going to run again. Okay, now we'll have another method. Let's say const handle typing, and we are going to wrap this with use callback to cache it. Okay, so for the performance reasons, this will get the text, which is type of string, and we're gonna do something. So first off, we will say set message text to be equal to this text. And before we get into the actual logic, we're going to have one validation check. So if we are not connected, or if there is no chat ID, we'll just return out of it without doing anything. And then we can say send typing start, where we can check within if statement. So here I'll say if text.length, if it is greater than 0, that means user is typing. So we're going to say send typing, call this method, pass the chat ID, and then for the is typing boolean, we will say this is equal to true. Okay, so user is typing. And then we are going to clear any existing timeouts. So we can say if there is a typing timeout, then clear this out. Then we're going to have typing timeout ref, and let's say current. And before we write this, let me add a comment. So I'll say stop typing after 2 seconds, 2 seconds of no input. So in this case, we're going to have a set timeout. For the timeout value, we're going to have 2 seconds. And within this, we will basically say send typing, just like this. This time it'll be equal to false. So user stopped typing. And then in the else case, now that was the user typing, right? And this is user is not typing. So here we will clear the timeout. So we'll say text cleared. We are just going to say stop typing. So we're going to pass false as the boolean. Now we have a warning for callback. It says you should have a dependency array. So we'll go right here and we're going to add chat ID. We're going to add the is connected field as well as the send typing. Now with this, it should be happy with us. So we're going to call this method whenever user types something in, right? Now the other method that we are going to need is the handle send. Let me shrink this. We're going to have a similar method. We'll say const handle send. This is not going to get any arguments. First off, we're going to have one validation check. So if we have any of these, if they're equal to true, we'll just return out of it. We are not going to do anything. But in the else case, the first thing that we would like to do is just stop typing indicator, because we would like to send the message. So we're going to clear out the timeout and we'll say send typing, which is equal to false. Then we will say set is sending. This will be equal to true. Then we're going to call send message method, which takes the chat ID. It takes the message. So we'll say message text dot trim. And then we're going to pass an object, which is the current user. So I will get the underscore ID. Let me get all of them. So we'll get name, email, as well as the avatar. Then once this is done successfully, we're going to call this part. We will update the state, right? Reset it, then scroll to the bottom of the screen. Now with this, we can run our application and get started with the UI. So I'm just going to put them side by side. Okay, so within the screen, the first thing that we'll be doing is the header component. So we have a back button, user information, and then 2 different buttons. To be honest, they don't really do anything, but that could be a nice challenge to implement once you complete this entire course. Now let's go here and put them side by side. I will toggle the status bar so that we can have more space. And let's visit one of these screens. We're going to delete this text. And for the safe area view, I will say background should be surface. So this is the color that we will be using. And then for the edges, I will just say include the top as well as the bottom. So we're going to add a comma, let's say bottom as well. Now within the safe area view, we will have the header component. I'll just paste this in. It is only UI, which is a pressable that will take us to the back. So let's say import the router from Expo. Get all these imports. Image will be coming from Expo image. Okay, now let's save and reload our application. So this is what we just built. If user is typing, you're going to get the typing indicator. Let me say true. So this is how it'll look like. And the color will be text primary, right? But if this is not the case, if user is offline, you're gonna see offline, and if it is online, you will see online, right? I hope everything makes sense. And what else do we have? We have these icons. So this is literally only CSS, okay? No logic at all. So right after the header component, we will have a view. Let's say this is the keyboard, or let's just say messages and keyboard input. Now, instead of having a classic view element, there is something called keyboard avoiding view. So you can take a look at the details if you're interested, but in a couple of minutes, you're gonna see an example once we build the entire page, okay? So here, instead of getting a view, we will say, give us a keyboard avoiding view, which is coming from React Native. So where that is, it is here. And for the scroll view, let's try to get it from React Native as well. Okay, now we'll be using this component. Let's scroll to the bottom. Here, this will get a prop that is called behavior. First off, I'll say style or maybe class name of flags of 1. Then we'll say behavior. And for this, we can check which platform that we are in. So I'll say platform, and you can import it from React Native. Okay, then you can say .os, which is operating system. We will say if it is equal to iOS, then this is going to be adjusted with padding, but else it'll be adjusted with height. So this is what you should keep in mind. That's the behavior. And the other thing is going to be keyboard vertical offset. I will just leave it as 0. Now within this, we will have a view. Let's say class name, flags of 1, and the background will be surface as well. Within this, we will have a loading check. So I will say if we're in the loading state, then we can display this part, which will be an activity indicator. So I'll provide this to you. 2 lines of code. It'll be size of large. And in the else case, we can return this part where we'll check if there are no messages, or let's say if messages.length is equal to 0. In this case, we are gonna run this part. So let's add a question mark, else we're gonna run this part. So here we can put a, empty UI component. I will import it and I will put my props. So it'll get the title, subtitle, icon name, so on and so forth. And here we can just, for now, put a text. Let's say class name, text of white. Okay, let's try to see the output. If I click to this chat, we don't have any messages in the UI, so we are hitting this part, right? And if we are in the loading state, let's say it's equal to true, this is what you're gonna see. But if you have some messages, finally this part is going to run. And for this, we can have a scroll view element. So I will delete this part. And within this, we will have some props like the reference. We're gonna say it'll get the scroll view reference so that it can scroll through the bottom of the screen. Then we're gonna give the content container style where we have some paddings horizontally, vertically, and the gap of 8. Then we will get rid of the, the vertical scroll indicator. And actually in this case, I will have it. So I will leave this as true, which is the default value. So even if you delete it, it's equal to true. Then the very last thing is going to be this prop. On content size change, we are going to scroll to the bottom and we'll say animated to be equal to false. Now within this, we can map through the messages. So here I'll go ahead and say messages.map for every single one of them, display this component, which is something that we will create. And here we are getting the sender ID so that we can check if message is from me or not. So if message is sent from us, we are going to display it on the right side, but else it'll be right here. Now at the very end, right after the messages, we are going to have the input bar, right? So it's going to be having one icon on the left, then we're going to have the input, then another button, okay? So let's go right here after the scroll view, And let me create this component pretty quickly. So this will be under the components. For now, let's just say rnfe, and we're gonna build it a little bit later in the video. Okay, save, close, and import it. Then we'll go right here after the scroll view, but still within this view, okay? So we're gonna have the input bar element. Here I will say we're gonna get a view, the class name, let me grab it from the source code. So we will have some paddings, some colors, and border top. Then within this, we will have one more view, and this will get some more classes. So it'll be flex row, items end, background surface card, some border radiuses, and some paddings, as well as gap. So we're gonna have the first icon, which is the add button on the left. So it is this one that you see here. And then we're gonna have the text input, and this will get a couple of different props. Let me walk you through it. Import the text input from React Native. It is having a placeholder, the placeholder text color, some class names. This is going to be multi-line, but height could be maximum 100. Then value on change text, and if we are submitting this, we are going to call this method. And finally, it is not going to be editable if we are in the sending state, okay? So once you, let me save first off. Yeah, so we need to get the button. Let me get that and I will walk you through it. So here, by the way, if you try to type, press enter a couple of times. Like you see, it is multi-line, but the maximum height is 100. Okay, now right after this, we will have a pressable as well. So once you click to it, you are calling this method, it'll be disabled in this case. And then if we are in the loading state, we are going to see an activity indicator. Okay, so when you have the message, let me delete everything for now. So let's say something like, hey, if you press this, nothing happens at the moment. Why is this the case? We are calling this method that is called handle send. So I will just reload my application. Let's try to put them side by side. And I will send a message like, hey there. Okay, let's check if it is created in the database. So under the messages. Now, if you take a look at the database, you're going to see that we don't have any messages. Now, this is correct, and the reason is we are missing some stuff. Let me try to explain. So if you just put a console log here, whenever you send a message, so press this button, and you're going to see that you will get all these fields. So is connected is equal to false. So that's why we cannot send the message. If this is equal to false, it just returns out of this method. Now, this is equal to false. That's true because we are not calling this method. Let me display it. So we never called the connect method, right? This is the actual method that is going to connect to our socket server. So for this, we will create a component. Let's go under the components. I will say socket connection. Like this, and it's going to be tsx file. So within this, I'll have rnfe. We are not going to return any JSX, so let's say return null, but we will have some logic within this. So I will get the use auth hook so that I can get these fields, and then I will get the query client. So I will paste this in as well. Let me delete the import from React Native. Then we're going to get our state, which is the connect method from socket store. This is another way that you can do. And then we can get the disconnect method. Now we will have a use effect. Let me please provide this and walk you through it. So this is a use effect where we check if user is signed in. If user is signed in, we're going to get the token from Clerk. Then with this token, we're going to call the connect method. And we will also pass the query client. And then in the else case, that means user is not signed in. We will just say disconnect. And on mount, we are going to call the disconnect method as well. Okay, so this will call the connect method. And we would like to call this component under the root layout. So here, maybe right after the auth sync, go ahead and import it. Okay, now this is going to connect to our socket server, right? I will open up the terminal. Immediately I can see that socket connected. This is our user ID, and we got the we received the online users as the event. Okay, now let's try to send the message. So here everything should work now. I will say something like, hey, maybe just hey. Okay, let's keep it simple. Send the message. Now we can see we have one message bubble, right? And you can take a look at the database now. We should have one document under the messages. Let's wait for it. So here is the text. This is the sender when it is created, and the chat it is part of. Alright, so it is working. Now let's try to build the message bubble component. It'll be around 20 lines of code. You can pause the video and type this in. It'll basically get these props and style the UI so that we can have this output. Now here I will have my own phone and I'll try to sign up. Then we will check if real-time events are gonna work or not. And before we do it, there is a one to do under the chat item. So let's find this component. So here, instead of having hard-coded values, let's delete all of them. Instead, we're going to import our store, and we are going to get the online status, if user is typing, and if we have any unread chats, okay? So this is now actually coming from the API. Now, once you save, you're going to see that we get rid of the online indicators. The other thing that we have to do is the new chat screen. So we will go and visit that screen as well. It is this one. So let's find it. I think we are passing online as the hard-coded value. So instead, now we are going to update this field. So we will just scroll to the top and import online users from our hook. And then we'll say if online users has this ID, right? Now, once you save, hopefully it should update the UI. Let me reload my application. I'll press I so that I can restart it. So it is just reloaded. Let's try to see. Now we can tell none of them is online. And here in my phone, I have signed up with this account. As you can tell, it is right here. Now let me try to open up my camera and actually show you that this is going to work in real time. So first off, I'll open up my terminal. Let's kill this. I will say clear, and I will run it with the tunnel flag, okay? So that I can run it on my phone. Otherwise, it doesn't work in my case. So here, I'll just try to reload the application. We are going to get a QR code. So I will try to scan this. Let me zoom out. Okay, so just give me a second. I got my physical phone and I will scan this QR code. So it is going to reload the application. And here I will reload it from here as well. And I have my camera open. As you can tell, application is getting bundled. Here we go, it is right here. Now I'll try to put them side by side. So now from here, I'll just say new chat in my phone. And I can see that this user is online, right? And from here, I think we should be able to see it as well. If you scroll to the bottom, this user is online. Now I'll just kill my phone. Okay, so I'm going to close it. So as soon as I close, notice how it becomes offline, right? Now I will reload it again from my phone. Let me scan the QR code. So our API is working without any issues. Now once I log in, notice how this will update immediately. Okay, so this part is going to update. Let's just wait a couple of seconds. So it is about to log in. Alright, so as you can tell, in real time, it became online. Now I'll press this so we can start a chat with this user. And from here, I'll say something like, hey, and send the message, if I can type. And now I just reload the application. I can see this user in my phone. Okay, so the last message is equal to hey. So notice how from here, I will just type something. So when I type, so please take a look at it. It's going to say typing. So here I will just put something. Okay, it does not say because we didn't deploy our latest changes with our API, right? So we need to deploy it. Let's pretty quickly send a pull request, then test this out. But if I just send the message, So here, maybe I'll just send the message. As soon as I send, as you can tell, UI is getting updated. And from my phone, now I will send a message to this user. So I will click to it. I'll say, hey, what's up? Send the message. It should be here immediately. Okay, so it is working in real time without any issues. But the only thing that is not working is the typing indicator, and we have to publish our code to GitHub so that Sevalla can get the latest changes. But yeah, other than this, everything is working. Once again, I'll just put something, texting, and as soon as I click to this button, so here, where is it? As soon as I click, notice how it's gonna be here on the UI. Alright, so with this, I think we can commit our changes. Then we will test out the typing indicator. And let's see if we have any to-dos. So here we said test this out later in the video, and we tested out, right? We got the parameters, so we can delete this. And this is a to-do for myself. So I will close everything. Let's say toggle the status bar, and we will create a new branch. So here we can say real-time features, or I'll just say chat details screen. Let me zoom in, by the way. So that's the branch name. Stage everything. Let's generate a commit message. And then I will commit this. Let's publish the branch. Then we will create the pull request. Now, if you're interested, you can wait for the suggestions. Since everything is working, I'll just try to skip that. But please feel free to get your suggestions if you would like to make this code base even better. Okay, so here I'll just merge it. And let's go back to VS Code, get into the master and get the latest changes. Now in a couple of minutes, Sevalla is going to hopefully deploy this successfully. Let's take a look at it. Our application is in the progress of deployment. Right, once this is done, the typing indicators should work immediately. So it is deployed successfully. Now I will again open up my camera and start typing from my phone. Okay, so let's say open up the camera. Now notice how as soon as I type, it is going to say typing. Okay, so I have my phone. I'll just try to type something in, and here we can tell it says typing. Now after I stop for 2 seconds, it's going to stop showing that indicator. And also it is going to have the same indicator right here. So again, I'll start typing. Notice how it says typing. As soon as I stop for 2 seconds, it's going to get rid of that text. And if I send the message, it should be right here as the unread message. Alright, so it's very exciting, right? Everything is working. Now I will go into the profile screen, and at the very end, we have the logout button. Now, as soon as I press to it, notice how it's going to get the user to be offline, and it'll take me to the screen, and in real time, now this user is offline, right? As you can tell. Now with this, we can end the section, but just before we do so, notice how under the Sentry dashboard, under the Explore and Replays, you will have a bunch of different replays, okay? So Sentry will record how your users are using your application, and if they have any errors, you would see them right here, okay? So as you can tell, this is the authentication screen where we have the auth buttons. Now the UI has been blocked because this is what Sentry gives you out of the box. But if you would like to get rid of this, so if you would like to see the actual content, you can customize it by going under the root layout. Let me try to find it. So here you can add a couple of different options. Let's say mask all images, and you can say false because by default it is equal to true. Okay. And I think there's also like text as well. Let's just say mask. So you have all images, all texts, and all vectors. So you can keep this in mind if you'd like to see the actual content. But yeah, so this is going to show you how your users are using it. So let's try to go a little bit further. So this is where when we add the animated orbs, right? So we added the first one, and then the second one, third one, fourth one, so on and so forth. Okay, so you will be able to find these sessions under the replays. Now you can explore replays in detail by going into this dashboard, but other than this, we also have logs, right? So you can come here and maybe search for anything that is related to socket, and I will ignore the case. Okay, search for socket. Let me ignore it. Okay, so here you can check if you have any errors that is related to socket. In our case, we don't really have it, but just imagine if you had, you would be able to click to it, then see the trace, and then, take a look at the code base, like what is happening, and then fix it immediately. Now I will let you to explore this dashboard as you wish, but I have one example just in case if you're interested. So basically I have generated a couple of different buttons, and whenever you click to one of them, you will get a different type of errors. So this is going to return a slow operation, and it's going to get that error, push it to Sentry, okay? So we have performance issue. Then we have like generate 10 different errors. Let's try to do something like payment processing error, right? And I will leave the source code maybe in the description. You can take a look at it. It is basically a simple React Native application where we initialize Sentry. Then within the index.tsx, we have a bunch of different functions like simulating an API call. Let me try to zoom in. Okay, so this is going to simulate an API call, then it's going to throw an error. So here we are using all kinds of methods that are coming from Sentry. Just please feel free to take a look at the code base. I don't really want to bore you by giving all the details, but we are using like full potential of Sentry in this project. So we have add breadcrumb, we have set status. Let's take a look at it. What else do we have? So if you scroll to the bottom, we have different type of methods. So this is going to trigger a network error, right? And we are using the with scope method so that we can add bunch of different attributes to that specific scope. Then we have the Sentry logs, and let's scroll to the bottom. We have another method for the validation errors. Now, I think I have generated a bunch of different errors, and it is under the test application. So I'll just switch to here. Let's delete the socket from the search query. But now, as you can tell, this is how it would look like in production, right? Imagine you have a real world application. You will get all kinds of errors and logs from different users. Then you can always see your code base, like where is this coming from, then jump into it and then hopefully fix your code base. In this example, we can click to the replay. We can click to the trace. So this is the replay, like what happened when your users were using it. You can watch it, then find the specific errors in like what time. Then under the traces, you can again see the issues, then hopefully fix it. So that's it for the dashboard. You can take a look at the details as you wish. But now there is one more feature that I'd like to mention, which is the size analysis. And this is a new feature. It is in beta, but it's so good that I'd like to mention anyways, okay? So this is something that you would like to use whenever you are ready to deploy your application to Play Store. You can take a look at the documentation, but I'll just try to give you a quick overview, okay? So what is Sentry size analysis in the first place? So this is a feature. It'll basically track your mobile application build size, and it's going to catch the size increases before you release your application. So this is going to show what is taking up space in your bundle, just like this. Okay, so from the dashboard, you will be able to see what is going on in your application. And then you can compare your build to see what has changed. So let's say you deploy your application. This is the first version. Then you add some more features. So this is like a bit larger bundle, and it's going to show you what changed, what you have, what packages take more space, so on and so forth. And now this is important, of course. You might be asking why. It's because larger applications means slower downloads, which also means more uninstalls, right? So you would like to keep track of the download size so that you don't really get too much uninstalls, right? And by using this feature, you'll be able to see the unused code, large images, debug info, so on and so forth. And here are the key features, and it is also platform specific, so it supports Android, iOS, React Native, and even Flutter. So this is one of the features that I wanted to mention. We are not going to get into the details, but please feel free to go through the documentation if you are really interested. And this could be something that you can mention whenever you join to a company. You would say, I even take care of my size analysis so that I know what has changed and I can keep track of the size of my application so that I don't really get too much uninstalls. Okay, so thanks for your patience. With this, we are completely done with this section. Let's try to close everything. That's our code base. Just click here to get the latest changes. I think we already have done it, but you can click to this multiple times. It is not a problem at all. So with this, I think we are done with the mobile application. In the next section, we can get started with the web version of this chat application. So I'll see you there. Alright, so we are going to get started with the web folder. This is what we have at the moment, very basic React application. Let's try to clean this up first off. So we don't need the assets, let's try to delete it. We don't need the app.css. Then we can delete everything that we have under the index.css. Then we will go under the app.jsx. We can delete this import, we don't really need it. And then under the main.jsx, now we already have the Clerk set it up, right? Now we also want to have the 10-stack query set up so that we can use 10-stack query within our application. So just like under the root layout, under the mobile, we are going to get this import. Let's try to import it, put it right here. Then we will have our entire application, which is going to be wrapped up with this component. So I will copy it and let's wrap the entire app with it. Then we need to create our query client instance. So it is the exact same steps. Once again, we got our imports, we got the instance, then wrapped our entire application with it. The only thing left is installing this package. So I will copy it under the terminal, cd under the web. We will say bun add and then the name of the package. So that's the first thing. The other package is going to be react-router. With this package, we can have multiple pages. So under the source, I will say pages. And we can have homepage. I will copy this and paste it. This time we're going to have a chat page. For the content, let's keep it simple. I will say RFCE. And now let's go under the main.jsx. We will wrap the entire application with the browser router component. And this will be coming from the package that we just installed. So I'll copy the name. Let's say import browser router from react-router. Okay, so with this now within our entire application, we can have all the components that are coming from this package, right? Now let's go under the app.jsx. We're going to delete everything and we will wrap everything with routes. And I'll say we're going to have two different routes, right? So import the route component and this will get the path of homepage. If user visits homepage, we're going to display them the homepage component. And then let's duplicate it. If they visit /chat, we're going to display them the chat page screen. Okay, let's take a look at it. I'm going to run my application. I'll say run dev. So here now we are under the home page. If we visit /chat, it should take us to the chat page. So that's the home page end result, and that's the chat page. But first off, we're going to get started with this one. And we are going to set up Tailwind for styling. Let's visit tailwindcss.com, get started. Just make sure that Vite is selected. By default, this is what you will have. Now let's try to say bun add, and then we're going to copy these packages. Skip the first section because we already have a React application. So we will kill this. Let's say clear this up, bun add, and paste these names. Just make sure you have a space. So this has been installed. The next step is to visit vite-config.js file. We will copy this name. So right here we will import. Okay, what have I done? I should copy this. paste this in, and under the plugins, we are going to call this method that is called Tailwind CSS. Okay, so with this, now we have the Tailwind setup done. The only thing we left under the index.css, we will just say import, I believe, Tailwind CSS. Let's take a look at the documentation. Okay, so we are going to be typing it out in this way, and we can test this out. Now here I'll say class name of text red of 500, and let's say text will be 4x large. Now under the home page, we cannot see it because we need to rerun our application. Then as we can tell, Tailwind CSS is set up correctly. Now the other thing that we are going to be setting up is going to be Daisy UI, which is a component library that is built on Tailwind CSS. So they have all kinds of components that you can use without building from scratch. So let's say you want to use accordion. Here are some examples. Like if you click, it opens, the other ones shrink. And to be able to build it, you will just copy the code and paste it. So they have classes like collapse, background base of 100, so on and so forth. And they have one very nice example. So they say if you want to get a button with only Tailwind CSS, you need to write all these classes. But if you use Daisy UI, you will just say button and maybe like button primary, you will get a similar button. And here is another example. Just to get this output, you need to write all this code with Tailwind CSS only. But if you use Daisy UI, you just add a couple of different classes and it is the almost exact same UI, okay? And they have all kinds of components that we will see some of them. Now let's go under the Daisy UI and we will say how to use. We will say bun add Daisy UI latest and we are going to install it as the dev dependency. So in my terminal, I will kill frontend. Let's run this. And then the only thing left is copying this plugin and putting it under the CSS file. So here, just paste this in and we should be good to go now. Under the home page, just to test this out, I'll have a button. And I'll say class name will be btn and maybe btn primary. Let's save and let's say run dev. And we need to add some content. Let's say something like click me. So as you can tell, just by typing two classes, we got a very nice looking button. Now we can delete this button actually, we don't need it. Later in the video, we are going to be using some of these classes coming from these UI. Now let's go under the app.jsx. Here I will import use auth from Clerk. And we'll say, can you give us the is loaded field? And this will check if Clerk is loaded or not. And here I'll say if Clerk is not loaded. In this case, I'd like to return a component, which is called page loader. Now I will create this under the source. Okay, so go under the mobile source, under the components. We will create this file, and now here we will be using an icon. For this, we will install a package. I'll open up my terminal. Under the web, I'll say bun add lucid-react. So this is the icon library that we will be using, and here we will import the loader icon from Lucid React. And this will be, let's say, RFCE, where we would like to return a div. It is going to get the class name, flags, item center, justify center. It'll take the entire screen so that we can nicely center this. Then background is going to be black. And within this, we will have the loader icon. It'll be self-closed and it'll get some classes like size of 12. And we will say animate of spin. And the text color will be orange, let's say 500. Not 50, but 500. And here we would like to import this component. Okay, just to be able to see it clearly, I'll say true. And run our application. So when Clerk is loading, we're gonna have this loader, but for some reason it does not load because I have a typo. Let's delete this. Now, as you can tell, this is what you're gonna see while Clerk is loading. it'll be like very fast. Like usually it'll be very fast, but just in case if it is slow, so you have this fallback, right? As you can tell. Now the other thing that we would like to do is maybe protecting our routes, right? So now I am not authenticated, but I can still visit the chat page. So we would like to get rid of this behavior. I will go under the app.jsx, and from here we can also get if user is signed in or not. So I will say if user is signed in, and if they want to visit the chat page, they can visit, right? But if they are not signed in, we would like to take them, let's say navigate. This will be coming from React Router, and we will navigate them to the homepage. Let's save and test this out. I am not authenticated. If I wanted to visit chat page, as you can tell, I am redirected to home. Let's do a similar thing. If you're authenticated, you should not be able to visit this page, okay? So here I will say if user wants to visit the homepage, and if they are signed in, or let's say if they are not signed in, then they can see the homepage, but else we are going to navigate them to the chat page. Alright, so with this, now we can jump into the homepage and get started with the UI as well as the login functionality. So I'll just close everything and let's find the homepage. Now I would say open up the source code, because time to time we're gonna copy and paste some CSS classes. Like if you want to type them out, you can do so, but if you don't want to type this out, you can grab it from the source code. And this is what I'll be doing just to speed up the process so that we don't waste too much time. So we're gonna get the sign in and sign up buttons from Clerk, and we're gonna get two different icons from Lucid React. And then from the parent div, we're gonna have some classes like height of screen. Then we're gonna have a background base of 100, and we'll say text base of content, or just text base, sorry, not content. Then we will have the flex class. Then we will have two different sides, right? So on the first side, we're gonna have this left side, then the right side. Within this, we only have the image and a grid background, but here we have like a header component, the hero area, which is this part, some avatars, so on and so forth. So let's try to build it step by step. I will say left side as well as the right side. And both of them will be a div, so let's duplicate it. And first off, get started with the left hand side. Now this will get some classes like flex. It'll get flex of 1, and flex will be in the direction of column. Then it's gonna have a padding of 8, and larger screens and above, padding will be incremented by 4, so it'll be 12. Then we will have relative, and let's say overflow of hidden. Within this div, we're gonna have a navbar component, which will be under the nav element. If I can type it correctly, here we go. Within this, we will have some classes like flex, item centered, justify of between, so that they are spaced out. We have something on the left, some spacing, and then something on the right. And then we'll say relative z index of 10. Then within this, I'll have a div where the class name is going to be flex, item centered, and gap of 2.5. Within this, we will have another div. This will get the class name of size of 9. Then we will have rounded x large. We will have background linear to bottom right. Let's say linear to, okay, why this does not work? BG linear to bottom right. I think this is correct. We will say from amber 400 to orange 500. And then let me give Elvis space, and I'll say flex, items will be centered, justify center, and shadow of large. Then we can update the color. I'll say shadow orange 500, and we will update the opacity, let's say by 20. Now within this, we will have the sparkles icon. So this is what we are building at the moment. Okay, so we give the background rounded corners. Now we will have the icon, which is going to be this one. And within this, we'll have the class name, let's say size of 5, text of primary content, or just text primary, my bad. Now let's take a look at the end result. It is almost the same thing, but for some reason, should we say content? Okay, now this works. As you can tell, it is white instead of the default orange color. And then right next to it, we are going to have the name of the application. So right after the icon, I'll have a span with the class name, text large and font bold, then put the name that you wish. Now after this span and after this div, we are gonna have another div, let's say class name, flex. We will center them vertically and we'll say gap of 2. Now this will get the sign in button. So this is what we are building at the moment. Let me zoom out. Okay, why did this failed? Let me try to fix this pretty quickly. Now, first off, I'm going to delete this part and let's say cut this with Ctrl X. I think this span should be outside of here and delete this extra div. Alright, so once again, we have the navbar, we have one div, within this we have another div and then a span element, okay? So go ahead and fix it. Hopefully it should be fixed, as we can tell. Now we will go outside of this span and outside of this div. We'll just paste what we got. So let's say get the div element. Then within this, we will have a sign in button. So this is what we're building at the moment. Then we're going to build the sign up button right next to it. Now here, I'd like to update the content. So for that reason, I will have the button within the sign in button. So here I can say, give me my custom button where I can add some classes, update the text, so on and so forth. So I'll say sign in. For the class names, I'll say padding X of 5. Okay, it should be class name. Padding Y of 2.5. Then we will say text will be small. We will say font will be medium. Then text base content. So it'll be text based content of 50%. Then on hover, this would be the actual text color, and then we will add the transition. So that was the sign in button, and here I will say the mode should be equal to model, and I will do a similar thing for the sign up button. Here I'll paste this in. You can grab this from the source code. Again, it is a button. It has some classes, a text, as well as one icon. So here is the end result. Let's try to put them side by side. When you click, you get the sign in model, and here you get the sign up model. Now let's build the actual main content, and we will start with this tag, as we can tell. So right after the sign up button and after this div, and even outside of the nav element, let me shrink this. We will have, let's say, main content. I'll uppercase it. Let's say we will have one div. Here are the class names. I'll paste this in. Then within this, we will have the tag. Let me copy and paste from the source code. It is only UI, nothing, no logic at all. So we have one span, and then it says now available. Okay, so this is what we have. As we add more content, this would be pushed to the top because at the moment it is centered. So let's go right after the tag. I will add the headline. I'll paste this in, which is this part. Now, as you can tell, only for the text of everyone, we are wrapping it with a span and then giving some classes just to make it look nice. Okay, so this is not a CSS class. I will not go into the details. Feel free to pause the video and take a look at it in detail. Right after the headline, I will have a description within a p tag, and then here is the end result. Then after this, we're going to have these call to action buttons. Right after the p tag, I'll say CTA BTNs. And again, I will just grab it from the source code. So we have a sign in button as well as sign up button. Feel free to update the styles. This is taking you to the sign in, and this is, so I think, Yeah, this takes you to the sign up, and this one is taking you to the sign in model. Now, right after this, we will have some avatars, and for this, we will be using images that will be coming from Unsplash. So here, let me shrink the CTA buttons. I will paste this in from the source code. It is very simple. We just have the class name of avatar and then, a user image. And we are doing this multiple times, as you can tell. It is the exact same thing again and again. If you want to type this out, here is the entire thing. So we have one more avatar here. And at the very end, it says plus 5k users, right? Let's save and take a look at the end result. This is what we got. Now, right after this, we are going to add these stats. So they are 3 different elements and they are separated with this kind of like a colon or border. So here I will shrink the avatars and I'll just say stats. Once again, I will grab it from the source code. I hope you guys don't mind it because this is only CSS, no logic at all. So right after the stats, I'll paste this in around 20 lines of code. And let's take a look at the end result. This is what we got. And then it is time to build the right hand side. Now we are using one image, as you can tell. I will provide this to you in a second. But first, let's go here. Right after the right side, I will delete this div and instead paste this in from the source code. So it is around 50 lines of code that I just copied and pasted. I will walk you through it in a second. But first, let's go under the public. From the source code, find this file and paste this in. It'll be one image called auth.png. So this is what I have just done. I'll copy and paste, and this is what we're using. And I think it is the exact same image that we have under the mobile. So you can just get it from here instead of the source code. Yeah, they're basically the exact same file. Now let's try to save and take a look at the end result. I will refresh. As you can tell, we got 2 different badges, the image itself, then we have this grid background, as well as a radial gradient. As you can tell, it is this orange one. Now, if you take a look at the source code, I have some comments. So this is the grid pattern. If you delete it, as you can tell, it is gone. But now you don't need to memorize this at all. This is something that you would get from AI or online. This is what I have done as well. So don't worry about this at all. This is just a pattern. Then we have the radial glow. Then the rest is the content. Okay, so I'll just try to zoom out and maybe scroll through it, just in case if you're interested to typing this out. But yeah, I would say just copy and paste from source code. It is nothing important. Now with this, whenever we sign in, hopefully UI should be updated. Okay, now we are in the chat page. If I wanted to go to home page, I cannot because I am authenticated. I will be right here. Now, just like in mobile application, we can use the sign up method to be able to sign out. So here I will go under the chat page. And for now, let's just put a simple test button. So I'll say button and it'll say sign out. Whenever you click to it, let's say on click, we are going to call this method, which is coming from use auth, and it'll be called as sign out, as you can tell. So I'll just attach it right here. Let's save, and if I click it, I am now unauthenticated and I cannot visit the chat page. Now the other thing that we would like to implement under the home page is the syncing up the user. Just like in mobile, let me show you this pretty quickly. So under the root layout, we have this component, which is called auth sync. And this is consuming a component or a hook where we call our auth callback endpoint. So it takes the user from Clerk and save it to database. We would like to do the exact same thing with our front-end application, because just imagine if user is signing up with the, with the web version, it should also take them from Clerk and save it to the database. So for this, I will create a custom hook. Let's go under the web. Under the source, I will have hooks folder. Within this, I will say use user sync. Let me zoom in. Use user sync, it should be. And then I'll say .jsx. And within this file, we are going to be using Axios. So let me go ahead and under the web, I'll say import, let's say bun add Axios. And under the lib, so under the source, we will say create the lib folder, and we will set up axios.js file. Here I will say import Axios. So import Axios from the Axios package. Then we are going to have the API instance. Here I'll say axios.create, and then we will have one option that is called base URL. We can grab this from, let's say, socket.ts. So this is my API, not this one actually. Let me find it under the Axios file, under the mobile, not socket. Okay, so this is my API endpoint, right? I will copy it. For the base URL, I'll just paste this in. Then I will say with credentials, which is equal to true, so that it can include the authentication headers within the request. And then we'll say export default this API instance. Okay, so let's save. We will be using this API instance whenever we want to send some requests. Okay, now with this, let's go under the hook and we'll get started with it. So first off, I will import use auth from Clerk. We will get use mutation. We will get the use effect from React, and then we will get the API instance from the Axios, which is what we just created. Okay, so let's say RFCE. Within this, we don't really want to return a UI, but instead we can return an object with some fields. But first, let's handle the logic. So for the logic, we are going to get use auth, where we can get the token as well as the is signed in field, so that we can check if user is authenticated or not. Now I will say const, and we will destructure a couple of different things by calling a use mutation. Then within this, we will say the mutation function is going to be like this. Let me paste this in and walk you through it. Okay, so it is going to be an async function. First off, we are gonna get the token from Clerk, and then we will say send a post request to our endpoint. Now the second one is an empty object because we don't really want to send any arguments. And in the third one, we are going to send the headers, where we have bearer, one space, and token. So this is a similar thing what we have done in the mobile application, right? So I'll just assume that you already know how this works. Once again, we are calling the API.post, passing our endpoint. Then we don't need to send any body. So we're going to have an empty object, then another object where we can have our headers. And finally, we are going to return the response. Then here we are going to get the mutate, and I can call this as sync user. Then we can get is pending state as well as is success. And at the very end, we'll just say return these fields. So I'll say is synced, which will be equal to is success. And for the loading state, we'll say is syncing, and it's going to be equal to is pending. Now we create this mutation, but we are never calling it, right? So for this, we can run a use effect. And within this use effect, we are going to call that method. So here I will say, first off, check if user is signed in, and if we are not in the pending state, and if we did not succeed it already, right? So if this is not yet true. In this case, we're going to say call the sync user method. And here for the dependency array, we will say run this if is signed in updates, sync user updates, let's say is pending, as well as the is success field. Okay, so that's the entire hook. Now we can call this under the app.jsx. Here right after this, I'll say use user sync. So whenever you visit the application, if you're authenticated, this part is going to run because it is checking if you're signed in or not. It is calling the mutation, which is this one, and it is going to call our endpoint, right? Now let's actually try to test this out. First off, I'm going to run the application. So let's say run dev. So as we can tell, application is running, and I am having a different browser account. Okay, so here I'll try to sign in, and we don't have this user in the database. Let's actually double check. So this is the user that I'll be signing in. If you take a look at the users, under the chat DB, okay, so under the users, we don't really have that account. We have this one. Let's scroll to the bottom. These are all the test accounts. And then we have this one, which is a different email. So I'll try to log in with the new one. So notice how as soon as I sign up, this user will be created in our database. So I'll say continue. Okay, so we're authenticated. Let's take a look at the terminal if we have any errors or not. Okay, so there is an infinite loop going on. Let me try to take a look at it. So here I just realized we didn't set up the cores under the backend. Let's go here under our API, under the source and app.tss. So we already installed the cores package. So we will just import it. Let's say import it from the cores, and we are going to have some allowed origins. And then maybe right here we can say app.use and call the cores. Now here within this, we will put the origins, and let me get the allowed origins as the array. So right here, I'll paste this in. This is our Expo mobile application, right? This is the URL. This is our local development front-end application. And I think this is the one that we have for the production, right? Okay, now with this, we will go here and I'll say something like origin field is going to be allowed origins, and then we will say credentials of true. And I'll just leave a comment. I will say, this is going to allow frontend to send the credentials that could be cookies, authorization headers, so on and so forth. Now for this to work, we need to first deploy our API, because if you think we just have some local updates and Sevalla needs to see this, right? So I will just take it and put it at the first, as the first middleware, right? I'll just put it before the express JSON and Clerk middleware since it is the course. Let's save and try to commit our changes. Here I'll go ahead, open up the status bar. Let's close everything, and actually we are done with this section. We will just test this out if this hook is working or not. So here I'll create a new branch. So this is my branch name. I just call it as web home and auth setup. I'll try to commit my changes. So that's the commit message. Now let's try to publish our branch. And then we will create the pull request. Now, if you wanted to, you can wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. In this section, I will skip this because we don't really have any, we don't have too much logic other than a single hook, and I think it looks fine so far. I would recommend you to wait and, fix the code base if you have any issues, but in my case, I'll just try to merge it pretty quickly. Now this will be merged, as you can tell. Let's try to visit our Sevalla dashboard. It is going to redeploy our API. As you can tell, once this is done, we can test this out again just to see if, the user sync will work in web or not. And by the way, let's visit VS Code, switch to the master, and then we will get the latest changes. Okay, so it is done. Let's wait for the deployment to be completed. Now it is just deployed successfully. Let me try to rerun my application. So here under the front end, I'll say run dev. And with this new account, I'll try to refresh my page. So here's that browser. I'll try to refresh. And hopefully that method is going to run, which is our custom hook. And then that user should be created in the database. So we had 12 documents. Now if you refresh, it should be 13, as we can tell. Now if you scroll to the bottom, you will see that this user is created, right? It's the same email, same user, as you can tell. So that means whenever you refresh your page, this custom hook is going to run, and it is going to check if user is authenticated or not. If you're authenticated, it's going to call the mutate method, which is this one. And in the backend, if you are not in the database, they are going to save you to our MongoDB database, right? Okay, so I hope everything makes sense. It is the exact same thing that we are doing in mobile, but it is just a little bit different because we are passing the headers manually. In the mobile part, let's take a look at it. We had the Axios file. So we created the interceptors and then a custom hook, which is called use API. This is a better option, but here we'll just keep it simple and add the headers manually. So yeah, with this, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. In this section, hopefully we are going to complete this entire project by building the chat page of this web version. So let's go ahead and jump into VS Code. This is where we left. Before we get into the chat page UI design, I would like to close everything and build some custom hooks that we're going to be using. So under the web, under the source, we have the hooks folder, right? So within this, and by the way, we can call this as JS instead of JSX. Since it is not returning a JSX, I think this is a better convention. But in either case, it's going to work. So the hook that we would like to create, first one will be use users.js file. And within this, we will be able to fetch the users so that we can display it within this chat model. So when you say, click this button, this model will open and you will be able to fetch the users. So that's the first hook. The other one that we will create will be use messages. As the name suggests, it's going to get the messages from the database. And then the other one is to use chats. This is going to give you the chat list. Okay, so let's get started with the use users. So as usual, this will be a query. So we will import use query, and let me kill AI for a couple of minutes. Then we can toggle the status bar. And then we're gonna get the use auth from Clerk. Then finally, we're gonna get the API instance. Now let's say export const use users. And within this, we're gonna get the get token method by calling use auth. And then we will have our query. So we'll just return the response of this query, right? Which is going to be our result. Then we can give a query key. I will say it'll be equal to users. And then when it comes to the query function, I'll just copy and paste. Super simple. It is an async method. Within this, we are getting the token from Clerk so that we can include it in headers. So we say api.get to our endpoint. And as for the options, we pass our authorization token, right? Then return the response.data. So that's the hook. It's super simple, just a get request to our endpoint. Now we will do a similar thing for the use messages, but we need to pass a chat ID. So if we are fetching the messages for this chat, we have to pass that chat ID, right? So here I will get it from the source code. It is around 20 lines of code. So we have the same imports. Get the token. Here is our query key, where we get the chat ID and pass it as the argument. Then in the query function, we will just send a request to our endpoint by passing our token. And we will say enable this only if there is a chat ID that is passed, right? So if this is equal to undefined, right? This is not going to run. It'll wait until this is equal to true. And the very last hook is going to be use chats. So here let me just get the imports first. So I'm just gonna paste this in. And here we will have one query and one mutation. And let me get the query first. So here is the query. As usual, we'll have a query key and then just send a get request to our endpoint by passing the token. Okay, nothing complicated at all. Then the mutation we would like to have, just like in the mobile application, it is gonna be where we can either get a chat or create one, right? So here I will paste this in. We are getting the token in query client because we will be invalidating some queries. So this is a mutation where we get the participant ID, send a post request to our endpoint. We don't need to pass any options, any body. So we're going to skip the first argument, but then we will have our authorization header, right? And on success, once we create a chat successfully, we're going to recall our query which is this one. And let me talk about it once again. Let's say there is a user here called John Doe. If you click to it, it'll take you to the screen, but here it's going to refetch the chats so that you can immediately see your new chat right here, right? This is what we are doing. We are invalidating our queries. Okay, so believe it or not, that's all the three hooks that we're going to be using a little bit later in the video. Now, before we jump into the chat page, here I will go under the lib and I will set, we will set up the socket.js file. And just like in the mobile folder, let's take a look at it. Here we used Zustand, right? It made everything super easy to work with since we have global state. So in the same way, we're going to be doing the same kind of setup. So that means we have to install the Zustand package. I will open up my terminal. Let's say under the web, I'll say bun add Zustand package, right? And then we will set this up. And then there will be one more package I think we forgot to install, which is going to be SocketIO but for client. So I'll say bun add socket.io -client. And make sure you're under the web folder, okay? So it's been installed. Now let's get our imports and we will get started with it. So first off, I will get my socket URL just like in socket.ts file. Okay, so I'll copy this and paste this in. We will be using this, and then let's say export const use socket store, which is going to be calling the create method. It is going to be coming from Zustand, and this will return an object, right? And here we can get, I think I just did a mistake. It's not going to be like this. We will have a method inside. It'll get the set and get, and here we will return an object. Okay, so that's the correct way of doing it. Now under the mobile, we have used TypeScript. So we had to create the interface to make this type safe. Since we are not using TypeScript here, we can ignore the interface, right? We can keep it a little bit more simpler. So we're not going to create any types. So within here, let's say we will have a couple of different states. So we're going to keep track of the socket. This is the initial value. It'll be null. Then we will keep track of the online users, which will be a set. And we will keep track of the typing users. And then just like in the mobile application, we're going to have a query client as the reference. So initially it'll be equal to null. Then we can get our connect method. And I accidentally imported, so it's not going to be coming from SocketIO. This is just a name that we're coming up with. So let's say this will get a token as well as the query client as the argument. Now it's going to be very similar to what we have done here. Okay, so instead of typing this out, I'll just copy and paste from source code, but it is literally the same thing. Okay, so let's try to first check if there is an existing socket connection. So we're going to get the socket state, and we will say if it is connected, or if there is not query client, we'll just return out of this method. And here we'll say disconnect if there is an existing, if there is an existing connection already. But now we can actually try to connect if this is not the case. So we'll say socket, call the IO method, pass the socket URL, and then pass your auth token. So once again, this is the exact same thing that we have done right here. And then we're gonna listen for the same events, okay? Now here under the connect, I'll just put console log. So I'll say once user connects, just tell me that this user connected successfully. We will do the same thing for connect error, okay? So we're gonna put console.error, and then we can listen for socket error events as well. And let me get the online users. So we will update the online users set by getting the new user IDs. Then we will do a similar thing for the user online. And again, it is this event. So we will get the previous state, keep all the online users within the state, but add this user on top of it, right, at the very end. So it's the exact same thing. I'm just pasting this in instead of typing it out. Then we'll do the same thing for user offline. We will just try to delete that specific user from the, from the state. And then we can handle the typing effect or typing event, not effect, but let's go here, socket.on, listen for typing, get the payload, and if user is typing, just say add it to the set. But if this is not the case, delete it. And by the way, not set, it is map, my mistake. And just remember, everything is under the connect method so far, okay? Once user connects, it'll immediately listen for all these events. And then the other event is going to be for the new messages. And let's try to take a look at this file and remember it. So we have new message event that we are listening to. We're going to get the sender ID, and then here we will try to add the message to the chat's message list, which means we are going to replace the optimistic messages. Okay, so that's the first thing that we'll be doing. Let's go ahead and copy this part, paste this in, and let's close this off correctly. Now, since we are not using TypeScript, we can delete the types. And within here now, I will get the sender ID first. So we will say the sender ID variable is going to be coming from this field. And then we'll like to update the messages in the current chat. So let me just copy and paste from the source code. It is the exact same thing that we are doing here, okay? So same logic, same idea. And I can add a comment above this, okay? Update messages in the current chat, which means we will replace the optimistic messages. And then the other thing that we'd like to update the last message. So whenever you say something like, hey, send the message, it should update this part as well, right? So for this, we will update the last message field. And I will grab this from the source code, like right after this one. We can paste this in. Again, we are using the setQueryData method, pass our query key, and then, get the old chats, update the one that we are in. And then let's try to shrink this one. Now I will have one more thing where we can clear the typing indicator when message received, okay? So we will delete that specific message from the typing user's map, okay? At the very end, so right after this one, let's see where we are. So shrink this event at the very end under the connect method. Okay, so it's still under the connect method. We will say call the setter method where we can set our socket instance to be equal to this socket connection, which is this one. Since they're the same, I'll shorten this. And then we'll also say pass the query client. Okay, so that's it for the connect method. This is probably the longest one, okay, the largest method. Then we are gonna have the disconnect. So I'll say disconnect, which will be a function. And here basically we will reset this state. Let me get everything, paste this in. So we have our socket state. We will say if there is a socket connection, disconnect it, and then reset our state to be initial value. Then we're gonna get the join chat method. So right after the disconnect, this will get the chat ID as the argument, and then it is going to send this event to server. So with the same logic, we're gonna have leave chat, then send message. So I'll paste this in. We are getting the socket instance and then sending this event to our API, right? To our socket server by passing the chat ID as well as the text. And at the very end, we will say set typing. So we're gonna get the chat ID as well as the Boolean value, then send the event again to our server. So now these are all the methods, but you might be asking why send message is this short? Because under the mobile, we have implemented in a larger way, right? So here we have optimistic update where we immediately update the UI, and if it fails, we would remove it from the UI, right? Just like here. Well, let's actually do the same thing. Here I will delete this part. Let's say we're gonna get the chat ID, text, as well as the current user as the argument, okay? Now here I'll have my state. First off, we're gonna get the socket as well as the query client by using the get method. And then I will add one validation check just in case if we are not connected or if there is not a query client, we will just return and don't do anything. But else we can create an optimistic message. So here this will be a hard-coded value where we generate a temp ID and then we say optimistic message where we can use the current user as the sender. So pass the ID. Let me fix this. So pass the ID, pass the chat ID. Then for the sender, we will give all these fields. And then for the text, which is the message text itself, as well as the created at field. So that's the message. Now we'd like to add this to UI immediately, right? It is the same thing that we have done. So I'll copy and paste. Then we can now send the event to the server. So far we have only updated the UI, right? We're going to send this to our Socket server so that they can save it to our database, right? And then finally we can listen for the errors. So here, just in case if it fails, we are going to remove the optimistic message from the UI. Alright, so that was the socket.js file. We have built the entire file, everything that we would need that we can use later in the video. So with this, we can close everything and jump into the chat page and get started with the actual page logic. Now, before we build the return statement, let's try to get all kinds of variables and functions that we are going to need. So let me first off kill the AI for the next couple of minutes so that it is not really annoying. So I will get the user from Clerk. Let's try to import this hook. Now the other thing that we're gonna get is going to be the search params. So let's say you click to this chat. On the URL, you will have a search params, something like question mark, chat, and then the chat ID. Okay, so whatever that is. So we'd like to grab this value. And for this, there is what we call a hook use search params, if I can type this out correctly. And this will be coming from React Router. So I'll go at the top, I'll say import, get this name, let's say from React Router. And this is like use state. You have two different values. The first one is the actual data, so I'll call it as search params, and then set search params. Okay, so we have the state as well as the setter method. And then now as it's called as chat, let me just first say search params.get and we'll say chat. And under the chat page, we can test this out. So I'll go here, I'll say first open up the terminal. Now initially it is equal to null, but if you put something like question mark chat and then some ID, it could be anything. Here you will see that we are gonna get the actual chat. Why this is not loading? I'll just try to reload it. Maybe I have a slow internet connection. Let's take a look at the terminal. So we are running the application. Okay, so it's just slow, but if you reload, here you will see that you are getting the actual value from the URL. Okay, so this is one thing. Now instead of console logging it, I will say this will be equal to a variable called active chat ID. Okay, then the other thing is a use state so that we can keep track of what user is typing. And then the other thing is going to be another use state. So there will be a model, which is going to be this one. And we need to check if it is open or not. So for this, I will have a state that is called not message input, but instead is new chat model open as well as the setter method. Now, right after this, we will have two different use refs. So this one is going to allow us to scroll to the bottom of the messages. And then the other one is for the typing timeout. Okay. So let's go ahead, maybe format this. I'll say organize imports. Now, right after this, we're going to have our use socket store call. Let's say const, and we will destructure some values such as the socket itself. Let's say the set typing, as well as the send message method. Now we'll go at the very top and we will import use socket store from this file. And then after this, I will call use socket connection, which is going to be a hook that we will create. Now, if you take a look at our source code, we just created this, right? But we are never calling the connect method. So with this hook, we are going to handle that logic. So first off, let's go under the hooks. I will say use socket connection.js. And let's get started with the logic. Now the file content is going to be very similar to this component we created under the mobile section. So this is a component where we call the connect method under the use effect, right? So we check if user is authenticated, we get the token and then call the connect method. And in the else case, we call the disconnect method, as well as having a cleanup method. So this is almost the exact same thing that we're going to be doing. So first off, I'll just say export const, put the name, and this will be a method, and it'll take the active chat ID as the argument. Now at the top, we will get a couple of different imports. So I will get useEffect, I will get the useAuth method, I'll get the query client, as well as the socket store that we have, which is this one, so that we can call the connect method, disconnect, join, so on and so forth. Now within this, I'll have my imports from useAuth. So I'll get is signed in as well as get token. Then I will get the query client. Then from my hook, I'll get all kinds of variables like the socket, the connect method, disconnect, join chat, and leave chat, right? Now let's go ahead and have a use effect. This will be for connection. So I'll say connect socket on mount. And I'll just have a use effect. So let's initialize it simply. I will say if user is signed in. Then in this case, we're going to call the get token method. Once we get the token, then we can grab it and then run this part. We'll say if there is a token, then just call the connect method by passing the token as well as the query client. But in the else case, so here, I'll just say else, go ahead and run the disconnect method. But it's not going to go here actually. So if user is not signed in, here we'll say else, just call the disconnect method. And let's have the cleanup. I'll say return. And we'll just call the disconnect once again. So here we will pass is signed in. Let's say connect, disconnect, get token, and query client. Now the other thing, we will have one more use effect. This is going to use the join and leave methods, okay? So join and leave to chat rooms, we will say. And we'll say use effect once again. Let's say if there is an active chat ID. And let's say if socket is connected. In this case, we're gonna run join chat and pass the active chat ID because this method is expecting a chat ID. And after the if check, here I'll say return. Maybe we can leave the chat. And I think this can go under the if statement because we would like to check if there is an active chat ID. And we're going to pass it into it. And then for the dependency array, we will say pass the active chat ID, socket, join chat, as well as the leave chat method. Oops, okay, let's delete this empty space as well as this one. Now here under the chat page, we are calling this method, right? So this is going to immediately implement these side effects. It is going to call the connect method. And then if there is an active chat ID, it is going to join to that chat. So just imagine you're here. In the URL, you have a chat ID. If you refresh, once you're in this page, it's going to connect and then join to this active chat page, right? Or to the active chat. This is that check. So let's say if you have a chat ID in the URL, this will run immediately, right? Now let's go under the chat page and build the rest of it. We had some queries and mutations, so we would like to call them. I'll say use chats. This was the first query that we created. This is going to give us some data. Let's say we will destructure the data, and I'd like to rename this to be chats. And for the initial value, we can just say it could be an empty array. Then we can get the is loading state. Let's say I'm going to rename this to be chats loading. And I will duplicate it now. We will have use messages hook as well. And this is going to get the active chat ID. If you remember, this is what we are passing, a chat ID as the first argument. Then I can rename this as well. Instead of chats, we will say messages loading. And this will be messages instead. And one more thing, we'll have a mutation that is called use get. Let me type this out. I'll say use get or create chat. And this is going to give us, let's say, start chat mutation. And I have just imported these hooks. As you can tell, it is at the very top. Now here I'd like to have a use effect which is going to scroll to the bottom of the messages. Okay, so let me just add a comment. I'll say scroll to bottom when chat or messages changes, right? And here we'll have a use effect. We'll say whenever the active chat ID updates, go ahead, run this use effect, and also whenever the messages updates, right? And it'll be very easy. We'll just say message and ref dot current plus check for it with a question mark. And if this is not undefined, we'll just say scroll into view, and the behavior is going to be smooth. So that's the use effect. Now we're gonna have a method. Let's say const handle start chat. This will get the participant ID as the argument. And within this method, we are going to do just one thing, which is calling our mutation. So we'll say start chat mutation dot mutate, and we're gonna pass the participant ID. Then for the arguments or as the options, we're gonna have onSuccess method. And here I'll say once it is done successfully, we're gonna get the chat and we can update our search params, right? I'll say set search params, and then we're gonna pass chat, where we have a chat._id. Then we will have one more method. Let's go right after the handle start chat. This is going to be handle send this time. We will prevent the default so that we don't refresh the page. And if we are in this case, any of them is equal to true, we'll just return and we are not going to run this method. But if this is not the case, we are going to grab the text that user just typed in. So whatever user types here will be this text, right? We are going to grab this value, and then we are going to call the send message by passing the active chat ID, text, as well as the user object. Then once this is done, we are going to reset the state, as well as saying we are not typing anymore because we just sent the message. And the very last method is going to be handle typing. This will be very similar to what we have done in the mobile section. So I'll just copy and paste and we'll go through it. So we are just saying set message input, whatever the value is, right? We're just typing out and updating this state. And if there is not an active chat ID, return, don't do anything, but else call this method and say, yes, we are typing now. If you stop for 2 seconds, we will say this user just stopped typing, right? This is something that we have talked about it in the past in the mobile section. So please remember that. And at the very end, I promise that's the last thing. We will just have one variable. Let's say the active chat is going to be chats.find. And within this, we're going to get the chat. Let's say c._id. If this is equal to the active chat ID, that means we just found the active chat, and we're going to be using this object in a second. So with this, we have all kinds of methods and imports that we would need, right? So all kinds of states, imports, methods. Now it's time to build the return statement. First off, I'll have a class name on the parent div. This is going to be height of screen. Let's say we're going to have background base of 100. Like this. Then right after this, I'll say text base dash content, and we'll say flex. Now let's delete everything that we have here as the content. The first thing that we will have is going to be sidebar itself, which is going to be this left hand side. So we're going to have kind of like a header component, and then we will have the chats list. So let's jump into VS Code. Here I'll have a div. Let's say these are all the class names that we will have. Oops, let's say class name. We will have width of 80. Let's say border dash right. We will have border color, which is going to be base 300. We will have a flex dash column, and the background base of 200. Now right after this, we will have the header itself. I will get it from the source code. It is around 20 lines of code. So here I'll paste this in, and we need to import the link from React Router, get the sparkles icon from Lucid React, as well as the user button from, let's say, from Clerk. Now we'll also get the plus icon. Let me just scroll to the top and import all these icons. So from Lucid React, we will get these 3 icons, okay? We will be using this in a couple of minutes. With this, let's just try to save and see what we are getting as the UI. Okay, again, we have, I think, some errors. It says JWT expired. Let me refresh. It says this not found. Okay, so this URL doesn't, like, is not found. That's true because we don't have this chat. Let me just delete it. That was for testing purposes. Now we don't really have any errors, right? If we wanted to, we can sign out. It should work. And now when we click to this, obviously we are going to update one state, right? Let's take a look at it. If you click to that, this new chat model open state will be equal to true. So we will get into the model details in a couple of minutes, but that's the header component. So if you would like to type this out, here's the entire thing. But I would just say copy and paste from the source code. Right after the header, we will have the chats list. So I'll just say chat list. And then this will be a div with some classes. Let's say flex of 1. It is going to take the remaining space. And we'll say overflow y of auto. And within this, I'll say if chats is loading. In this case, we are going to run this part where we just have one div with the loading spinner class. Okay, let's save, and for now I'll say true so that we can see it. So if we are in the loading state, this is what we're going to see. All right. And let's go below to it. I'll say if chats.length, let me type this out. If this is equal to 0, which means there are no chats, in this case, I will get a component. Let's say no conversations UI. And I will create this component at the bottom of the screen. So you can grab this from source code. It is literally 5 lines of code. Okay, so this is what we have. Some classes, and it says no conversations yet. Start a new chat to begin. And here I will take a look at it. Actually, in our database, we don't really have any conversations. Wait, why this did not work? If chats.length is equal to 0, this is what we should see, right? Oh, okay, so in the database, we have some chats, so this is not equal to true. But let's say if this was equal to true, this is what we would see. And here, if you realize, let me bring this back. For a split second, initially, we can see both loading spinner as well as the no chats found. So here I'll say, if this is the case, and if we are not in the loading state, right? So I'll say, and chats not loading. Let's refresh. Now we can only see loading spinner. So after this, we are going to display the actual chats. So here I'll say, give me a div. Here are the classes. Flex column and gap of 1. So we are going to map through the chats. Let's get every single chat and return something. And that something is going to be chat list item component. So here we will pass the key. Let's say key, which will be equal to chat._id. We're going to have the chat itself. We will pass if this chat is active or not. So here, how we can check for that. And then I'll say on click, just go ahead, update the search params. Okay. Let me show you the end result. Here, as you can tell, this is active. The background color is a little bit different than this one. And if this is active, on the URL, we're going to get that ID as the chat. Okay. So as the search params. Now let's try to create this component. I will go under the web source components. Let's say .tsx or JSX. We are using JavaScript. And I will just get this component from source code. It is super basic and I will walk you through it. So basically we are getting 3 of the props that we just pass. Okay, so chat is active and on click. Then we are calling useSocketStore so that we can get the online users and typing users. And with them, we are going to check if this specific chat is online or if they are typing or not, right? So just exactly what we have done in the mobile section. Then we have a button. Once you click to it, it's gonna call the onClick method. Then else, what do we have? We are displaying the avatar. We are displaying the online status if user is online. And we say if there is, a last message, we are going to display it. We are going to display the participant name. And then if it is typing, we are going to put the typing indicator. Now there is one method that we are importing from the utils. Let's go ahead and create that file. So this is a file that I generated with AI. This is basically a method. I will paste it from the source code. It'll take the date and it'll format it. So as you can tell here, we have things like, whatever the time, then we have PM, we have Monday, Sunday, things like that. Okay, so the time will be formatted. That's the entire thing. Let's try to save and import it and take a look at the end result. Here we can see this user had some chats, right? This is what we have created in the mobile application. And now we're able to fetch the exact same chats. And when we click to them, notice how URL updates, right? And this becomes active. And even if you refresh, it'll take you to that specific chat. So we are making really good progress so far. Now we will build the actual main chat area. I'll go here, maybe let me just find. So we are going to go after all these divs. Okay, so that was the sidebar. You can shrink this, and right here we will have the, oops, what have I done? We are going to have main chat area, which is going to be a div. Let's say the class name is going to be flex of 1, flex, and flex of column. Now we will check if there is an active chat or not. If there is no active chat, let me show you this. So if there is no active chat, we are going to display this UI. Okay, so it says there is no active chat, you should click one of them. But if there are some active chats, then we would see that UI. Okay, so we are going to add this check. First off, let me grab the component. I will say no messages UI. So just scroll to the bottom. This is one thing. You can grab this from the source code. The other one is no chat selected. Okay, so just grab them and paste them here. They are literally UI, no logic at all. Then now we'll scroll to the top. Within this, let me zoom in. So within this, we are going to check if there is an active chat or not. So I'll say active chat ID. And let's say if there is an active chat. In this case, we are going to run this part, else this part. And in the else case, we will basically display the no chat selected UI. And here for now, let's say something. We will build this part. Let me delete this. So under the chat page, as you can tell, initially we have the, the welcoming UI. But if you click to one of them, the UI will update and it says something. Now let's try to update this part. So here I'll just have, let's say, brackets. And within this, we are going to get fragment because we will have two different children. The first one is going to be chat header component. This is something that we will create. It'll basically contain the user profile image, their name, and offline or online indicator, right? And if they are typing, this will say typing instead of online or offline. Okay, so this will take a couple of different props. Let's say the participant, which is going to be active chat.participant. And then we will pass the chat ID. Let's say active chat ID. Let's try to create this component. I will go under the components, .jsx, and I will grab the content from source code. Again, it is super simple, 20 lines of code, and I'll walk you through it. So we got our props, we got our import, where we can get the online users as well as the typing users to get these checks. And then for the UI, we will display the image. If user is online, show an indicator, and if they are typing, show the typing, else online or offline. Let's save and import it. And voila, that's the end result. So we see profile image, their name, if they're online or offline. Now, right after the chat header, we are going to display the messages. So let's go here. I'll say, give us a div, and maybe I'll just add a comment. I'll say messages. This will get the classes, which is flex1, overflow y of auto, padding of 6, and space y of 4. Now within this div, I will check if messages are loading or not. If messages are loading, we are going to see this UI. Let me just say true so that we can see it. Okay, so this is how it'll look like when you're loading the messages. And we will check if there are no messages in this chat, we are going to display this UI. And let's take a look at the end result. So here in this chat, as you can tell, we have some messages, so we don't really see it. But here, no messages. It is loading, and that's the end result. No messages yet, send a message to start the conversation, as you can tell. But here, since we have some messages, we don't really see anything. Now let's go here, right after this check. We will say if messages.length, if it is greater than 0, in this case, we are going to run this part. So here I'll say end, go ahead, maybe run this part, where we will have messages.map. We will get every single message. So just say msg, and then we are going to return this component called message bubble. Okay, so message bubble is going to get the key, which is equal to msg._id. Right next to it, we'll have the message, and we can send this as the prop. Now I'll copy this name, create this as a component. Again, it'll be very easy. You can just copy it from the source code and paste it. It's around 20 lines of code where we get the message as the argument. We have two different imports. Then we will check if the message sender is me or not. And we will say if sender email is equal to the current user email, that means it is us, but else it is the other user. So depending on that, we will say either justify end or start. Now let's save, and you can take a look at the rest of it. There is nothing special here. Let's go here and try to import this component. Okay, as you can tell, this is the message that we sent. And here, these are all the messages that we sent and then the other user sent. So these are the things that we have done in the mobile section, right? Now just imagine if we have maybe 100 different messages. How are we going to make sure that UI will scroll to the bottom all the time? So here at the very end, we are going to add a reference. So for this, we can go right here, just still make sure you're under this div, okay? So we'll have one div, which is going to be self-closed, and for the reference, I'll say add the message and ref, because this is how we set that up. Within this use effect, let me show you this. So every single time messages updates or active chat updates, this will try to scroll to that specific position, which is at the end of every single message, right? So we display every single message, and then outside of it, at the very end, we have our reference. Now, the only thing that we are missing is the chat input. So go right after the messages and have this component called chat input. And this will get a couple of different props. So we're going to pass the value, which is equal to message input. And I will get the rest of it. So on change, we're going to call handle typing method. On submit, we're going to call on submit, which is the handle send. And we will say this should be disabled if message input doesn't have any content, right? Now let's try to create this component as well. I'll say .jsx. Again, I will grab it from the source code. You can do the exact same thing. It is super simple, doesn't contain any logic at all. It is just a return statement where we have some props. Within a form, we call the onSubmit. Within the input, we call the value onChange, and the button is going to be disabled depending on the state, okay? So these are all the things that we would need for this component. Let's try to import it and take a look at the end result. So as we can tell, the button is disabled since we don't have any content, but if I put something, let's say, hey there, and maybe send the message, as you can tell, it is right here but UI is not working correctly. So we're going to fix that. Let's refresh. So for some reason it says that message is sent by the other user. Let me send it again. I'll just say again. Initially it is right here, and then for some reason it is here. Now it means this check is not working correctly. Under the message bubble, initially this is equal to true, but then it becomes false. Now let's see why this is the case. Here I'll say console log, show us the message, which is the object. Now I'll refresh, take a look at the terminal, clear everything. Here I'll say, crap, so this is going to always display it or what? Okay, as soon as we click, it's going to rerun it. Here I'll just say, hey, send it. So since we have optimistic updates, it should be this one. At the very end, sender has, okay, so we don't send the email, right? As you can tell, sender has avatar, name, and underscore ID. So when you check it with email, it does not work. One solution could be going to the API and populating the email as well. And the other option would be, instead of checking with the email, we would check with the ID. But this ID should be coming from database. So let's try to create a custom hook where we can get the current user. So just like in the mobile, we have a custom hook. Let's find it. I think it is under the use auth. It says give us the current user, right? So I'll copy this part. Let's try to go under the web, under the hooks. I will just say use current user.js, and I will paste this in. Instead of calling the use API, we will just get our Axios instance, but not from Axios. Instead, we are going to get it from the Axios file. I think we call it as API, right? So I'll just try to import it. Let's say API. And instead of doing it in this way, we'll say api.get our endpoint. I think it was, wait, what was it? /me, or, man, I forgot. Crap, let's go under the mobile, take a look at it. So it was /auth/me, like this. And we need to pass our headers. Let me first get the use query as well. So it is called as current user as the query key. Here, just like in other hooks, we will get the headers. So I'll copy this entire thing and paste this in. And we need to get the token. So I will say use auth from Clerk, and we are going to get the token. Let's say get token, call this method. And within here, we can say const token, and we are going to await the get token method. So this is what we have done in the past as well. So we're getting the token and passing it under the auth headers, and then finally return the data. Okay, so now we are going to call this hook so that we can get the user from the database and actually fix the problem. Now here, maybe let's go under the chat page. I'll scroll to the very top. Here, let's say use current user, and this is going to give us the data. So I'll just say this is equal to, I don't know, let's say current user, and we are going to pass this to the message bubble. So I'll say current user and paste this in. Let's go under the message bubble, grab this value, and we'll say if message sender dot underscore ID, if it is equal to, let's say current user dot underscore ID. Hopefully this should be fixed. Now let's delete this, we don't need it. Again, I will try to refresh my page. Here I'll say hey. Okay, now it is working the other way around. And the reason for this, let me double check. We will go under the VS Code. Whenever we use the socket file, so under the web, go here. When you call the send message for the ID, for the underscore ID, we pass temporary ID, right? And for the sender ID, we pass current user.id. And this is coming from Clerk. This is not MongoDB ID. So we need to fix this. I know that it could be a bit confusing, but follow along with me. Instead of using the Clerk user, we will use it from our database, right? So whenever we say call the send message, here for the user, we will pass the current user, not the Clerk user, okay? So initially this is what we were passing, but now we're gonna pass the current user like this. And here under the send message, this should be underscore ID. Okay, so we literally did some live debugging. I don't want to really cut this part from the editing. I just want you to see how I think, how I debug this and found the solution and how to implement it, right? Now here I will refresh and try it once again. So here I will say one more test. It is right here, and once it is updated with the message from the database, it doesn't go here, right? So it is fixed. Let's do it here as well. Say, hey there, send the message. It is right here, and it doesn't, flicker to the left side or to the right side. So with this out of the way, the only thing we left is the model, right? For this, we will create a separate component. So I will close everything maybe, open up the chat page, and here we will call that component. And this will be under the web, source, components, and here's the file name, new chat model. Let's say .csx. And if you wanted to, you can type this out or grab it from the source code. It'll be around 90 lines of code, but the logic is very, very simple. So first off, before we get started with it, let's go under the chat page. Let's scroll to the bottom. And at the very end, so just one above this div, okay? So we will say call the new chat model. And here it'll take a couple of different props, like on start, what happens? Well, basically we are going to call this method, and if this is in the is pending state or not, here is how we're going to check for it, and if it is open, as well as what will happen when you want to close it. So on close, we will basically update this state, and then we will jump into this component. Honestly, I'll just copy and paste, but then I will walk you through it step by step so that you don't get confused. Okay, so here is what we have. A couple of different imports that could be like icons, use state, use users, as well as our socket store. Then we got our props. Okay, so this is what we just passed. And then within here, we get the search query, which is something that user types in. So whatever you type here, it'll be the search query. Then we have the online users so that we can check who is online and who is not. Depending on that, we can add a indicator. Then we got the users is online function. It'll basically check if this user is online or not. And then we have handle start chat method. It's going to reset the state, and then it's going to call the method that we pass as a prop. As you can tell, we have client-side filtering, right? And the rest is just classes. I'll zoom out. Here you can tell we have the header, we have one input by passing the props, placeholder, so on and so forth. If the result, like if we don't have any result, we'll say no users found. And in the else case, we are going to return a button for every single one of them, okay? And then what do we have? This is how you can close the model. And yeah, another button so that you can close that. So that's it. Let's try to save and take a look at the end result. I'll import this component. It's imported. Let's see, we are not using sign out, so we can delete this. And we are not using use auth. Let's delete that one as well. Okay, let's go here and try to test this out. I'll say new chat. I'll say James Wilson, and before I click, let's search for it. I'll say James, it is right here, and if it doesn't exist, this is the UI that you would get. So if I click to that one, As you can tell, after 2 seconds, it redirected us to this page. We immediately refetch the chats and it's been updated. And now we can send messages. Let's say, hey, James. Now let's create another chat. I'll scroll to the bottom. Here I can click to this one. After maybe 1 or 2 seconds, UI has been updated. As you can tell, it is right here. Now everything works, but now let's check if the real-time features are also working. So here I am in a different Chrome account. As you can tell, it is this user, and I'll just try to log in. So notice how as soon as I visit localhost, it's going to add the online indicator and update this text. So I'll go here. After 1 second, here we can tell that this user became online. And from here, if I start typing, as you can tell, it says this user is typing. And when I stop for 2 seconds, it is gone. So once again, I start typing, I stopped, 1, 2, and then it is gone, right? And I can send the message, it's going to be updated. Here we can tell. Let's send a message from here. Let's say, what's up? It is typing. As you can tell, it is also updating this part. So I'll just type again. Even if you put 1 space, it is still typing, right? So notice I'll put 1 space. Again, it is a typing indicator. Now I'll send the message. In real time, it should be right here. Now we cannot see the other part because it doesn't fit on the screen, but okay, let's do it in this way. Once again, user is typing, they stopped. I'll send the message. Like it's literally working in real time. Now it'll even work with the mobile application. So here, this is the account that I'm logged in, which is this one. And we're going to send a message to this user. Okay, so I know it looks a little bit confusing, but let's put only one screen at a time. So we are logged in as this user and we're going to send message to this one. So notice how if I say, if I start typing, it says typing indicator, right? If I stop after 2 seconds, it is gone. Once I send the message, it should be right here, as you can tell. So it is working in both ways. The mobile version as well as the web version. Now let's even try the other way around. So I'll put the phone here. And from this account now, let's start typing. As you can tell, it says typing in both of the versions, right? It is just like WhatsApp. Let's send the message. It's right here. Then in mobile application, we also have the typing indicator right here. So I'll start typing. Okay, man, so this is very exciting. I've never seen any kind of project like this on YouTube. So if you are watching this, you are pretty lucky, I would say. We have the indicator. If you click to it, now that message has been read. And with this, let's just say congrats by putting some confettis out. Then we can go ahead, commit our changes because we literally completed the entire tutorial. Okay, so one comment that I'll put right here, I'll just say this code can be a lot cleaner, but here we try to keep it simple yet working. Feel free to refactor it as you wish once you complete the entire course. Okay, so now that you have completed it, you can refactor this code as you wish, right? Now we'll go under maybe open up the toggle status bar. Here, let's say create a new branch, okay? Maybe before we do so, I think we can optimize a couple of different things. Under the source, under the lib. So here we are putting this as hard-coded value. Why don't we create an environment variable for it, right? So let's open this file, and here we also have SocketURL. So I will go under the .env. Instead of hard coding them, I'll say vit underscore, and then we can say something like API URL. And it's going to be this part. Let's actually say base URL. What should we say? I don't know. Let's say API URL. I will paste this in. And instead of using it hard-coded, I'm going to delete this part. I will say import.meta.env and then the key. So this is a lot cleaner instead of using the hard-coded value. and we are going to add this value to Sevalla dashboard as the environment variable. Okay. Now let's do the same thing. Here I will say, instead of this thing, let's delete everything. I'm too lazy to type out. Here I'll say with API URL plus at the end we had /API, right? So that's what we had initially. And now with this environment variable, it is a lot more cleaner. Alright, so I believe this is a lot more cleaner and we can commit our changes. Let's take a look at it. We have 18 different changes, which is kind of like large, but that's fine. Let's say create a new branch. I will say chat page, and I'll just put web as the prefix. Let's generate a commit message, and then we'll commit these changes. So here's the commit message. It says you didn't stage them. If you say yes, it's going to basically stage them first, and then it's going to commit it. But here I just staged everything. Let's say commit, publish the branch, and let's visit the source code. Maybe we should refresh. Okay, so I'll create the pull request. While we are getting some suggestions from CodeRabbit, we can visit Sevalla and we will add our environment variable. So here under the applications, select the current application that we are using. Under the environment variables, let me copy this entire value. So in this case, this part will be different, okay? Don't use mine because this will be unavailable. So you should get your own value. And then we will copy it. Here, let's say add a new environment variable, paste this in, and I believe we should be good to go. I'll say add the environment variables. Now, instead of saying deploy, once we merge it, it's going to be deployed. So you can ignore this. I would say don't click this button. And one more thing, just like in the past, for the Clerk publishable key, we had to update something in the Docker file. So we're going to do a similar thing. Let me kill the left-hand side, and just like this, I will copy it, paste it, and this time instead of with Clerk publishable key, we're gonna get this key, okay, which is with API URL, and replace them with it, and then we are going to build our application. So this is something that needed, you have to do it. Just grab it from source code and we should be good to go. Basically, we are setting the environment variable within the Docker file. Since we have a new change, we have to commit this as well. That's fine. First off, let's wait for the suggestions and then we'll do it step by step. So after a couple of minutes, we got the quick summary that you can take a look at it. These are all the features that we have included in this section. Then we have the walkthrough as usual, if you're interested, as well as the sequence diagram, like how everything works step by step from the client all the way up to our API, as well as the Scikit server. But we are interested in the problems, so let's scroll to the bottom. We have one potential issue, which is minor. So if you wanted to, you can skip that, but you can also take a look at the suggested fix. Here it says typing indicator may incorrectly show when current user is typing. So what is the fix? We would get the typing user ID and then pass it here. So instead of using the get, immediately we will have a separate step. So I'll copy it. It is under the chat header component. So let's go here, chat header. So this is what we had previously, and this is what we're gonna have now. Wait, how do we check for is online? So we don't delete this part. Okay, so you would just uncomment this part, right? But add these two fields. So that was the first fix. Now let's scroll to the bottom. It says you can add an alt attribute for the image. This is minor. If you wanted to fix it, you can do so by doing this, but I'll just skip that. So here for the message bubble component, it says you can get rid of the comment. Let's go ahead, message bubble, find it. It says get rid of the console.log. So we'll just delete that and then scroll to the bottom. And here looks like we have a logical inconsistency. So let's take a look at the option A. Instead of returning true, we will return false. So these are the minor details that I have missed, which is my bad, but thankfully we had CodeRabbit so that we can fix it. And this is coming from the chat model component. So let's go here and fix our code. Instead of returning true, should we return false, what it says? Yeah, it says return false instead. So this is one of the options. The other one is to say no users found. So I will just implement the option A. Let's scroll to the bottom. Again, alt attribute for the image. I'll skip that. We have two hidden conversations. Let's see it. Okay, so here it says this query could run when user is not authenticated. So I think it'll just say add the enabled field. But we don't have to do it because we only call this method if user is authenticated, right? We are only calling it under the chat page. If user is not authenticated, they cannot visit the chat page. So I'll skip that. Let's scroll to the bottom. Here we have a minor issue. It says potential race condition. So you can fix it by adding one extra variable. I'll skip that. So we already fixed this, didn't we, under the axios.js. So I think it says add one validation with an if check. Let's do it. I'll copy it. Go under the axios file. And here we'll say if API URL is not found, just throw an error or console log it. And let's scroll to the bottom. So here it says you can make this a little bit more cleaner. You can take a look at the solution if you're interested. I'll just try to skip that. Let's keep it more simple because it is already working, right? The other thing, once again, one suggestion, which is pretty similar, but I'll skip this one as well. Feel free to do it. I'm just trying to not waste too much time. The other thing is adding one more validation check. Let's actually do it. This would be under the which component? Chat page. So instead of user, we will say current user. And here we are not using the user, so I'm going to delete that, as well as this hook. And then what else we have? It says no messages, and let's take a look at it. So here it says the loading spinner shows alongside the no messages briefly, right? That's true. If you take a look at it, I'll just click to one of these. So we see the loading spinner and then this one. To be able to get rid of that, we need to fix one thing. Here we'll say if messages length is equal to 0 and if we are not loading. So say messages not loading, only then show this UI. Let's refresh and try to do it again. If I click to here, I see the loading spinner first, then this UI, not at the same time. So I think this is what it says as well. Yeah, the exact same thing. Let's scroll to the bottom and we don't have any other optimizations. So I will scroll to the top first and let's go here. We will commit our changes. We updated 6 different files. Stage everything. Generate a commit message. So we're going to commit this, sync this up. Okay, let's say, I think that's fine. Now let's refresh. We should have 2 different commits. Let's scroll to the bottom and we'll say merge this pull request. Once we merge it, it is done successfully. Sevalla is going to redeploy this application. And while it is deploying, we can go back to our source code, switch to the master and get the latest changes. And let's wait for it if it is going to work successfully or not. So it's been deployed successfully. Let's go ahead and test this out. So this will use our production API, the one that we just deployed. And instead of actually testing it out locally, let's test out in live mode, right? So I'll say view this application. Now I will log in as this account as well. So here is the Chrome account. Once again, I'll try to paste in my URL, which is live URL, and let's try to put them side by side. Let me try to sign in first. Now, once we log in, hopefully it should become online, right? So I'll say continue. And as soon as we log in, as you can tell, it's been updated. Let's try to send a message to this user. I'll say, hey, and while I'm typing, as you can tell, it says typing. Once we stop after 2 seconds, it is gone. We'll just say, hey, send the message. After 1 second, it should be right here. And let me try to put it in this way. Okay, let's see. I'll say something like, hey, send the message. In real time, it should be right here. And I'll try to log in. So I'll say sign out. As you can tell, this user became offline. And let's test out with the mobile application as well. Here that is. I'll try to log in with this account. So as soon as I log in, notice how this should be online. So let me say continue. All right, this user became online. Let's try to send a message. I'll say from the phone. And as you can tell, we got the typing indicator, right? And if I click here and send the message, it should be right here in a second. Let's try to type. It updates both here as well as here. Alright, so that was the entire application. I hope you enjoyed it. So that was a very long tutorial. Once again, congratulations. Let's put a confetti. We have built an entire API which includes authentication, TypeScript, connecting to a database, so on and so forth. And we have a mobile application with a bunch of different screens, bunch of different features. And under the web, we have similar things. You know, a couple of different pages, a couple of different components, and most importantly, we are having a socket server, and then we can consume them within our mobile and web application. So I hope you enjoyed the entire tutorial. If so, let me know in the comments, and hopefully I'll see you in the next project.